Follow me, yeah, sector is clear. I don't flee, no, I never fear. When I pull up to your side, boy, you gotta hear. I make the thing go rat-a-ta-ta. Ready to roll. Where from my goal? Oh shit! Yeah, I've been putting on words, I've been doing OTs, flying across the globe, yeah, collecting my trophies. Now I'm on the top and everybody knows me.
Watch me go remix.
I'm rising high, oh. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. I won't back down. I'm on the top, on the top, on the God mode. My time to shine, oh. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. I won't back down. I'm on the top, on the top, on that God mode. Royal Arena, make some noise. Just chilling, clock starts clicking. Should have gone A, but now we're flipping. Davies red hot, you're going to get dropped. Crazy with butts. Yeah, I've been putting on words, I've been doing OTs, flying across the globe, yeah, collecting my trophies. Now I'm on the top and everybody knows me.
Watch me go remix.
I'm rising high, oh. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. I won't back down, no. I'm on the top, on the top, on the God mode. My time to shine, oh. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. I won't back down, no. I'm on the top, on the top, on that. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. Back down. I'm on the top, on the top, on the God mode. My time to shine. Yeah, I'm on the God mode. I won't back down. I'm on the top, on the top, on the God mode. Yeah, I'm on that God mode. God mode.
Watch me go remix.
God mode. Yeah, I'm on that God mode. God mode. Yeah, I'm on that God mode. Good luck for the finals. Torille.
Oh, wow! Wonderful, doing whatever he can! Yes, more! He cannot be stopped! Not again!
Royal Arena, it is Championship Sunday. How are we doing? Well, this is beautiful, and you guys are absolutely amazing. Have you had fun over the last few days? Now to start with, we have our show match presented by Displate, and we get to see some players that you know and love going up against the only Danish team to make it deep in the major. You ready for some fun? I want you guys to give them the same love, the same cheers, and enjoy every moment of this just like you do all the other games. So let me hear you, Royal Arena. Are you ready? Well, let's bring our first team onto the stage. They have done more than what the other full Danish rosters could do, and I'm sure they're very excited to meet all of you. It's ecstatic! And their opponents here for the show match, there's certainly going to be some familiar faces that I'm sure you guys know and love. So please, a big round of applause, lots of cheers for the Danish squad. Well, let me have a little word with some of our guys up on this stage. Salazar, what do you think of this?
It looks amazing.
Now, I know it's sad you couldn't have done it when it came to the actual major, but you got a point to prove in this show match. You're going to show us some fun way to get it done on the stage?
Yeah, of course, we're playing a quite a bad map maybe, but it's going to be fun.
Okay, what map are we playing?
Mirage.
Oh, no. Do we like Mirage? Yeah, not a good choice in there. Paddy, were you the one who chose Mirage?
Team decision.
Team decision. Okay, so we're blaming all of you.
Say again?
We're blaming all of you.
Yeah, all of us.
You know, you think this crowd's going to be on your side more than theirs? Do you think you can make that happen?
I hope so. Looks like an amazing crowd.
They certainly are. Guys, are you going to be cheering for Ecstatic? I see some thumbs down over here. Cyclone, I didn't know you were joining us today. How are you?
I'm great, thank you.
Why did you come to coach on these boys?
When I heard they were going to play Ecstatic, I was asked if I had some leftover anti-strat. I said, I do.
Oh, damn. Okay, so you came in prepared. I like that coming in here. Mr. Cadian, it's always good to see you. Now, you're a man who knows how to get this crowd going. So, you think it's going to be using the crowd to your advantage here?
I mean, whether you've been supporting Heroic or the very first Danish MVP of a major from Australia, can you give him some fucking love? I'm pretty sure that they're going to be cheering for both, but I have a feeling that, you know, we have the future of Danish CS, we have some of the older ones, and I think the crowd will be on our side.
So you've mixed it up in here. We've got a bit of new and old. Kirby, how are you, my man?
I'm doing amazing, thanks.
Now, this Royal Arena, we've seen it many times before, but you've never seen it like this, right? What do you think?
All I can say is Denmark is the home of Counter-Strike, and I'm sure the crowd will show that today. Right, boys?
That is certainly what it's all about. Well, guys, okay. Cadian's always got some extra words.
I had a small chat with Marcus, and he said that he was pretty sure we could make this arena sing the Danish national anthem. So would you guys help me do that? Yeah? I'll try to start. My singing career is probably going to end right about now, but if I start it, you guys will help me, okay? So it goes, Der et yndigt. And everyone stand up. Nær salten Østerstrand, nær salten Østerstrand.
Wow, that was impressive, Royal Arena. Thank you very much for the good idea, Cadian. Ecstatic, go take your seats. Danish squad, go take your seats. Go and get yourselves ready because we've got two phenomenal casters to take you through this game and have so much fun with all of you. It's Henry G and Anders.
Well, thank you so much, Banks. Henry, we're going to get into it here. We're warming up for the grand final that's going to be happening a little bit later. How are you feeling on this fine evening?
I'm feeling great, Anders. The good news for this arena is that Denmark can't lose. You've got Team Denmark versus a full team of Danes on Ecstatic as well. I'm not sure what to expect. I'm not too happy about the map selection, though. The fact we're getting Mirage. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, you pulled Train in there somewhere. Like, let's get something a little bit more funky.
Dust too. That would have been great.
Yeah.
So it looks like Ecstatic. Oh, they can't really turn up and play their full game, can they? They have to have a bit of fun, but they also can't lose. So it's kind of a lose-lose situation for them, whatever happens.
I feel like the team that's winning is going to be allowed to have fun, but if they start losing, everyone's going to start taking it seriously. I think it's in their DNA.
What do you think the meta is going to be? We're going to see the shotguns, the Zeus's, the
For
SMGs?
sure, there are going to be Zeus's.
Yeah.
That's going to happen. Like,
Well, who are you supporting, Anders? You going for Team Denmark or Ecstatic? As a Dane yourself, you've got to kind of put your money where your mouth is here.
I do. It's tricky. I've got to say, I fell in love a little bit with Ecstatic throughout the tournament. They made it much deeper than everyone expected, so I kind of wanted to be a bit on their side. But, you know, watching Cadian on the stage, that's also something that obviously everyone was hoping for. So it's a bit of a toss-up right now. If I had to make a choice, I probably would be on the Ecstatic side. I just think what they did here was very impressive.
That is fair enough. We'll run you through Team Denmark as well while we're here. We've got Cadian, Sucker, Krizen, Altex, and Kiabi. We've got Cadian and Kiabi as the household names, I suppose, trying to represent Denmark. I would have liked to have seen a few other legends in there. Maybe the Astralis boys could have turned up for this one, but...
curiously absent, I must say. That is suspicious, you know?
Yeah, it is a shame. But I would have liked that. But we've got some young guns here and looking to prove themselves against Ecstatic. It is a best-of-one show match here, and there's one for the ages. Team Denmark versus a full Danish team.
A team that is also Team Denmark, Henry,
yeah.
you would say.
So,
yeah? We've rigged it in a way so that somehow, some way, there is going to be some sort of Danish victory happening on the stage, and I can appreciate that.
Well, I think the pistol round is going to set the tone. You've got Cyclone behind them as well, just backing them up, of course.
T-strats.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what you could do. I'd like to see something just really aggressive here. Let's get 5 sets of Julies. Let's just get in there.
Oh, yeah.
Let's get a couple of flashes, some Julies, and just rush around the map. I think that's going to be the best way to sabotage the efforts of Ecstatic here. I think Cadian can do it. He's a showman. He just got 16,000 people to sing the national anthem, and I think he can get a few rounds here. And it looks like we are almost ready to go. We've got Ecstatic locking in, and Mirage getting booted up. Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready for a show match? I can't hear you. I said, are you ready for a show match? Let's get into it, Anders. It's Ecstatic versus the Danish squad here on Mirage, an iconic map. We've got a knife round, presumably. Well, that's exciting. We didn't know that was going to happen.
Well,
one of the wacky features of this show match. We have a knife round.
We'll go with it. We'll just roll with it as it comes along here. Looks like they are trying to almost set up a run boost in the knife round. They're already looking a little bit cagey, lured into the back alley where the knives are coming out. Some cold Danish steel here coming out towards springtime, and it's going to be Ecstatic coming up with the win.
Doesn't make a huge difference in Mirage, but
completely insignificant if you don't mind me saying so.
Yeah, well, they're going to stay on the CT side, I would imagine. I'm interested to see what kind of mindset Ecstatic bring to the table today, Anders. Are they going to be proving themselves and not dropping a single round? Will they have some fun? Will they style on them with the fun guns? The PP Bison, the UMP, the Zeus.
Yeah, I was going to say the MP5, but we actually saw that throughout the major so far.
Actually,
it made a difference.
Won a couple of games, didn't they?
Yeah, it did. So, but you're right. Yeah, get the funny weapons out as soon as you possibly can. That's what the show match is for. You know, get everyone warmed up. I'm so impressed that so many people have shown up this early in the day. It's a while for the grand finals, but we do have a way to get you guys warmed up. Copenhagen, A-Klar!
Nice.
Let's get this on the road. We are ready for it. The game is going to be live. It'll be Ecstatic starting on the CT side and the Danish squad starting on the T
we've
side.
got 4 Zeuses on the CT side. Okay, and incendiaries. So they've gone for 4 incendiaries, 4 Zeuses, and that's on the Ecstatic side. Okay, well, we know what kind of game we're in for here, Anders. They are going to be having a bit of fun here. And let's see if it works out for them. I've never seen a buy like this in all my years. Ow, I've seen a couple of shots like that, though. Beautiful from Salazar to open things up.
Yeah, what a shot that was to begin with. But look at the return. They're not playing around. Whoa! How can he tase?
Oh my
Canadian goes down. It's just Altex left alone, fighting for his life. They're coming for him with Molotovs, with stun guns. He's fighting back, but Queen X, he'll save the day.
You can see they want to have a bit of fun, but they're still hitting some ungodly shots out there. Very close in the end. It will be Ecstatic to pick up the pistol. The incendiary Zeus combo. We actually saw the Zeus kill come through towards the window as well. And presumably a force fire coming in next. What a shot that was to set the tone. Zeus delivering on all fronts.
Salazar sending Krisen to the salad bar, if you don't mind me saying.
I don't mind that he's saying that whatsoever. That's perfect. Here we go then. I'm assuming a force, but they're taking the full eco, very conservative approach, and the fun guns are out. We've got Swag 7s, P90s, auto shotguns, and the Negev in the hands of Queenix. Here's the Swag 7 to kick things off. It's struggling as the Glock will open things up
but
here.
Look at this. Queenix.
Retreat, boys, retreat.
Doesn't work.
Oh dear. The revolver will have to save the day. It's the Wild West out there right now. The gunslinger, Kraken, doing everything he can, but no damage really inflicted. I think the Glocks might come out on top here. The Zeus, it's sneaking in from Connector. Here comes Cadian with the Edison Medicine. Takes another one down with the Zeus. And now we've actually got a 3-on-2 situation. Ecstatic not having so much fun anymore as another Glock kill comes through. We're down to a 1 versus 1. Krisen. He's recovered the P90, Anders.
It's reloading, look at it. Slowly charging up the taser.
You're right.
He has to, he's throwing it out. That's an old strategy there. Does it still recharge if it's on the ground?
I think so, yeah. I actually don't know, I'll be honest, but I assume it would. There it is, yes, confirmed.
Damn, the production is off the charts.
That was actually pretty sick.
How did they know? We didn't plan that. All right. Well, now it's a little bit more serious. Down into a 1 versus 1. We got about 30 seconds left, and Krisen looks like he wants to try and plant the bomb.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Why not?
He hasn't reloaded the P90 though. He's got 15 bullets in there. That could be an issue. Go back to haunt him. You can have it up to 50, of course, and that particular SMG. And here we go.
Not reloading the P90 takes all the joy out of it. The fun of the P90 is to run and gun and never have to reload. So surely get the remaining bullets in here. We got the auto shotgun at medium range. He's not quite sure. Is it going to be the P90, the knife? Now they're dancing a little bit. You can tell that it's already intensified here in the show match. Oh, he's just walked inside. That is so ridiculous. Dipping in the smoke. Yeah, now it's panic there. Nadia's going to be able to find him anyway. I mean, you can blow open the smoke, but he doesn't have the kit, so what does it really matter? It looks like the Danish squad have found a way to win the round.
Oh dear, it's a full eco victory for the Danish squad. The Glocks prevail, the fun guns with diminishing returns there. Doesn't really work out for them whatsoever. You can see it all kicked off with the Max 7 towards the underpass. I like the maneuver here from Queenix, but even better from Cadian. Manages to get yet another Zeus kill here. And yeah, it doesn't get much more exciting than that, Andrews. A 1 versus 1. The defuse not possible without the kit. We get into the action once again. We're seeing more Nova shotguns, Afamus, Couple of Max 7s in the mix as well, but Danish squad, they're not messing around. They've got the AK-47s in hand. Outek's looking to put on a bit of an aim clinic here today. First shot rings out towards the A-bomb site. The Swag 7, though, bit of an issue for him as he does take minimal damage and gets the double headshot. And that's the A-bomb site, completely breached.
Some of the youngsters out here really looking to prove themselves on the big stage, not necessarily messing around, although I say that as Chrisen has picked up a bright red Nova shotgun.
Oh, you like to see that. 5-on-2, the Danish squad looking to chain some rounds together here. Kjaerbye with that signature shaky aim, bringing it out for another headshot as we've got Queenix left with the Max 7. Over towards the B-bomb site. As we plant the bomb on A, it looks like the Danish squad are starting to build some momentum here.
You would know that was Kjaerbye even if you strip the entire HUD. Somehow, there's something about the way that he plays with the aim there. We've always been able to tell.
They go for the knife, Anders.
Yeah.
They want the knife kill, and they don't fancy it. Doesn't work out. It will be the victory for the Danish squad, but...
He'd run out of bullets. They could have, or shells, I guess. They could have actually knifed him, but he ran out. Well, he's not wrong.
It has been a good major. I think we can all agree on that. A great way to kick off Counter-Strike 2. You guys have been amazing. Thank you for showing up in your thousands each and every day, especially for the show match as well. We've got a full house here, Anders.
It's unbelievable.
I've never seen anything like it.
No, typically people trickle in, but all the way to the ceiling of the building here, we've got people ready for the war that is still to come. Not of HE's picked up on the CT side, I'm noticing.
Let's go, baby.
Audius looking to suicide. Oh, fine, sucker. And that's enough to at least get the kill, but you know what? The rest of them were stacked on the other side. They're showing up now a little bit late to the party and running for the flames. It's not going to be anywhere near good enough. Queenix manning the cash register, but only good for the one kill. Trying to find it out here with the AK, but my God, the Danish squad, they're kind of running over them right now. Doing too much of a good job.
Well, that's one of the rounds that could come back to haunt Ecstatic here. A clean one for the Danish squad, Anders, the B rush. It's a tactic as old as time itself.
Yes, it is.
3-1, and you can see the fun gun starting to
yes, I've noticed
disappear now. They realize, okay, don't actually want to lose to this team, so might actually have to start trying, unfortunately. There's one left, there's an MP5 for Patty.
I feel like this is how it always goes in the show matches.
Exactly.
Everyone's having a great time.
Until you start losing.
And the thing is, though, they're competitive players, right? Like, it's built into you. That's why you've become a professional player to some extent, right? You're trying to win every single engagement, so I think it's kind of hard to get rid of. Even if not much is on the line here.
Well, let's see. It's suddenly been a shift in the tone. You can see people are starting to walk around. The rifle's deployed. No one wants to lose. We've got set pieces. Cadian, he knows. He's got him on the ropes here. As Chrisen opens things up, a chance for the double kill. The push in towards our Palace yields a frag with the M4. And back and forth we go. Kjaerbye, he's broken through the B defense, and that's going to be a difficult shot for Queenix to hit. Retreats for now, and the teams are segregated. It's going to be the bomb spotted by Salazar, I assume. There it is.
Yeah, but he's actually getting flanked as well. He's probably dead. It's the MP5 as well. How sick would that be if people start to figure out that the MP5 actually has some value?
It's actually a bit of a banger. Well, that's a hell of a grenade. Queenix down to 57 points of health. They've still got information, but the bomb has been scooped up. 30 seconds remaining. You'd assume it's an A finish here. We've got a bit of a lurk play from Kjaerbye. What are we waiting for here, boys?
Just
I guess for Kjaerbye to confirm the site's clear, everyone will come through.
And taking it so seriously.
Yeah, come on, lads. We've really changed our approach here. It's gone from the fun guns and rushing around with Zeus's to treating a 4 versus 2 like it is the major final itself.
Well, I mean, for them it is, I suppose, in a way, you know.
I suppose you're right.
It's the only chance they're going to get here to play in front of the home crowd, so nobody wants to put on a bad performance.
Yeah, the fun has been thrown away now. We're back into a serious game. Queenix will at least explore his options, trying to keep some hope and dreams alive in for Ecstatic, and he has not got a kit. So the knife killer's out. Will he be taken down? It's the grenade. Nice work from Kjaerbye. You go 4-1. The Danish squad starting to run away with the Sanders.
You know what I've realized as well, Henry? It's actually so unbelievably BM if you're like the mixed team to come in playing seriously, because you know, you're not going to look bad if you lose, but Ecstatic
That's what I
will
said,
say...
this is a lose-lose situation for Ecstatic. If you try too hard and run with your strats, everyone's going to, oh, you're ruining the show for everyone. But if you end up losing as well, like, that's not exactly a good look either.
You know there's going to be at least a couple of idiots on the internet who will say, oh, Ecstatic losing to a mixed team. I can't believe it.
Kind of welcome it. Let's do it. You agreed to this, boys. And yeah, the old B rush, it could actually work out quite nicely. They're up against a scout and a pistol here. It'd have to be a hell of a shot from Queenix. He hits absolutely nothing, and the Zeus looking for the entry on the B bomb side. Crizzen, fancy footwork, can't nail the shot. Zucker certainly will. He gets himself a double, and that should be it. Danish squad, unless they fall to the Desert Eagle, they'll be absolutely fine here, and it's the 3 versus 2. Smoke down towards shore. Patty, though, one step ahead. He knows what Altex is up to. Oh, does he? The stab actually connects, I believe.
Yes, it did. Okay. Well, charging the bomb side with a Zeus. Don't think we've seen that before from the T side. It's the first time for everything, I suppose. Still, they're going to be able to find it at the end. The Krieg, seeing the light of day finally in CS2. And Cadian warming the crowd up a little bit. They're winning in a big way.
I mean, yeah. The Scouts, the Desert Eagles wasn't enough to shut down that B rush, understandably so. Ecstatic probably thinking now, okay, we can't actually lose 13-1 to Cadian. That can't happen.
You're not going to live it down.
Yeah, I don't think you will. Let's see if the here come the M4s. There's still a little bit of fun being had. Queenix on the infamous Negev. We'll see whether that's going to be enough. A missed shot by Salazar. And Crizzen once again opening things up towards the A side of the map. Oh, Salazar, not your best work. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, missing a couple of shots here and now. Here come the Molotovs to follow him and hunt him back in towards the window room. Nodigus is trying, but he's standing in the flames. Still, they weren't quite extinguished. All right.
The long-range shotgun can be difficult to deal with here.
Ow.
I don't think there's much of a chance for Nordius. He's going to be painted into a corner. The knives are out. They're hunting him. They smell blood in the water. He's trying to scramble, and he's actually got himself in a very precarious spot at this stage. The bomb is almost certainly going off here. He'll have no kid and no head. Kiabi takes care of him. Light work for the Danish squad.
Oh, they're laughing their way through this at the moment. You can just tell they're having way too much of a good time. Not a lot of unity either on the Ecstatic side. Half of them trying to play somewhat seriously, half of them with the more jokey weapons on the server. So, you know, maybe they need to pick a route here, you know. Go all the fun guns or switch gears if you still can.
What's your favorite fun gun, Anders? What would you be bringing out in this show match if you were playing for the Danish squad?
No question, it would be the R8.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I'm a big fan of the revolver.
You're a bit of a gunslinger yourself.
Yeah.
Altex, he continues to demolish the A-bomb site here. Let's see if the revolver can do anything about it. Apparently not. Cadian with that Krieg getting the job done. And now they've got himself a 5 versus 3. This is looking for 7 rounds. Cadian tapping away. It's enough for one more. The shotgun will prevail in the end, as Nodius will have another impossible scenario, Anders. The shotgun in hand, 4-on-1, the knives are out. Can he do anything about it? Running out of shells here, they know it as well. They're coming for you. The Zeus will not save him. We go 7-1. The Danish squad is absolutely butchering them out there.
I feel like they're picking the most offensive way to win this as well. They start the round playing somewhat seriously. Then when it's down into a 1 versus X, they hunt them down with funny weapons and make them, you know, almost humiliate them. They're actually making this as painful as it could be. Absolute bastards, some might say, Henry.
They're bloody bastards, yeah. I agree. Right, come on, Ecstatic. We do need you to get some rounds here. No one likes a blowout.
All right, listen, we've got at least one R8 in this round for Altex. I appreciate that.
Okay,
let's hope Henry.
This is an Ecstatic round. I'm calling it now. They realize, okay, lads, let's actually get M4s across the border, full buy, and actually start winning. There we go. That's more like it. A Zeus! Oh no! It falls apart. The R8 headshot straight to the dome of Patty. Just when it looked like they were going to be running away with this round, the M4 spraying towards the ramp. It's enough for one, but another 2 versus 1. Sucker, 15 years old, and dominating. Ecstatic as he finds his 8th round.
We actually got the R8 kill. It was Cadian.
Wow, yeah.
Hadn't forgotten the face of his father, Henry. Aiming with his eye and with his mind shooting. It's great. Reciting the gunslinger's creed. It's a bit of a close range fight here. I've never seen this combination. Zeus into eye. What an absolute madman.
You love to see it. Nice fancy footwork with this Mac 10 as well. Double headshot, and that's the round where Ecstatic were trying. Now they're kind of into the territory of like, okay, trying didn't work. Let's maybe look like we're having fun again. Back to the shotguns, the P90s, the Negev, and a couple of Deagles here. We do need to see some rounds from Ecstatic. It's getting a little bit worrying for them. The Scout of Altex, though, spots one towards the ladder room. Bit of a default here from the Danish squad. Currently up 8-1, round number 10. Only a couple more opportunities for Ecstatic to find some success here. That shotgun surely gets the frag. Cadian goes down.
Finally, Ecstatic trying to answer back, even a Deagle connecting. All right, and the Scout will take down Altex. Finally, Ecstatic been stuck on one round the whole time. Prison, oh no, he's getting another one, a headshot mid-air to bring down Patty. And it's back from a 2 versus 5 into a 2 versus 2. What just happened in the middle?
I have no idea. Never seen anything like it. The RA doing some serious work, and the B bomb side is wide open. Flashbang was about to be deployed here, but they're going to respect the smoke, at least for now. The young guns, Sarkar and Krizen, hoping to shut down the AWP. No dice thus far. We've got the Scouts in a 2 versus 1 clutch. Speaking of 2, we've got 2 on the board now for Ecstatic. They needed that round, Anders, and they convert it. And they've recovered a couple of AWPs as well. So a double orb setup to salvage what was looking like a disastrous first half.
There's not much of it left, I mean, but to be fair, in these kind of scenarios, it typically is going to be easier to play on the T side just because you can just run all 5 players somewhere and have a bit of a field day. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ecstatic might have a little bit more fun in the second half themselves, but Krizen really coming up with some excellent shots so far in the show match, you've got to say.
You've got to say. A triple, make it a quadruple orb setup.
Oh, he's
5
timing
snipers on the CT side. We're going back to the B rush. Oh my God, a jumping Scout. Unreal.
Yeah, bit of a throwback.
That's a major special.
Yeah, we all remember that position. Well, less on the line this time, but you still,
Yeah, slightly less.
A little bit
I don't
less.
think anything's on the line.
Nothing, in fact.
Yeah. Nothing actually on the line in this particular match, but Salazar burning away. Kiabi showing the world he's still got it. The kid can still aim. The youngest major MVP the world has ever seen, Anders. Older now.
Happens to the best of us, Henry.
Yeah, can't stay like that forever. And in towards the B bomb side we go once again. This time it looks like Cadian can get the plant down. He loves a clutch, especially on Mirage. And he's got his weapon of choice as well. A Scout, I beg your pardon. Here, that will do, as he does find equalizing frag as we get thrust into a 2-on-2 situation. Queenix on the retake here. You can see no one's already messing around now. They want to win this round hands down. As the first frag will be found, it's going to be advantage Danish squad.
He wants to Seuss him at the end again. Nothing if not a showman, Cadian. Now he's sneaking through, tapped up. Here comes the Seuss!
Oh, 20,000 volts straight to the spine. Cadian's loving it. Give him some attention. The main character of Counter-Strike, Anders.
He is.
Getting it done, doing what he does best.
Even when he can't qualify for the major, he still makes it here somehow.
Oh, look at that. There's a throwback.
The production is off the charts today. What are they doing in here? They've got everything.
They're trying as well. Everyone's trying.
They are actually tryharding. Okay, now, nice.
That's what I wanted to see. Auto snipers, Negevs, and shotguns. My kind of Counter-Strike game as Kiabi brings it back to a 3-on-3. We've got aggression towards top and middle, but is punished by Altex. Salazar, Queenix were a difficult round ahead of them, but the auto sniper didn't make much of an appearance this major. Didn't really see anyone step up with it.
No, it's been a real long time in the past. I mean, it had certain maps, Train being one of them, funnily enough.
Yeah, and that was about it. But it certainly, I think, in the future might have a place in Counter-Strike. That's neither here nor there. We're going to have Salazar waiting patiently towards the A-ramp, hoping someone will fall back. He's got a guaranteed kill. That's a knife. If ever I've seen one. A chance at this retake. It's the final round. Bomb's ticking at some pace here. It's up to Krizen. Flashbang.
He's going to Molotov it. If he just Molotovs it, they're trying on the other side. He's sitting in it. A long defuse still ahead. Krizen. Oh, don't knife each other. That would be a really bad way to go. But the grenade is too late. And it will be a 9-3 finish at the end of it.
Oh, it gives us hope of overtime, Anders, that final round.
Dastardly Danish squad doing a lot of work out there.
Very important last round there. Real chance for Ecstatic to get back into this one. It all starts with a pistol victory, which they'll more than likely get. There's the Negev strap. We were all waiting for it. Finally, it's deployed. And a glorious knife as well.
Listen, if you have enough bullets, eventually you're going to get the kill. It's not like a monkeys and typewriters thing going on.
I called this strap.
You did say
I did say we could have a fully equipped team with dualies. I've never seen anything like it. I've said that a few times. This has been a few world firsts here today as we see the dualie rush into an open B bomb site. You couldn't write it. Oh, there's another one.
All right, Alltech's trying, but not succeeding. The dualies have the bomb site. They're not planting the bomb. They don't care. Salazar says, who gives a damn about the bomb plant? They've changed the meta of Counter-Strike. They've given up on T and CT sides. They're just playing for the kills. I can respect it. Around the world, they've run all the way through the B bomb side, through the middle, and now finally planting the bomb on the A bomb side. Don't know if I've ever seen anything like it. Here comes some more Zeus kills potentially. Kirby, oh, he's too far away. Low on health, but they should have this round.
Should. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Salazar doing what he can, and he's doing significant damage here, but it is not going to be quite enough. It's going to be close. Are you excited? Do you reckon he's got it?
I feel like he's got it, Henry. I think we've seen the limits here. It's a quad kill for Kirby. He's up to 15. It's been a long time since we've seen him on the stage. I'm sure he's trying to make the most of it, as the Danish squad will get up to 10. Real close to just crushing them in this.
The bomb was planted, and we know that's a buy.
That is true.
There is a real chance they can come fighting back in this second round. I saw Galil was purchased. I'm sure that's just the tip of the iceberg. Some SMGs will be brought to the party. There's the MP5.
You gotta hope so.
P90.
They're running out of rounds to cover this one.
Nordius has just gone with the Glock.
Experts have called it the
Glock and utility.
Critical showmatch in history, Henry. So they're really falling behind on this one.
Oh, it's an important game for everyone. Execution in towards B. It's been open multiple times. The flashbangs are deployed. And you can see the utility man of no gun who hold the backlines. And we've actually got an M4 here, ready and waiting. The Danish squad looking to pretty much confirm the victory if they can defend this B push. Not going to be enough. Kiabi, though. Are we going to see that shaky aim? Looking a little bit more stable these days.
Okay. That was his calling card. That's how we could identify him. Surely you don't change that after all these years. All right, bomb's been planted. Let's see what Ecstatic have got towards in the afterplant here. Deep on the Galil towards the bench position. MP5 at the edge of the smoke. It couldn't really get any more sneaky than that. Kiabu never even know what hit him. Nordius definitely role-playing this round as a secret agent. Gonna only be the one kill for him, as the Zeus will come out and take him down. But I think, again, out of time almost in the round. Ecstatic finally picking up another round. All right,
that changes the landscape of this game significantly.
Slapped him with the gauntlet, didn't he?
That's almost better than winning the pistol at this stage. Ecstatic can bring it all the way back, and like we said, that does start the conversation of overtime as well, Anders, which is what we're here for, if we're being honest.
I was personally hoping for a tied game at the end, Henry, just to really underscore this.
I know you like them. Matches when they go 12-12, we don't have time for overtime, so we're just going to call it a draw. That's the best possible outcome.
That is the high point. If we can get there, I'd be very happy. But
everyone wins.
That's exactly right. Okay, here we go. They forgot about Cadian in the corner, but he's only got the deagle, and
oh no,
you just can't do it, can you?
Oh, he tried to take absolutely everything there. Didn't want the double kill. Looking for that triple. Zeus may be able to find something.
Yeah, call him Katie Can't.
Katie Can't. Oh, he's going to hate that, Anders. Don't do him dirty in the Royal Arena.
I don't know if you figured it out yet, Henry.
This is his dream to play here.
It's true.
We made it happen. And Ecstatic are back online. Triple kill the AK-47. Money in disarray for the CTs. Oh, we're going to have to take an eco here. No two ways about it. The Danish squad, they're looking weak, starting to shrink out there.
Yeah, the lead slowly eroding in front of them, running out of money. The pressure is starting to build. Maybe they could take a tactical timeout, Henry, and bring Cyclone into the mix. He did say he had anti-strats, so some expectations on his part. His reputation as a coach, it could be on the line for this one. He might get fired if he doesn't.
He might get fired. Yeah, that's true. I didn't consider that angle, but if he does lose this match, he might get fired as the coach.
Mouse might just say, that's it.
Yeah, this is not good enough.
You've tarnished the brand, and we no longer want you.
Well, there it is. The B-side's open. I think this round's already over. Once that gets planted, courtesy of Nodius, we'll be done. Paddy, adding insult to injury. That MP5 showing it is a viable gun in top-level Counter-Strike.
The Zeus comes out, and it's Jebu trying to run through the flames in the window. Sucker, he gets a stab in, but it's not enough. He was in the corner. What some in the past, Henry, have described as a despicable position to be in.
It really is. So, a few more rounds. Ecstatic fighting back, looking stronger than ever. Now it's AKs and MP5s. We have got a Queenix Negev to deal with on the CT side here as well. Who's top fragging? Nodius on the T side of Ecstatic, and Kiabi right for the Danish squad. He's got himself up to 17 kills with Cadian. He's not going to allow him to have the top position.
Surely not.
That's for the King of Denmark.
Yeah, the main character, as you said, he's managed to wiggle himself in here, and he's putting on quite a show for all of us here. Nice spray. Catching him mid-air.
Yeah, touchy.
You're right, there's less of that shakiness happening that we're used to seeing.
He's back ready for the next major. And a 3 versus 2 Danish squad. They need this round. Their money is a real issue. Kiabi with the hat trick. Nice work with that M4, and it's going to be the MP5 to potentially steal it all away. Oh, he runs out of bullets. That is a real shame. Danish squad 1 round away from map point here. I can't believe this would be the result. No one saw this coming, Anders. The Danish squad, no one believed in them. No one thought they'd be able to touch Ecstatic in this sort of matchup, especially on Mirage.
Yeah, they've turned up in a way that no one was expecting, really. I mean...
Oh, okay. The first appearance of the sawed-off shotgun.
That is a rarity. Only really a handful of pro players throughout the history of Counter-Strike has actually used this in real matches. Probably JW is responsible for about 90% of the pro kills.
Cobblestone.
Cobblestone, yeah.
On drop down, yeah. He actually used it more often than not. It was bizarre. But we might not get a chance to see it in this particular round. The auto shotgun, though, doing some serious work out there. It's difficult to keep track, but Kiabi is mowing them down. Significant damage inflicted, and the Zeus to close things out. Ladies and gentlemen, it's map point Ecstatic in a terrible position now. They've got $2,000 to keep the dream alive. Not so fun anymore, is it?
No, only Nodius he woke up to the reality of what was happening, but it might have been too late. The rest of his team, they're still shuffling around with random weapons. Got another MP5. Got an R8 out on Queenix. I appreciate that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this could be the final round. If the Danish squad manage to pull this one off, it's one of the biggest upsets we've ever seen in the Royal Arena. We're gonna have to blow the roof off the joint. We'll see if Sucker can kick things off here. Pushing up the underpass, they have no idea. First kill is found, and it could be enough to close this game out. They've got almost nothing to work with. The Mac 10s trying to inflict some damage here. The Zeus! Unbelievable!
He actually got that kill. The jumping Zeus to try and win this all-time important show match. It's going to be Patty to go down. Dragon and Nodius left, but just one of them here as the Danish squad looking to defeat the other also Danish squad. It is just one man left.
Oh, Cadian, come on now.
Oh no, mutiny.
That's very, very disrespectful.
The kingdom is falling apart. Henry's cracked right down the middle.
We do not want to see any more team frags here, Cadian. Close it out like a man, come on. There it is, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise to the Danish squad. They take down Ecstatic 13-6. And what can only be described as a show match. We had it all, Anders. We had R8s, we had P90s, Mac 10s, sawed-off shotguns, auto snipers. But it wasn't enough. Ecstatic only finds 6.
styled on by the main character of Counter-Strike, that is Cadian. And also Kievi with a vintage performance really showing up. And
Yeah, rolling back the years.
them. Yeah, the old boys, they still got it.
Oh, absolutely. With a nice controlled cross-air, Kiabi posts 23 kills. And you can see what it means to them.
Probably one of the most important days in their lives. No question about it. But they're being gentlemanly about it, you can tell. Some hugs, some awkward high fives. Nobody really knows. Is it a fist bump? Is it a high five? Are we hugging?
That is the worst feeling.
Oh, so like a mix of everything. It's really the worst that can happen.
Well, there it is, the Danish squad. Make some noise, some young guns out there.
Yeah, big moment. Sucker down in front.
Here we go, an old classic. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have been amazing. Thank you so much for joining us for the show match. There's only one thing left to do. We'll throw it down to big man James Banks with a winner's interview.
You can't run away after you just had that fun out there. Did you enjoy this, Sucker?
Yeah, it was really a special event for us, and it was really fun to play with the big names.
And it looked a little bit too easy for you.
No, not at all. They were very good opponents, but we figured out to play with Zeus, and Negev were really good.
So Negev, new meta?
Yeah, it's a new meta for sure.
Royal Arena, did you enjoy that? And what did you think of this crowd?
One more time.
What did you think of this crowd?
It was unbelievable. You're an amazing crowd, and I'm so happy to be in my home country.
There we go, guys. Give it up for Sucker. All right, next up, we're going to be giving out our displays to all of the players here. We've got Mr. Chad Sponge Birchall to do the honors. And these are very special looking as well. Mr. Cyclone, did you enjoy that at least?
Yeah, it was very fun.
And you just have to make sure you support your NXT boys no matter what?
Of course, I also think Casper did a great job, making sure they had a good time.
What was he doing to make sure they had a good time?
Take the pressure off a little bit, you know, just saying, let's have fun with it. There's no pressure, just enjoy it.
And that's what it's all about, just enjoying it. Kaden, you even got the national anthem song. I didn't think that was even going to be possible. And did you at least have some fun up here in your hometown, home country?
Yeah, it was great, you know. I think I actually have a message for the Danish fans and for everyone who showed up. When I failed to qualify, when Astralis failed to qualify, when the Danish OGs in the matches and these guys failed to qualify, I did have my worries about how the atmosphere would be in this arena. And I know that we also have the Golden Hornets, Roaring Bears, Danish Corner, stuff, people from all over the world. The Brazilians up there to the right with the drums. But I will say that this arena has lived up, not just to my expectations, but to the expectations of a major. You are more than worthy. Thank you for showing up and supporting all the teams. You guys have been fucking amazing.
Very well said. Kaden also is a master of the microphone. And another master of that microphone is our host, Richard Lewis. It's time to get ready for the grand final.
Thanks, James. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said about me in my history, so I appreciate that. Right, yes, we've had a fantastic show match. Great to see Katie in here. I'm going to be hosting the main event, which is going to be the grand final, and joining me on the desk, we have three of the best to ever do it. You can see I didn't get the memo about the bow tie, by the way, but it is Maniac, always looking amazing. We've got Blair, and we've got Pimp. So first of all, guys, just let's talk about the occasion. I'm really looking forward to the final. I think it's a final that promises it could break records, and obviously I think we're going to have a great crowd response because a lot of Na'Vi fans, a lot of FaZe fans, and Carrigan obviously the last day standing. Lots to look forward to.
Listen, there are so many enthralling storylines going into this grand final, right? The first one in CS2 as well. Carrigan as a fan favorite. I am so ready for it. I'm going to try to manage my energy and not pop off immediately. You know, let's ease into this. Let's ease into this grand final.
Yeah, we still got like I think an hour or so to work our way through this one. But yeah, I mean, I don't think think I could have dreamt of a better run we've had so far in this playoffs to head into, potentially Carrigan getting crowned a King Carrigan in the Royal Arena, right? So I'm just so stoked. I'm just pacing myself.
Yeah, for my money, it's just been a super competitive major, right? I feel like every single game has had its own life. Every single game has had its own nerve. The stories have been great. The individual performances have been great. We came into the tournament talking about Saivu, the donks of the world. Yesterday was Monacy stealing the show. Today it may be Carrigan. I feel like every single day have delivered something new. So for my money, it's been a fantastic major so far.
Yeah, and also I said last day in standing. Obviously, you count. But there we go. I want to talk about our sponsors. You saw them getting handed out down there, commemorative disc plates. Obviously, disc plate have sponsored the major. I'll put that there. And you can see they've got officially licensed Counter-Strike artwork, over 200 different licensed materials there that you can get. Super easy to mount. They're obviously made of metal. They go on magnets.
How do they work?
They're just amazing. And because we've done so well over the course of the major, they even raised the discount from 30. It's up to 30%. So 1 and 2, you get 30. 3, you get 36% off if you use the code PGL. You go to displate.com/PGL for that, and also a reveal. Hold on, I got more things under the table, and I'm making you nervous, Matthew.
It's all right.
Sorry,
I'm giving you the space.
This is their new product. It's called Textra, right?
Whoa.
And what it is it's textured metal plate. So you can see it's got a little 3D affectation. Let me just see. Oh, there it was. I've got it with the light there.
Ooh, look at this.
So you can see, hang on. There it was. There it is. Right. Do you see that at home? And this is like brand new. They're adding new designs to it all of the time. So again, if you go to display.com/PGL, you can just go in the search bar, type Textra, Textra, and you can check something out and channel your inner wolf.
Does it look like Loki, Matthew? I know you have a sweet dog at home.
Yeah, I do have a husky
similar.
at home, and there is a resemblance. I can see my husky in there.
I hope he doesn't look at you like that, mate. I'll be worried for you.
When I'm having food in my hand, and it's ready to come
I'm
at
trying
me.
to have dinner, yeah.
Immediately.
All right, anyway, so look, as well as that, this segment as well is going to be brought to you by a new initiative from Save the Children called Save the Game, which we'll take a look at now. Yeah, so that's Save the Game. They're obviously focused on mental health, which, it's one of those things. I'll start with you here, Jacob, because I know you've done so much to promote physical health as well. But, mental health, we're still sort of catching up to talking openly about it in a way. And I think this major's been a really good place to, put a spotlight on it. We had Stico, of course, donating some of his sticker money to mental health causes. So I just wanted to get a few thoughts about, the importance of taking care of your mental.
Yeah, I feel like both mental health and physical health goes hand in hand. I'm sure you guys can attest to that as well. God knows that we all have had our troubles. Growing up with Counter-Strike, it's not always been the nicest, let's put it, the language that we use towards each other. So I think learning from our own mistakes and owning up to it, and then at some point, try to be the best possible inspiration you can be. There's no one out there who's perfect, but I think if everyone is striving towards a better mental health and also a better physical health, you get a long way for that. So I think it's a very important cause and something we should take seriously.
Yeah, definitely, I agree. I think normalizing, reaching out and offering support to your friends, to your ones you know. We have this incredible platform that is gaming, right? And first and foremost, it is about connecting with people. And I think we obviously know how to use the negative side of it. Lord knows the internet is full of it, but we have to be very public and open about, let's make good out of it. Create something, create connections. I've had some of my best friends from the game, and I think it is a support net that we have to use and we have to promote, so good on them. I appreciate that.
I mean, if I talk about some of the best friends I've ever made, well, doing some of my slightly darker times, it is from Counter-Strike, it is from gaming, so to speak, right? For me to know that a lot of people, they're getting put away from something which has given me so much, it has hurt me quite a bit. So yeah, just be nice, guys. Just be nice to each other. That's about it.
Yeah, try your best. So yeah, got to save the game .gg to check that out. Right. We can start.
And now we fight.
And now we
now we
do
fight.
battle. So, guys, obviously, we'll talk about yesterday's games first. I want to start with G2, and I want to do something that's going to surprise everyone at home. Now that my nightmare is over, okay, and G2 can't win the major. Obviously, they lost yesterday to Na'Vi in a great series. I just wanted to point out a few things because I did see a lot of criticism going the way of the IGL Hooksy, and I know often when you're a leader, you have to carry the can. But I'm just going to say to everybody out there, no. Look, we gave Dan a pass, over on Vitality because Ziwu didn't show up. His stars, Hooksy stars, didn't show up at all yesterday. Hunter and Nico were terrible. He was getting blamed for a veto. That was the coaches. I'm just going to say, you can make arguments about whether Hooksy should or shouldn't be in this team, but there is nothing you can take from that match yesterday to use. It was other people's responsibilities.
I think it's completely delusional to make the conversation only about Hooksy and the maps that they've chosen. When also just look at the way the third map went. Like they were in a position, they could have done it. There were a couple of rounds that were lost that changed the course. I mean, we'll obviously talk about this JLS for the years to come in Counter-Strike, one of the most impactful round. But I agree with you. I think Hooksy is a very easy target in that regard. I think it's a mental shortcut for intellectual laziness when it comes to G2 to just say, you know what, now it's time to just remove. Hey, you know what, let's look at ourselves in the mirror just a little bit and question beyond the Hooksy what went wrong in G2. And you're right, the stars didn't show up. Only really m0NESY did what he had to do in terms of expectations. So why the hell is Hooksy catching strays only? I mean, that's normal.
I mean, I was critical of the veto myself as well. I'm like, I wasn't a fan of what happened over there. I wasn't a fan of Inferno getting banned, but I was like, G2 as an org, as a team, you have a manager behind, you have a coach behind, you have the IGL, and I'm sure everyone had to have an agreement for that to actually happen. So yeah, putting the blame solely on Hooksy, I don't think was right. That could have been a 2-0 if Nico and Hunter then completed with that 1v2 for
Well, Hunter hasn't even shown up in CS2, in my opinion, let alone in that series the other day. Nico is going to be up there by the end of this tournament, but, it took him a while to get going as well. Yeah. You can only do so much if your star players kind of floundering.
And let's be completely honest, right? Look at G2, look at the players, look at who's been missing. They were in a semi-final. They were 1 round, maybe 2 rounds away from booking a spot into the grand final of this major with 2 of the star players not performing. You're looking towards your Nico. You said he was warming up. Yes, the quarterfinal was a positive sign of life from Nico, but overall, nowhere near the level that we expect him to be at. He's not yet feeling comfortable within Counter-Strike 2. Hunter has been a shadow of himself. We can talk about the Nexa JKS debate as well. I reckon it's nuanced, when you talk about Hooksy, when you talk about G2, it is complicated to a big degree, but pointing fingers at Hooksy after yesterday, as you said it's lazy at best.
Yeah, and I'll give him a lot of credit as well. Did that losers interview, which if BlameF's watching at home.
For the leaders,
right? Yeah,
but that's what captains do.
Take notes. So, a lot of respect. And I got to say as well with Taz, and I saw Taz at the bar, and we might have had a shot together. And I just said, listen, I actually coming round to the idea that, you can keep that lineup together, and you've just got to get Nexa plugged in and performing, Nico back to the player he was in CSGO, Hunter has to turn up, and they made it to a semi-final of a major not playing well.
I know where your heart is. The issue that I have is I don't know if from within G2 believes that this lineup should stick together. That's my problem.
Sure, maybe.
Listen, we were talking about possible roster moves happening prior to the major. Noises is happening on where is Nico going. What about m0NESY as well? That's my problem. If now we have a guarantee that all of the 5 players on that team want to stick together, and it is how they want to do it, I don't really have a profound problem. But I just don't think we are at that state at all. I think it's vastly different.
I agree, and I think you answered the question yourself, Richard, by naming 3 issues within the team. Normally, when you look towards a lineup, you're looking at maybe 1 player or 2 players or one situation where you feel this is not optimal. If we make a switch right here, take Na'Vi as an example, you're looking towards Imma right now. Maybe a better player could come into his position and elevate Na'Vi despite them being in a grand final of a major. The thing for G2 is, who are you pointing fingers towards? People want Hooksy out. People think Nexa is bad. People think Hunter is bad in CS2, and no one is showing up for Nico so far, right? So we have 4 potential issues within the lineup where the only constant is m0NESY.
So just save m0NESY.
Save m0NESY. Maybe m0NESY should just leave G2 and then...
I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that. And I'll tell you why. This is looking like Simple back when he was playing in the Flip Side and all those teams, where you're looking at how good this guy is. Wasn't winning anything, although m0NESY has had a little bit of success, right? It took such a long time for Simple to really find the success that he deserved, that he was earning. I don't want m0NESY to wait that long.
That was Saivu the first couple of years in Vitality. He was alone within that team. No one was helping out.
And so much so, they were doing interviews going, hey, we're not just Ziwu and friends, right? Yeah, exactly. So yeah, look, I don't know what the future future looks like for G2, if I'm being honest with you guys. You know, they cut very forlorn figures back at the hotel. I think they felt they needed this one. And I think stability is always a good idea. It might just be the case these players aren't going to be good in CS2.
I'm almost willing to bet my left kidney. They're coming out of the summer break.
He's putting a kidney on it,
We're putting a kidney on it.
I mean, I actually need that kidney. I've got dibs on it.
Coming out of the summer break, G2's lineup as it is right now won't be the same. I think something is going to happen within that lineup, whether it's Nico going somewhere because of his contractual situation, whether it's Monesi maybe leaving, going to somewhere else. It's going to be hard to buy him out. Whether it's Huxi being replaced. I think there's so many questions within the G2 camp that I can't possibly imagine nothing is going to happen.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll talk about Vitality as well. I know we were on the desk for that segment, so we might be covering some of the ground we covered on the broadcast, but I think we sort of have to talk about, you know, what next for Vitality. They seemed really overly disappointed, I think, with getting to a semi-final as reigning champions. I don't think they should be too hard on themselves, and I also think this was an anomaly in the sense that I don't think we're going to see ZywOo get to a major playoffs again and beat as Anonymous. I know he was coming in a little bit beat up in terms of his health. I don't think you're ever going to see a Vitality that has ZywOo essentially be second or maybe even third wheel in the team.
I will agree halfway. I'll meet you halfway.
Okay.
One side of it, I do acknowledge that I don't think this side will happen again at this stage, because this was very moderate, very pedestrian for the one that's supposed to be the best player in the world. So we'll give him half a pass for the sickness situation, but still, I do believe that the playoffs were a fail no matter what. But what I disagree with is that I think there is base to be absolutely enraged losing that game in Vitality. You go back, you rewatch the Inferno, it is going to give you a nightmare for years as a leader. The amount of situations where advantages were found from Vitality, where you could see by the eye test that panic was the name of the game, miscommunication was the name of the game, poor decisions were made, and FaZe abused it. So for Dan, for Apex for that matter, he must be absolutely livid still this morning about the third map, because I think there was the space. And you have to realize, to win a major, you don't need to play perfect CS. That's good for the books and for the headlines. That's not what happens. You just need to be strong mentally and seize opportunities when you have them. Vitality didn't, and that for me is a cause to be absolutely disheartened about that loss.
Especially egregious was the fact that on Vertigo they did show signs of, not just signs of life, they just came back with just pure brute force, completely taking on FaZe after that first map loss, right? You're looking at the Vitality, all right, they're woken up, they didn't completely mentally crumble, and heading to map number 3, like you said, when the pressure's really on, we're not sure that you have this one in the bag, and you can see the cracks start to appear. I will say this though, even though ZywOo did struggle, Spinks showed that he is the star right now.
I think there's a ton of positives that they can take from this. I'm not all doom and gloom on Vitality. I think we saw not only Spinks come alive and show he can be a secondary star, we had Flames as well, and we now know there's a new ceiling for Flames that we can get to.
Yeah, hopefully. You know, it's complicated with Vitality as well, because you said it yourself, Messi yesterday was probably one of the players playing better than we expected as well, and he would be the guy you would point towards and say maybe he's the replacement, maybe he hasn't fit in to Vitality just yet. For my money, the issue is not the semi-final at the major. I think they didn't play up to par. As Matthew said, the semi-final loss against FaZe Clan, the way it happened, wasn't optimal. More so how we saw them at Katowice, more so how we saw them at the Blast group stage as well. Frustrations coming out of Apex, a little bit disjointed in that regard. It hasn't been a great year for them so far. Had it just been a one-off tournament where they go into a semi-final, they lose a couple of stupid rounds on Inferno, but apart from that, they would have won a couple of tournaments already or impressed us, I wouldn't be worried. But I think I've seen, you know, certain cracks within the Vitality camp that I don't necessarily like.
The honeymoon's over.
Yeah.
So you need to, you know, start counseling and get it to working. But it's, I don't think it's doom and gloom. I think, you know, Vitality definitely going to be a team who are going to be kind of coming together better as the year progresses.
I mean, they're still candidates for deep playoffs anyway, no matter where they go. The question for them is to be able to keep working on the playbook while addressing some of the mental issues they face here. And this is sometimes like a double lane that is really hard, a line that's hard to walk on when you're a team. You might get a bit absorbed into this quasar that is talking about, you know, what's our mental, guys? We have to be stronger mentally. And then you forget to work on your game. You forget to work on the deep playbook and what you do. So if they can maintain that effort and keep on improving, keep on being creative, keep on being critical to themselves while getting a little stronger mentally, they're going to be fine. But that's a big if.
Yeah. Also, the other thing I wanted to talk about, Simple was in the building. We saw Parla give him one of the greatest stage intros of all time. And obviously Simple gave his thoughts. You know, he's here kind of on, you know, supporting Na'Vi, obviously, in the final. I just wanted to ask about kind of what's next for him, given that Na'Vi have been super successful. Because I'm kind of worried, because he's just put out a new video series today, and it's called On the Bench. on the bench, the greatest ever on the bench by Simple. And I'm kind of wondering, whether that means that he's kind of leaning into the fact that, if they were to win today, I don't think he can come back to this team.
I feel for Simple. Look, obviously we all want to see him back in Silver. We all want to see what he can do in CS2,
not in this
considering he is the GOAT of CSGO.
Yeah, but I don't want to see him in this team.
Exactly, I agree. But here's the thing with Simple. I'm getting to the point that for him, he can go wherever he wants, right? And I know this is heresy coming out from me saying, no, absolutely not. Simple should still be playing competitive Counter-Strike. But if he wants to just move on and be on the bench and do streaming or whatever, so be it.
I don't agree.
He cannot go wherever he wants.
No, he cannot
go.
If you're Simple, do you think you can walk into FaZe Clan right now? Because I don't think you can.
No, I don't think so.
Do you think you can walk into G2 right now? I don't think so, and if you did, it wouldn't be a great match, If you're Simple, you were hoping that you could find your way back into Na'Vi in a different iteration. He's even been openly speaking about rifling a little bit, and maybe, you can have that conversation.
I mean, not just a bit.
Well, a lot, he tried it with the Falcons.
Yeah, exactly.
Only for one game.
To be fair, it was an online game.
Exactly, online game, whatever. But if you're Simple right now, your stock value, and that's a hard lesson for everyone to learn in Counter-Strike. He's been the greatest we've ever seen in CSGO. Everyone in the building in here probably agrees with that sentiment that he's given us so much to the game. Moving into CS2, your stock value as a Counter-Strike player goes down real fast. If you don't stay active, if you don't
and it started at the end of CSGO too.
It started at the end of CS2 as well to decline. So no, if you're Simple, you can't walk into FaZe Clan, you can't walk into Vitality for that matter as well, I think. You're going to be limited in your options. So he has to start somewhere else. And does he have the mental capacity to accept that instead of being the GOAT, now he has to work his way up to a better team? I'm not sure, so I'm worried for Simple.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I've said in the past, I think Na'Vi have played this so well in the sense that you're managing the biggest name in CSGO. He needed a break, and I think that's very good, tying it to what we said about mental health. Obviously, players need breaks at various times in their career. It's a very packed schedule, or, hard work, being a pro. And so, obviously, I think they did the right thing, let him take some time off. The problem is now, he doesn't just want to come back. He wants to come back in a different role. We've got a very small sample size of one series, but I'm going to say this, I was not sold on him as a rifler at all. In fact, I thought he looked very ordinary. And so, Immer, yes, he's been a bit of a flop at Na'Vi. That would be the one who would get replaced. But here's the thing. If he's not playing well, right, but the team is winning, you can't justify taking him out. And if Simple comes back and is bad at rifling, then Na'Vi can't sell Simple because no one's going to buy it.
And you have to consider intangible as well, right? It's not, when you replace a player, it's not just a plus-minus of skill. Like, oh, Simple is better, that's a plus, and so the change is a good idea. It's about how does it affect the whole structure, the whole gestalt of a team, right? What's the atmosphere? Who's getting the space? Who's getting the autonomy? And who is that second voice to LXCB? And I think, I'm not saying that Ime is making a strong case for himself right now. Individually, it's complicated, but I'm saying it's much more harder than just saying, I think Simple is a better player. Boop, let's plug him in, it's going to be fine. I think that would be short-sighted, it would be a mistake. And anything for Na'Vi, you are being rewarded, you're being vindicated by what's happening in this roster. You have survived the loss of a GOAT. You got the GOAT in your team, and he was gone. And then you are in the final major. I mean, that in itself is a huge proof of concept of how they've approached the game, how they decided to practice, how they wanted to improve as well, and how the players have survived this idea. Again, the Reaper behind them breathing down their necks. They've been able to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I think, Na'Vi have done exceptionally well. All right, hold those thoughts. I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. First, though, PGL would like to make an announcement.
Welcome to the dawn of a new Counter-Strike era. Brace yourself for an unprecedented level of dynamism and competition in CS2.
So there you have it, lots more PGL coming. And guys, the bad news is it means you're probably going to be seeing more of me at the events. Yeah, I know.
For real?
Yeah.
Oh, God, I thought it was done with you.
Back in the game, mate. I've decided.
Well,
I was talking with PGL the other day. I said, yeah, you know what? You can put me down for all of them if you want. Like, I had a good time.
And how is that a bad news? Do you think we haven't enjoyed your presence?
Can we get a Hell in a Cell?
Others, I might wager,
Can we actually get a Hell in a Cell happening here?
But yeah, anyway, so obviously PGL committing to this brand new circuit, lots of events across 2025. 2025 and 2026. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts about that because, you know, it's not really a topic we've had any opportunity to talk about.
We always praise the teams, we always praise the players for having competition, we talk about replacing each other, etc., etc. I think it's good for the TOs to feel the same pressure. We saw what happened with ESL and Blast when they went head-to-head against each other. The product that we were able to put up with both Blast and ESL elevated to a whole new level. Now PGL wants in, I love it, you know, pressure each other, elevate each other, and make sure that the product we can give to you guys out there when it comes to Counter-Strike becomes even better.
I mean, more Counter-Strike. There's nothing bad about that. It's when we're more Counter-Strike, we're going to have more competitions happening. And for teams as well, the really cool thing about the Counter-Strike ecosystem as opposed to maybe other games out there is just that so many more opportunities, not just with the majors, but with your ESLs and the Blast and the PGLs and whatnot. So there is no negative side to this. This is just great.
Yeah, I mean, listen, more competition is great, rivalry is great, but what about the big S word, saturation?
Yeah. I worked at a few esports that have done that.
They're going to have to play nice to each other, you know, make space for each other. I mean, at least when it comes to Jacob and yourself, we've been in this space before in Counter-Strike, where it was just basically a mayhem. It was a mayhem. It was many different TOs. We were flying everywhere. It was a great time in the game. I liked that moment. I enjoyed it.
I absolutely loved it. We used to have a time when 2 tournaments would run simultaneously. One pair of teams would be in China at an event in Shanghai, another one would be in Europe. So we didn't see the same teams play the same tournaments over and over and over again. Navi would pick one tournament to participate, FaZe would be at another. So we could actually build up the storyline that maybe if they were at the same tournament, we could have that match, but we have to wait for the next tournament or the next one again. And I absolutely love that. You see it with football, you see it with all other sports. We don't get to see the same teams play the same tournaments over and over and over and over again. And if that's a part of that, I love it.
Yeah, and look, obviously as well, I mean, you know, the kind of death of the partnered league system is going to open things up. I mean, you know, it's going to be really good for teams. You're going to get to pick and choose. You know, if there's overlapping tournament dates, you're going to have to choose one. And you're going to have to maybe dodge some teams you're worried about because you're going to have to get those ranking points. And that's how it's all going to be done in the future. So I think 2025 legitimately, you know me, I'm an old cynic, right? But like, I'm actually...
Are you excited now? Are you positive?
Actually, yeah.
There we go.
Actually.
Rich is actually positive.
Yeah, like I'm actually an optimist about this new system for like the first time in I don't even know when. Because I'm like what Jacob was saying. I was getting so jaded. I'm watching the same matches all the time. What are the stakes? There aren't any. You know, and then also, not only do they just play each other all the time, they then end up going into another bracket where they play each other again at the same tournament. Like, I can't do this, guys.
I mean, I love the fact that, you know, with CS2 coming in, obviously we're talking about a new game, you know, a new reset of the game, and also the fact, but along with that, if you're having the soft reset of the tournament system, so to speak, or maybe a throwback to 2014 to 2015, but a little bit more refined, a little bit more cleaner, I think that's great. I want a bit of a shake-up. I think that's what keeps Counter-Strike as a scene really, really cool and fun.
Yeah.
Valve gave it a shake. It's like a margarita in this bitch. Just let's go.
And I want to add as well for all the people who post on Reddit and social media, you know, Valve don't care,
those
blah,
guys.
blah, blah. Yeah, those guys. You ever heard of them?
Yeah.
You know, Valve here actually taking a lot. Care. Yeah, Valve here taking a lot of feedback from us and other people, you know, about any improvements they can make to the circuit and the game itself. So I think this is actually, it feels really fresh. We're back at the start of something beautiful. You know, it's kind of why I got into esports in the first place. You know, you're traveling all over the world, you pick and choose your TOs, it's a new game, we don't know where it's going to go to developmentally. Yeah, it's kind of like 2012 all over again.
But we've learned.
Yeah.
We've learned along the way.
Yeah, well,
better version of ourselves.
12 years of mistakes.
But let's also manage our expectations, right? Because it's not going to be perfect from the get-go. It is going to be a new system. It's a new world with known partner leagues, more tournaments, more TOs, you name it. It's going to be a little bit trial by error. There's going to be something that's going to suck. There's going to be some scenarios that we probably could avoid, but let's not pretend it's going to be perfect. It's exciting. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Something new, but nothing is going to be perfect.
You know we're going to do this thing where we want to eat the cake and have it too.
Yeah,
you know, we're going to play by the points, and then FaZe is going to have 5,000 points. They're not going to show up in the event. People are going to be outraged. Why? Why is FaZe dodging this event? Like, hey, we're going to have to accept the rules of the game. We have to accept it.
At least the tournament or you know their tournament partners now can't punish them for not being there.
That's fair. Yeah,
right?
I'm okay with that. I have no problem.
So
just you have to accept the rules as they come. Then.
Yeah. So look, it's 45 minutes on the clock. I'm looking up at the big screen. We're going to start ramping things up. It's time to take a look at FaZe's road to the final.
FaZe, Na'Vi, this is our first major grand final of Counter-Strike 2, and it could not be bigger. With good reason, both teams came to Copenhagen with lofty goals and high expectations. But expectations were shattered. both teams were at one point a single match away from exiting the elimination stage of the major. However, it would seem their fates would not be sealed.
Tontic's down, 5 seconds. Zero, dead! And FaZe knock Team Spirit out!
Under the leadership of Carrigan, the superstars of FaZe crushed North America's dreams, outwitted the tournament favorites, and finally removed life from Vitality.
Rain, always stoic, and if you let your guard down, if you do that, you'll die! Look at it! Bask in the glory of the FaZe clan!
Madger with a shot in the back, but he does go down. Centauris will fall. It's Na'Vi to bring the chaos to Copenhagen and the pain to eternal fire.
On Na'Vi's side, Alexi B, the mastermind, his grand design finally coming to fruition, allowing them to fend off Brazil, Turkey, and a rising, scary G2.
Modesty, what have you got? Misses his first, getting overrun. It looks like G2's time here in Copenhagen is over as JL racks up another 28 frags and counting. Hunter caught out. It's all on Nexa. Na'Vi pulled into the grand finals. One more kill. Wonderful gets it. Sometimes your opponent's just having a really good day.
And now, here we are. Just FaZe and Na'Vi remain, both on the brink of etching their names into the history books. We should consider ourselves lucky, because for the first major grand final of Counter-Strike 2, we get to witness the Battle of the Giants.
All right, we can start setting the scene. I should stipulate as well, I showed a little bit of my bias. I said it was FaZe's road to the final. It was Na'Vi's as well, of course, but I am probably rooting for Carrigan. I'm just going to put that out there.
Mentally you're there. Just shout out to Pala as well and his vocal cords.
I know.
Sticking in it, staying alive, respect to him.
Just made it to the last day.
They made it.
Unlike so many others. So, yeah, let's start. I'll start with the FaZe road to the final.
Yeah.
I think this has been an unbelievably legit run and a masterclass in sort of peaking at the right time.
Yeah, let's take people back to the group stage, because that wasn't pretty for FaZe Clan whatsoever. They once again found themselves in a position where they were close not making it to the playoff. Obviously, we can talk about the way to the final from the playoff and onwards, taking down Team Spirit, absolutely fantastic. Taking down Vitality, absolutely fantastic. But the elimination stage, the one you have on your screen right here, it wasn't that pretty. You're starting out by losing to Heroic, then you beat a Furia, who got nothing to show for this tournament, let's be honest. And then you lose 13-1 to EF, which put you in a position where you were one loss away from being eliminated at the major, and you even lost a map against Imperial in the process.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there is something to be said about a major not being a sprint, but a marathon. And it's a very long event, and it doesn't really matter if on one day, it's maybe not the best of one days, that's a bit of a problem, but if you have a bad day in the office, you can always bounce back. And FaZe are the beast. They are the ones capable of stepping up and improving their playstyle, and I think we all knew, and if we are still surprised, are we even paying attention to FaZe? Like, have we learned about nothing? Their first trophy in Sydney starts with a loss, and they win the entire event. We could have seen it coming, we should have seen it coming, and once again, they make a statement about their ability to step up their game when they have to.
I mean, they're the most consistent team so far in CS2 at the highest level, having made the finals of every single LAN, every online event as well. You can take a look right there. Winning Sydney, winning the online event right there, winning CAC. And then when they fell to the best team in current form at that point in time. You're talking about Vitality, you're talking about Spirit with a miraculous run they had in Katowice. And then right now in the major, they are once again in the finals. And you can't deny this from FaZe, right? Like you pointed out, sure, they stumble. It's not pretty at times, but they get it done. And that's where a lot of teams fail. They don't get it done.
That's no joke, right? We're talking about maybe the most competitive era in Counter-Strike. We're talking about the spirits coming alive, the vitality. We even had G2 in the conversation. You're talking about an era of Counter-Strike where there's so many good teams, where the ground level, so to speak, where the foundation of every single team is higher than it's ever been. And you put up 7 events in a row where you go into the final of every single event. That in itself is a massive achievement, regardless of whether them winning or not today here. Obviously, losing a lot of those finals would suck and haunt their reputation. But being at 7 event finals in a row, that is almost unheard of in this era of Counter-Strike.
I mean, if you look at the pick'ems we saw yesterday from Valve, where they showed the FaZe with the lowest picked amongst the semi-finalists, it's because their path was against Spirit with that freak of nature Dong, that phenom, right? They're facing them against the quarterfinals, and then they had to go up against potentially Vitality, a team who has been the bane of FaZe's existence for the past 3 months, and they get it done still. This is FaZe. This is playoffs, major FaZe.
I mean, listen, it's a byproduct of 2 things, if you ask me. One is obviously an incredible depth within the roster. And there might not be always a player that will be a capital S superstar, although Broky's had a couple of times these numbers here. But the fact that you have so many players who can step up, it just, by the mathematics, it improves the chance that someone is going to step, someone's with an S. That's the first step. The second step is the type of Counter-Strike that they play. And at that game, it's sometimes easy to maybe sleep on Kerrigan and say, you know, the map control and the call, that's all fine. No, he's got a very sustainable way to play Counter-Strike. There is creativity within a framework that works for FaZe, that makes them hard to predict, but allows them to replicate high-level CS time and time again. Because they're not just showing up with a game plan of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 set strategies. No. They beat you in the very ground rules of Counter-Strike, and you can do that from event to event. They keep delivering.
Well, I'll add as well, and you saw from the numbers on the screen, you know, look, Carrigan, towards the end of CSGO and at the start of CS2, I would say he was playing, as the kids say, like a bot, right? He wasn't very high stats-wise or whatever, but he wouldn't be. You get IGL privilege for that, so you get away with it, right? He's raised his game here individually. He's winning duels against elite-level players. He's clutching.
You are right, Richard, but it's been happening for a long time.
Sure.
That is something that, once again, if you truly pay attention to Kerrigan, you will see. Amongst the sea of stats, there's a lot of red. There is a lot of red. That is just a fact. But whenever you hit the quarterfinal, semifinal, grand final moment, he will be capable of having a few maps here and there, where specifically at the beginning of a map, he is the one to lead the charge. And he will overperform compared to what he is used to do or supposed to do, and he will deliver 10, 15 kills within the first 8, 9, 10 rounds. That's what he does. He keeps on doing it. So I personally, I'm not that surprised of the numbers he's having now. I know he can. We're at the major. Where else would Kerrigan elevate? That's what he does.
That's my issue really, right? Because I would like to upplay just a little bit. We know he can, but he's having a 1 rating at a major where he's faced Spirit, he's faced Vitality in a semi-final, he's heading into the final now. We talked about it, we've seen it with the eye test, the impact he's had, and statistically speaking, I know it's been close when you look through his stats, but this is his best event in more than a year from the pure stats of it. So he has stepped it up a little bit. He's matching Rain on the server. Robs is just 0.05 better than him as well. We can talk about Robs having a bit
these are 2 bad stuff. These are 2 bad stats for them then.
They are bad stats for them, sure, but for Kerrigan to post a 1 rating, you know, given the competition, given the pressure, given we're in Denmark, inside the Royal Arena, it's a statistically best tournament in more than a year, so we got to give him the credit that he deserves in that regard.
Absolutely. Also, I want to just point out as well the contrast between the 2 teams in the final in terms of overall success. I don't know if we have the stats. I don't know if we actually put these together.
What are you looking for? Are you looking for trophies or finals?
Yes,
absolutely. I researched the numbers. That's bonkers.
Yeah. Well,
can we fit it on the screen?
We probably have them, but I can give you a ballpark. When you're looking at the likes of FaZe for Carrigan and for Rain, you have it. You're looking at 40+ grand finals played for Carrigan, 29 finals played for Rain as well, and a sea of other occurrences for Frozen, Robs, and Brokey. The amount of trophies as well. Now,
you want to know what blew my mind?
Tell me.
The Frozen one.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's been pretty young. You have to realize.
That's for real.
He was in Mouse. There was not a whole lot of finals to be played. It was mostly towards the end of his tenure here, and there was a couple of trophies here and there. But where it really hits is the next graphic, the one that shows about Na'Vi. And this is where the contrast is actually about to rock your socks. Because this is not even the same world. It's not even the same category. There's only one player in Na'Vi, really, that's LXCB, that has a whole lot of finals. Bit has trophies, but that's also because he was part of the golden Na'Vi generation, where he raised up as a rookie. And now, these are the numbers that you're looking at. And this is not even close. This is a whole new bargain. This is a whole new level. Wonderful has never played a goddamn grand final in his entire career. career. That's what we're talking about. Going up against a FaZe that has 100+ combined. I mean, listen, from experience on, they got him booked. That's just a fact.
No, 100% agree with you. And that it is crazy that Carrigan alone, forget Carrigan, even Rain himself alone has more finals and more trophies won right there. And yes, the experience play comes into the topic when they're talking about its grand final.
Of course.
Right? And I love the fact these numbers are there because it really quantifies how big of a gulf is between the experience. And this isn't just any finals. This is a major grand final. So if you talk about experience, I mean, it's completely tilted all the way for FaZe.
The thing that stood out to me as well is LXCB. He's been in 9 grand finals, right? He's only been able to win 2. That was one of the critiques we had of him when he was in G2 and in his other rosters. He had a limitation almost to him. He could get a team to a semi-final, he could get a team to a final, but he would rarely win it. As you can see, only having won 2 out of 9 finals, not a great track record for LXCB. And now he's facing FaZe inside this arena. He's facing Carrigan, who has a pretty good track record, of winning finals. So for LXCB, it's truly another test to whether or not he still has that limitation attached to him, or whether or not he could surpass that.
And what a polarizing figure LXCB is, right? For the newest fan in Counter-Strike, the people who just welcome, first of all, you've made an amazing choice. Thank you for being with us. That's the right game to be there. LXCB, he was put on the radar with ENCE, the Finnish team. That's when we started noticing him.
6 years ago.
2019, that's Katowice, exactly. That's a grand final in there. That's completely overcoming expectations. And then from this moment on, it's been a little bit up and down, lackluster. There is a camp in the community that says he's an absolute genius who's been dealt bad apples and rotten apples and weird rosters, but don't worry about it, he's got the game figured out. And there's other people who say, what the hell, you've been playing with Nico, you were in G2, you were in IP at the time, and you got nothing to show for it. So now, this is such an opportunity for him to make a statement. You take this Na'Vi roster, and you actually take it to a major trophy against FaZe. I mean, listen, what you gotta do? Vittu perkele, that's all you gotta do.
I have to say this though about LXCB as well. There have been a lot of criticism, as you pointed out. Like, is he the problem? At some point, if everything stinks, maybe you are the problem, right? And there were doubts being raised right there. But NIP, we know what a messy project that was overall. Everyone's spoken about it. I want to touch about that. But it's able to pull this off, especially with the caliber, the pedigree of players he's got. Sure, Im and Jill, they played good at the major, right? But they don't have the pedigree as some of the players in FaZe or a G2 for that matter. You get Wonderful coming in, who's going to be a nervous little kid. Like, oh shit, I have to play in simple shoes. This is not going to be easy. And he still makes it work. Bit learning English as he's playing in the game, taking English lessons just to calm with the team. And if he's able to get this motley crew to a grand finals of a major, one of the most competitive eras of Counter-Strike in a span of a few months, man, he is shutting everyone up.
But I think that's the sharp contrast we have to accept, right? If it was Carrigan moving into this final, leading Na'Vi, I would be a little bit more comfortable saying that Wonderful haven't played a final. I'd be a little bit more comfortable saying that Emma have only been in a couple of finals before. But it's LXCB who's only been in 9, and he's lost the vast majority of those. So if you're Emma, if you're Wonderful, you're looking towards LXCB, it's not a player that gives you the faith that, listen, he's been here 100 times before, he's won so many times before, he knows how to get it done. Fact of the matter is, he doesn't know how to get it done. He has that little limitation to him. You can argue that with ENCE getting to a grand final in itself, mega impressive. With G2 back in the days, with Ametek and the boys getting to a grand final, mega impressive. Even with NIP, he's been vindicated. Let's talk about that later. But you haven't won that many finals, and that's a bit of an issue. If you're Wonderful, if you're Emma, and you're looking towards LXCB for comfort, you're not...
bro, if you're Emma, don't look at LXCB, look at your monitor to start with. Like,
but there is,
let me just,
but there
just
is one man,
a little bit.
There is one man you can look for for comfort when it comes to winning. It's Blade.
Blade will give you comfort?
I mean, he should be giving them some comfort, because the thing with Blade is he's going to be the guy who's done it all, right? And he's kind of reinvent everything around this particular lineup. And he's just looking at him, and this is also going to be a testament to his system. The system. That is what they talk about every single time. Doesn't matter what the pieces are. Doesn't matter who we have to work with. The system, full faith in the system, as long as it works, even though you might have a 0.8 rating in the game, that's all that matters. And this has also been a progression in the way Alexi has been playing with this team. You go all the way back when the team came together, it was way more regimented, way more controlled, way more structured.
He had to.
And now he had to. And now he's giving the freedom. The faith has been instilled in his players.
I mean, listen, it always has to be a sort of a reciprocal situation, right? You cannot just say, hey, boss, give me some freedom. No, you have to make good on it. You have to actually have that autonomy. And I think players like Jail and Ime have been able to, at least in the calls, maybe not always in the fragging department, but we talk about Blade, something that is criminally underrated in the team is the osmosis between a leader and a coach.
Yeah.
That in itself is such a strong core to have. And it felt like at the very beginning, LXCB and Blade didn't necessarily want to play the same kind of Counter-Strike. You're LXCB, you've had things your your way for a while. You come into the Na'Vi where, boy, you better do things the Na'Vi way. This is how we've been winning for years. So I think they've also gone a very long way to find a compromise, an entente, on how they want to work the game together. And now it's coming to fruition. But it was not easy from the get-go. I mean, you talk about comfort. Blade is not going to give you comfort. He's going to give you feedback.
And the thing that they all had, faith in each other, because you need to have faith in each other. You need to be, all right, I'm going to try your way, and I'm going to try a little bit of your ways, and we're going to see if this is going to click in. The fact is actually borne fruit so far. Listen, Blade said, he's like, just the semifinals, that's what we're aiming for. I think that's a very reasonable expectation to set, and they managed to do it. And now, obviously, if you're here, just take the final step.
Yeah, well, look, there's a stat that they might find comforting. Alexi B might be extra confident today because this is Carrigan's record in this arena. We've got it ready, apparently.
You're trying to upset the people inside the arena right now?
It's not been a good home for him at all.
He's been in finals in here before. We looked at the fall finals back in 22. He did lose a game to a fan favorite in Cadian. I remember that game very vividly. It was a fun game, massive game. You saw Cadian smash a monitor, smash each other, and super, super happy for winning that one. Of course, that hurt for Carrigan. He comes back the next year. He goes into another final, the fall final 23, and he loses quite convincingly to Vitality 2-0. So for Carrigan, being inside Royal Arena, as we heard him say it yesterday, everyone in here supports him. Everyone in here loves Carrigan, but they're yet to see him win inside the arena. And I think that adds another layer of pressure towards Carrigan. It's a man that we often praise for not being affected by the pressure. It's a man that we often praise for being level-headed, being calm. But imagine if you were to lose a third final inside Royal Arena in front of this crowd who are all showing up to watch you win, and you can't get it done at a major. That would hurt, that would amount pressure, and that would potentially be something he has to deal with throughout.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm with you. It would be absolutely crushing for Carrigan to miss that chance here in Copenhagen. But I will say, if there are players in esports that try to play the card of I don't really care about the crowd, it doesn't really work for me, Carrigan is the polar opposite. Like, he's been embracing it fully. He's the one that works the crowd. He talks to the crowd. He gesticulates as he's playing. You could see him against Vitality, a couple of calls. He was actually giving them the gold.
Unbelievably
I got him.
calm, like crazy.
He does that, and I think it feeds him. And he knows that works as well. It works for the opponent. I've played against crowd. I know what it is to have thousands of people rejoice in your sadness. Thousands of people being happy about you made the wrong call, you made the wrong gamble, you've been headshotted, you've been glocked, you've been knifed, and everyone erupts in happiness. And I know how that works, and Carrigan knows it too. And he's going to weaponize it as good as he can, and so he should, and good for him to do it in Royal Arena.
Yeah, well, look, I also want to just, last point about FaZe, and then we're going to talk about Na'Vi for a bit, and then we're going to start talking about the matchup. So, you talked about the osmosis between a coach and an IGL. Neo, it's crazy that the great one, the GOAT of 1.6, has kind of like not really been talked about at all in terms of his coaching career with FaZe. Look at that record that he's achieved as a coach, and I've got to say, I don't think he's actually had a lot of credit.
No, I think there's two reasons why that is. First and foremost, it's very hard for us to know exactly what's going on behind the team lines. We can often lead from interviews, we can listen into them. Some players are open about it, willing to speak about the coach's impact within the game. Blade has been a great example of that. Sonic in the major have been a great example of that. But for Neo, it's not something we hear about. Second of all, the way Carrigan is picking his coaches is not like everyone else. Carrigan is not interested in having a guy like Blade who's coming in with a way of playing Counter-Strike. Whenever Carrigan is on a team, you play his version of Counter-Strike. You're playing his philosophy of Counter-Strike. He is in charge of the team. And if you can, as a coach, stand behind him and help him make his life easier, prepare for him, maybe give feedback to him, bounce off him, that's great. But you can never overtake his team. You can never come in a situation where, let's say Na'Vi as an example, back when Boomich was in-game leading, we gave more credit to Blade than we gave to Boomich as an in-game leader, which at the time maybe was a bit harsh. That would never ever happen with Carrigan. So he's picking coaches that is supposed to stand in the background, and that's the reason why we're not giving the feedback that we probably should.
And we're actually, I was privy to having a chance to talk to Neo at IM Sydney when he just come in as a coach, and he told me himself, he's like, I'm not trying to be Raban. I don't have the trust of the players yet. I don't know how the system really works right now. I don't know how it really operates as a family for this team, because this team does feel like a family, like a bunch of friends who are very close to each other. I'm an outsider coming in right now. I cannot dictate the way I see the game. I'm going to take my time. I'm going to spend this event just watching. I'm going to have a little bit of inputs here and there. I'm just going to observe. And that's what he did for a couple of events. And then now you can see him really giving an input. Now he seems like it's part of it. It's gelling together.
You saw what happened yesterday, right? We're all pointing fingers at Hooksy for a bad video. Tess comes out and saying it was actually my idea. I take responsibility for that. Things that would never happen in FaZe. Things that would never, ever happen in FaZe is Carrigan not taking responsibility for the video. It's his team. It's his version, his philosophy. If Neo can help him, great, but it's still his team.
And I'm really cool with that. And I think think when you're winning, that's all nice and good. But when you're losing, I think this is where his position becomes a little bit complicated. Because it's a give and take. If you are a coach that's hands off a little bit and your leader takes charge, when do you feel like you have the authority and the space to step in when that's necessary? And this is where we have to give him a whole lot of praises to be able to walk that line, giving Kerrigan the space that he needs to perform optimally, because God knows he can. I mean, you talk about Alexi B having been a leader for quite a while. Kerrigan's had a decade to perfect his craft as a leader, but Neo still needs to know when to strike, if you allow me to use that term, when to say, hey, listen, this is the time out now, this is what we're doing wrong, from day to day, from event to event. And this is very impressive that he was able to do that in a team like FaZe that has a clear path on how they behave as a team. There's not a whole lot of margin to reinvent. You're not doing feng shui inside the apartment. You're just working with what you've been given and you're trying to improve it.
Yeah, so speaking of which, Na'Vi, obviously I think there are some parallels we can draw with this international lineup. And let's say, for example, what Mouse Sports have done. You know, they have taken a lot of inexperienced players and they are giving them a crash course in how to deal with pressure and how to, you know, compete at the highest level. And at this tournament, at least, it seems to be working. I mean, nobody had them making it to the final.
And it's a great point you're making right here. The obvious example is wonderful. Coming into Na'Vi, obviously blowing off the server, playing good Counter-Strike. The one thing I wanna say from the get-go, want us to stay away from, this is not a learning experience from Na'Vi. Yes, after the game we can discuss whether or not it was a learning experience, but for them to come into a grand final, they cannot have the mentality that this is a new roster, international lineup, we're coming in and we're trying to learn from this. Because of course they've never been in a position like this before. We saw it, wonderful, never been in a grand final. Immer, been in one major final, you know, not too bad, coming in for the second time in a row, by the way, but most of these guys are inexperienced compared to what they're going up against. A lot of people would say, a lot of people would already by now, before the game even begins, say, listen, it's just a learning experience for them. We can't really anticipate and have too high expectations for them. That's not how it is. You go into a grand final with the goal of winning, and then afterwards, yes, you can.
I mean, if you're gonna use Mouse as an example, because you say you bank on experience and you give players a new ground to sort of perform. There's a massive difference here. Mouse had a core that knew each other.
Yeah.
They had something. They had a pre-existing relationship. They grew together, and that already is a bind that Na'Vi absolutely didn't have. This was a mishmash, a team that came together that we didn't really understand the hows and how. Who's going to be the superstar and who's going to be the second voice? And Bit doesn't speak English, and Alexi B has never worked with Blade. It's like there was so many equations. You would think you're in high school trying to figure out how this team is going to work, and that's why I truly think they deserve a truck ton of praise to be able to do something coherent out of pieces that had nothing to do with each other. Absolutely not. Might even not have wanted to play firstly together as it were, and then it still work out anyway.
I think a lot of praise has definitely got to go the way of Alexi B and for Blade, right? Obviously, as the very differing ideologies as how to approach the game. And if either one of these were like, no, I'm not gonna work with this, we would not be seeing this team here on the stage right now. So the fact they're committed to it, the fact that someone like Bit's like, major winner, by the way, the only major winner on that team right now. He's like, I'm just going to make this work here with Na'Vi. I'm going to learn a language I'm not very comfortable speaking. I'm going to somehow manage to somehow still find impact here. I think a lot of praise. I feel they've already achieved more than what any one of us expected, even themselves. But, you know, now, I completely agree with Pimp right now. This is not really stopped though. You're in a major damn finals. You go for it. Alexi B has been here 6 years ago. Slay that demon.
Yeah. I mean, if we're going to give praises to the coaching staff, let's extend it just a little bit as well. Ursula, psychologist within the team, can you imagine the amount of BS she probably had to deal with to make this roster work together? How many different problems and dilemmas must have arisen between different cultures within the game, outside the game, the frustrations, the limitations of players out there. You have Bit, who, again, has to go into English mode for half a second. He's playing an anchor position sometimes. I'm sure the first weeks he didn't even know what the hell is going on the server. Absolutely lost. You have Ime, who's supposed to be a superstar, who gets traumatized by Simple the first few weeks. He's thinking, what the hell, what am I want to go back to Shuhei. I want to go back to Game of Legion. I swear to God. Like, there were so many obstacles on the road to greatness where they are now that I truly think this is worth not one praise, but truckloads of them.
Here's the crazy thing. When you think about Na'Vi and when you think about the player material they have, we can both agree that Immer coming into the lineup, he's a much worse player now than he was in Game of Legion.
That's fair, 100%.
Yet they're in a grand final. You look at another player as an example as well. You look at JL. I think he's upholding the same level we saw in Apex, maybe a little bit better. So it's the support player. It's the.
There's a world where he ends up being the major MVP.
He's in the run-in.
There we go. He's in the run-in. Wonderful coming in as the inexperienced guys. He's the one stepping up as well. You're looking at those players who were supposed to be the star players in your Emma and in your Bit, and you would argue both of them are worse off in this new iteration of Na'Vi. Yet the some of their parts is much better off. The team is playing much better Counter-Strike. So we're back to a conversation with, as you said, we don't have a superstar with a capital S within the team, but you have a team that plays together.
Are you gonna really tell me Wonderful is not in that category quite yet?
Yeah.
He's not a star?
He's had a great tournament so far. He's not there.
It's a miracle run. It's a miracle run.
Yeah,
I need more data, Maniac. I need more data.
I agree he's underrated, but there's like, okay, so underrated, rated,
overrated.
Yes.
Like accurately rated, super
you think
spot
he's
on.
actually rated right now?
Yeah, he's not a superstar.
Not underrated.
He's not underrated. He's not super rated.
Mate, if he pops off,
y'all better calm down. I'm just making a point here. What the hell's going on?
Listen, if he pops off in this major final, brother, right, and he absolutely lands it, you know, and seals the deal for his team and destroys FaZe.
Right, so the goalpost is becoming the MVP of the major in the grand final.
Yes.
Tell me
that's a pretty high goal.
Tell me,
it's a pretty
tell
high
me a
label.
1.30 rating, 1.13 rating right there is a superstar at a major. He's had great games, he's had great impact, maybe even more impact than the stats suggest. A 1.30 rating is not a superstar. You're looking at your Nikos, your Saibus, your Donks. You're looking at ratings and
two
players
of the names you've given are below that.
I know they played a shit tournament right here, but over the course of 6 months, they've been absolutely fantastic. Maybe not Nico, but the rest of the guys. You look at players who are able to consistently put up a 1.3, 1.4 rating at the biggest events. Wonderful is not
You also need to win. You also need to
all.
win to have these numbers.
Yeah,
you need
sure.
to win to have them.
And also,
in the loss, that's hard.
Wonderful's in the final, huh?
I think the expectations we're setting here for Wonderful, I mean, it's understandable, obviously, right? But Jail was here yesterday after the win they had, and it was Jail who said, you know, it doesn't really matter. You know, he's running in, he's playing with conviction. As long as we get the win, it's good enough. And speaking of Jail, man, like, he has just transcended, I feel, at this particular event. He's actually, you know, after he got picked up by Na'Vi after the post a major, he kind of struggled a little bit. But coming into CS2, he has just risen. This exponential rise. And if it tapers off here at the major, it could just be the perfect storm.
I mean, Blade gave us a peek behind the curtain a little bit in an interview, and he said, you know, Jail has this apparent ability to switch into psycho mode when he gets into the server, just wants to destroy whoever's in front of him.
I've been very impressed. I've been impressed with the way he's played. I've been impressed with the way he's communicated in the games, like firing his team up.
Yeah, and
I've been impressed with the way he's carried himself, you know, outside of the game. Like,
and that's risky. Yeah. That is risky because in esports, we all want to have a personality. We want charisma, we want big statements.
So we can hate on them.
Exactly, but if you do and you fail, oh, mamma mia, people are ready. They have already 50 tweets in the draft, and it's coming right there. So for JL to be able to walk the walk after having a bit of smack talk and personality, and I mean, again, I will say, I do think his ace versus G2 was a life-changing round. I think it is a life-changing round. Literally, it's a path to a grand final in a moment that is incredibly pressurized. So if JL can do that again, man, listen, that's just respect.
All right, guys, we've got about 6 minutes before we're going down to the stage. So let's start setting up the specifics of the matchup. Obviously, we know FaZe is the more experienced team, the more tenured team, the one with the most achievements. But Na'Vi are the young upstarts. They were not meant to be here. We've got two great 1.6 legends working as coaches, one certainly more experienced than the other. We've got two fantastically gifted IGLs. Let's just get into it.
You want to talk specifics? I think we should continue with the wonderful conversation going up against Brokey. I think both those players in this tournament has been fantastic for the respective teams. My issue with it is Brokey has played well for FaZe Clan, but Brokey can have a game off and FaZe can still walk away winning this final. Whereas if you're wonderful, you cannot have a game off. You cannot play well in this grand final and expect to walk away with a trophy. So this matchup right here, both players have had a fantastic tournament so far. As I said, for Wonderful to have a 1.13 rating, I think arguably he's been better by the eye test. Yes. Has some massive matchups. But my point stands right here. If Wonderful is having a game off today, there's no way Na'Vi is winning. They depend on this young man.
The biggest disparity for me when I look at the 5 players on the side of FaZe and Na'Vi is, sure, take away the IGLs, take away Carrigan, take away Alexibi. You have perhaps, arguably, the best players for each respective role in this FaZe team. You're looking at Brokey as the op, a potential clutcher. You're looking at Robs, you know, the lurk. You're looking at the star player in the form of Frozen. Looking at the entry, the caveman, that is Rain. It's like on any given day, each of these players could be the best role player in their respective roles on this particular team. And that is what separates them from Na'Vi.
My point is, as well, if you're calling Wonderful a superstar with those numbers, what does that make Brokey?
I mean, that's an incredible performance he's having here. I'm not going to debate it at all.
But not a superstar.
And there is a definite correlation if you look at the trophies from FaZe and Brokey's performance. What we've attacked him in the past is inconsistency, is having incredible superstar-like performance, because that's what he's having here, and then having 1, 2, 3 tournaments where you barely usher his name and you don't even see him with an op. So I think it comes with the territory. But yes, this is absolutely a superstar performance from Brokey. He's delivered on all cylinders, and he has fully embraced. I think this is the danger with FaZe Clan right now. The danger for Na'Vi, if It's going into chaotic situations with players that absolutely revel in it and love it. Brokey loves it. The crazier it gets, the freakier it gets, the better it is for him. And that's a thing that they have embraced fully. They've done it against Vitality. And I don't know if I was going to call them the kids of Na'Vi. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But I don't know if the kids can actually deal with that kind of situation. Because FaZe already, they're going to do it dirty. They know how to do it. They did it to Vitality.
Yeah, is there anything that we're not seeing about Na'Vi? Because I'm telling you, I've been in these tournaments before where we have a heavy favorite, a home favorite, a crowd favorite, and you've got an upstart team that aren't supposed to win, and they just silence everybody.
Well, I feel like the one way we could go about is we could talk about Na'Vi a little bit later on. I think that is one discussion we can touch upon where Na'Vi could try something a little bit sneaky. We talk about Carrigan and his mind games and his vetoes. Maybe Alexibi could sneak in something of his own. But look, the pressure really isn't too much. There is pressure, don't get me wrong. There is a major final. You are the absolute underdogs. But if you can get into your minds and be like, guys, even if you lose, it doesn't matter. Just play the game. Just don't play too safe. Don't play the classic Na'Vi Alexibi style slow and structured, because as Matthew just pointed out right now, Carrigan's going to be throwing everything at you, including kitchen sink and maybe even a nuclear warhead your direction. And you need to dodge that. You need to handle it. You need to dance with it. And also, we saw the interview from Blade. He said Alexi is giving way more freedom right now to his players. The faith is there. The trust is there. This is where the trust comes into play. This is when you're like, wonderful, you're feeling it, go for it. And that's what happens with G2 and m0NESY, by the way. That's why m0NESY shines for that particular team. And if you have that faith in your JL, in your wonderful, to maybe go for a play which doesn't make sense according to your plan book, but if you have the faith, that is how you play this game.
I've been thinking about your question a lot, and I'm having a hard time pointing in any specific element within the game where I feel Na'Vi are the favorites in this game. Yet they still find themselves in a grand final, and I've been trying to think why that is. I really think the way they default on pretty much every single map is on a top tier level, world class if some may say. I think the way they play on their T side has been the strength so far this tournament, the LXCB calls, the calmness and the synergy between the players. We have also, a couple of players who haven't stepped into the tournament just yet, so one may argue there's some untapped potential within Imma, within Bit, who can definitely play better than we've seen so far, but there's a lot of ifs, There's no doubt that FaZe are walking into this grand final inside this arena as the heavy favorites, but I still feel we haven't seen the best from Na'Vi, and if Bit can come alive, if Imma can come alive, some of the lurks we've seen in this tournament on the T side has been fantastic. It's more so on the CT side. There's definitely a world where Na'Vi can make this super competitive.
And I like that you mentioned Ime, because I do think we have to be careful. We have to be honest and not be too lenient with the situation. Because it's one thing to have a headline where we say, if we win, it doesn't matter my scoreline. I guess he has. There is a point behind that very great sentence that in the end, if you have a trophy, who am I to tell you didn't win the tournament? But there is a reality behind, if there was to be a failure, then there is going to be a moment where questions are asked.
For me, it was too much too soon. He should never have been airlifted into a team like Na'Vi. The pressure is immense. You can't go from Gamer Legion off the back of a series of life games into one of the biggest esports orgs in the world.
It also depends where we go in the context of where you're going. There has been players in the history of the game who have made an immediate entrance into the top level and did absolutely well. Frozen, who else? Rops? These are guys who were immediately thrusted into the very top level of Counter-Strike, delivered immediately. So there's always a double conversation.
Looking after them though as well.
That's my point. That is my point. That is the context. One is a little bit on the individual, what are you made of? And the other one is the context, the environment, the nurturing of these talents. And no, look at me in the eyes and tell me simple nurtured Ime when you join.
Oh no,
absolutely not.
Simple doesn't nurture anybody.
We know how he works. We know how the man he can be. So there might be something to be said about the context of where he started too, and maybe the damage is irreparable. That's my fear.
I'll tell you this though, this might actually be unprecedented in a way that there is a team in the grand finals of a major where your star player plays all the star positions, well, most of them at the very least, on your CT side. He is your worst rated player, even, second worst rated player alongside LXCB. IGLs can get away with that, but he's a star player.
That's a huge problem.
Lowest rated player, one of the lowest rated players in the major and in the grand finals as a star player. And you contrast that with Frozen. Look at his numbers. Look at what he's doing for his team. It's actually, I feel, almost a miracle to hear with Imma's performance.
Final point, Jacob.
If anything, that's also a sign of what we spoke about, the foundation within Na'Vi. You are at the grand final, and you can allow yourself to be inside the grand final without having your star player playing well. It's not necessarily built up around Imma. He's not supposed to be getting a lot of kills. Obviously, more would be nice. Certain games would be won where they could have lost, etc., etc. But you have a team who's able to make it all the way to a grand final without your star playing well. If that's not a testament to a good T-side and a great foundation built by Blade,
what if he plays well? What if he plays well?
Maybe they win the final play.
Boom, there we go.
Right. Well, let's get the finalists on stage.
Arena, this is what you guys asked for. It is the Copenhagen Major. And this is the grand final. Are you ready? We are completely full. There is no room for any more people to sit in this arena. And we are about to show the world why the Royal Arena, while you guys, the Counter-Strike fans, are the best in the world. Let me hear you! Now, you guys all have mobile phones in your hand or something that'll make some light for sure, yes? Get your mobile phones out. The lights are gonna come down. Put your lights up in the air. And look at that. It is absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for being here, because Counter-Strike, the Counter-Strike Major, is a celebration of everything we love. And it is a celebration of these teams that fight and work so hard for this. The boot camps, the time traveling away from family, from friends, the dedication to a game that they've spent their lives playing. And the ultimate goal for every player is the major trophy. And both of these teams are fighting for this today. So Royal Arena, let me hear you! Entering the arena first. This is the most consistent team in Counter-Strike. They have constantly fought no matter the lineup they have. They are the PGL Major Antwerp 2022 champions. And they're looking for another one today. It's FaZe! And their opponents, they have successfully attended 20 out of 20 Counter-Strike majors. Including this one, they've been in 6 of the finals. They've lifted the trophy back in Stockholm in 2021. But this is the first time they have a chance of doing it with their new international roster. The dream run can continue right here and now. It's Na'Vi! The teams are now on the stage. Alexi, come on over here. Carrigan, you as well. Carrigan, you told me, right? The boot camp before this major was to give you that little extra %. You think you have it now?
I think we have played some great Counter-Strike. And I think now has played super great as well. That impressed me.
I mean, I just know that this is a dream come true for me. And whatever happens in this game,
I just think it's going to push Counter-Strike to a new level. I'm just looking forward to play out finally.
That's what it's all about. And this crowd has been amazing. This crowd has been supportive. But you told me earlier in the tournament with Spirit, then it was Vitality, and you said you didn't have that pressure. But now against Na'Vi, you said they can be a tough team to deal with. But do you feel like the favorites now? Do you feel like the pressure is on?
It doesn't matter who is favorite. In a grand final, everything can happen. I've tried that many times in my career. But I know for sure there's pressure. We are FaZe Clan. But I've learned pressure is a privilege, and this is a privilege to play in front of all these people here today.
And you have played in front of this people in this arena before, for the Royal Arena. How much would it mean to you to win it now?
Let's talk after the game, and I just know that, like I said, today's a dream come true. Whatever happens, I've been here, I did everything I could, and we have to respect the enemy. They're playing incredibly well, so I just hope for one of the best finals, and normally, when we play finals, it gets very chaotic.
It certainly does. For you, Alexi. When we first spoke, it was a long boot camp for you guys. It was 15 days of boot camp coming into this event. But there has seen a change in this Na'Vi. Is this a change enough for you to go all the way now?
For sure. I think we've been living and breathing Counter-Strike for the past, I don't know how many months. And I think the work is finally paying off, but we're still not finished.
They're still not finished, and we will soon find out how it goes down. But on that, what did you say to your team? Because in comparison to FaZe, right, this team is not as experienced when it comes to the stage and this situation.
We're just so happy to be here. We're so happy to share the stage with such legends. And we know that we deserve this moment, and we know we worked hard for this moment, and we're just gonna own it and show what we're capable of.
And in terms of what you're capable of, you haven't faced this phase with this lineup, right? Does it feel like it's going to get wild? Do you feel like it's going to get chaotic, like Carrigan said?
It is. I'm hoping for so quality CS. I mean, everybody knows the FaZe Clan, and you know, it's just I just think that we've been manifesting this moment for so long. We're gonna show what Na'Vi CS is.
That's what we want to see. We're looking for the best Counter-Strike. Good luck, have fun to both sides. I've sat on many stages. I've been privileged to see this so many times, but this is absolutely beautiful. You guys are amazing. But are you finally ready to see someone lift this trophy? But who is gonna win in your eyes? Is it Na'Vi? FaZe? Na'Vi? FaZe? And what about Counter-Strike? The battle is about to begin. Richard, take it away.
Much, James. Indeed, the winner is Counter-Strike. Capacity crowd, all rooting for FaZe, most of them it seems. What a final. Anyway, podcast mode over, major mode activated. Let's start breaking this down. Obviously, so much dependent on the veto. Let's start there, guys. Where do you think we're going to go?
I mean, FaZe have the edge. No, FaZe have the edge here, obviously. Yep. You know, the Vertigo, both these two teams don't like playing Vertigo, so obviously, if you're Na'Vi, you're not risking it. Not in the major grand finals. They're going to play the first Vertigo right there. They should be banning it out. And this is where FaZe have the advantage. That's where they get off to a right foot. They can just ban out a map where, you know, Na'Vi probably have the edge over them. Maybe an overpass where FaZe have struggled a little bit on. Maybe a Mirage, which is a comfort map for Na'Vi.
Listen, I think the interviews were very telling. A few words we've heard. Alexi said, I would like to see quality Counter-Strike. It's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen. FaZe is not going to give you quality, good CS. I know he would like to have it by the book because he's a problem solver, he's a mathematician, he's a scientist, he can do it. That's not what's going to happen. So you talk about maps, give yourself a bit of breathing room in the map. Give yourself something tactical, maybe we can slow down the pace. Don't go down in the octagon with FaZe. They're going to choke you out. There's no way out.
What about Mirage? That's my issue, right? Because I feel like Na'Vi so far in this tournament have played fantastically well on Mirage. But you know FaZe is the team who also like to play Mirage.
They destroyed Spirit and Mirage. Absolutely wrecked them.
But if you're Na'Vi, are you picking into Overpass with the risk of starting T-side, where we have seen Na'Vi struggle as well on the exact map of Overpass, or do you go into something where you've actually found success every time you played it at the major, which is Mirage?
I agree with you on that, and that's why I feel, I mean, I'm not doing predictions, so to speak, but I feel Na'Vi should just go with Mirage. Play it a little bit safe. They have really good protocols. FaZe, though, Nuke. Do they go with Nuke here? Because Na'Vi can play this map, even though, you know, it has been a little shaky yesterday, for example. Is it going to be a safe veto, is the question. I think FaZe stick with Nuke. I think they play the best Nuke right now in Counter-Strike.
Well, they
okay.
the tires.
The switch up.
The switcheroo. God damn it, Carrigan.
Oh my God, you're gonna give Na'Vi Ancient after the map that we've witnessed against G2? I mean, listen, Carrigan has that moniker of being a little bit of a madman. The Mirage pick
this is insane
from Na'Vi. And listen, Jacob, I'll extend you the courtesy. I think you're right. There is a question that we need to figure out that goes beyond just the maps. Is Na'Vi ready to play a grand final?
Yeah.
Do you have what it needs to actually step up the game and resist the chaos? That doesn't really matter on the map. And we have Inferno as a third.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Is that not the best map as a third, historically?
Listen, historically speaking, it always delivers as a decider. I'm glad no Overpass, honestly, as well.
I'm okay with that, but the fact that Nuke's taken out here, and obviously was going to be taken out if FaZe are going to float it, it is absolutely mental. They've gone for this, but once again, Carrigan, he's done it at every single game so far in the playoffs, and guess what? It's always worked out.
It's always worked out, you know. I'm just thinking for Carrigan, what is the reasoning behind picking Ancient? He must have seen something yesterday. He must have seen something he liked, you know, or he didn't like on behalf of Na'Vi. I think if you're Carrigan right now, you're coming in well prepared. You also very much know that there's nothing Na'Vi can do to change from yesterday night till this grand final. So you can prepare 100% for Ancient. It's a big risk, but if anything, I have trust in Carrigan.
And I think historically, he's had some of the most incredible calls on Ancient. Some of the most incredible maps of Counter-Strike that FaZe has been playing on Ancient. But I will say, the mid-rounding is a little bit below what I love to see from FaZe, and that worries me just a tad. Some of the qualities that we like to give them, Carrigan being able to find gaps in the defense with 50 seconds left, I don't feel like it's had been such the case in Ancient. They can have the good calls, they have the good executes, but I feel like if you're Alexi B and you can survive the first 30 to 40 seconds, you can force them to slow down the pace. There might be something in here. There might be something in the water in this Na'Vi team.
I feel the fear I have here for the side of Na'Vi. Yesterday, sure, they won it, and they had a massive lead until, you know, G2 almost clawed it back. Sure. But they were never really tested. It was a G2 looking completely disjointed on the T side in particular, where they kept hammering the B bomb side, and JL was just getting away with murder every single time.
Yep.
So even though Na'Vi said they have been prepping on this map, they have been putting in the work, I don't think they were really tested yesterday, and maybe that is what Carrigan is counting on.
If anything, I think it's also a sign of respect from Carrigan and FaZe Clan towards Na'Vi. We saw Na'Vi beat Spirit on Nuke, and they did it in a fashion that was super impressive. Overtime game. Granted that JL had a fantastic showing, but he's that throughout the entire matchup. Maybe Carrigan was looking at that game thinking, listen, LXB, listen, Na'Vi, that was quality Counter-Strike. I would rather not play Nuke against you. I would rather not go into the T side on a map that, yes, we've been playing well. Yes, we did well against Vitality yesterday. So if anything, it could be a sign of respect for FaZe Clan, admitting that, listen, Na'Vi, they can play Nuke. Let's try to go to Ancient. Yesterday against G2 was a little bit shaky.
But that's our criticism. That's our criticism of G2 yesterday. We don't know, why didn't you pick Inferno? Inferno is your best map. You should have 100% picked it. And it said, yeah, we don't want to play, you know, in a map that they're also kind of good on. That's the same criticism we gave to Hooksy, and I think we should give that to Carrigan as well.
I mean, listen, the way FaZe will beat you can happen on Ancient whatsoever.
True.
There's two very clear factors to me. It's early round aggression, whether or not it's successful, where you're going to see the Rain being fully committed on the B lane. We see Carrigan going down B as well.
Yep.
Some of the mid fights, you see the map space being taken away by Robs. That is going to happen again, and then it's the clutch situations. And at that game, I think the advantage is clear on that stage, Richard. There is one team that knows, lives and breathes Counter-Strike, the pressure. They drink it. That's how they play the clutches. And I'm sure FaZe is in a prime position for this grand final.
I can't wait to get it started, guys. Thanks for all your thoughts. Now, I don't need to tell everyone at home, Counter-Strike has been blessed with some of the very best storytellers from across all of esports. And like teams and players, they too dream of one day getting to a major, because it puts you on a very short list of elite level names, the true greats in your field. I am so honored to say today we add 2 new names to that list. Everybody show some love for Harry and Hugo.
Thank you, Richard. It is an honor and a privilege to bring you this first major final in Counter-Strike 2. Carrigan may be the king of Copenhagen, FaZe the nobleman of this royal arena, but now a new challenger, a former foe, flying the flag of Na'Vi, coming in from the north.
Yeah, Antwerp was a long time ago, but that's where FaZe made their fortune. 16,000 people in the arena tonight. So let me hear you!
We are blessed with some of Counter-Strike's brightest minds in the server tonight for this best-of-3 grand final. Karrigan v Alexi, FaZe v Na'Vi, and Ancient is where this begins. Dare I say, Inferno's where it ends. We have a beautiful map pool for this series.
Yeah, we really do. And I mean, you're going to be treated to two of the best tactical masterminds going head-to-head. This is exactly what we wanted out of a grand final, the first grand final in Counter-Strike 2.
To think that FaZe came straight through with the Ancient pick. Na'Vi, they showed us grit on this map last night. Now FaZe have to face it head on. Bit up in A main, looking for the first engagement.
In the right place with the dual Berettas is Bit. Nearly caught getting out of there, and Na'Vi unperturbed. They're going to bring a second player over. Easy does it from FaZe Clan in the pistol. Nothing crazy and explosive out of them just yet. But they are slowly but surely taking this main space away. And that's when Bit decides to get involved. It's Karrigan, fan favorite, dead first.
Yeah, but it does allow a player to slip into Donut. FaZe have real estate in this round, and Na'Vi haven't full rotated off that B site just yet. They don't know. They can't be certain. Alexi probes middle, desperate for information. It steps right in, he is, and he attacks. Look at this gap.
He's found the golden window right now, man. I want to keep an eye on this. Ema's kind of having to turn around and check for it, but that leads to him getting sandwiched. And so FaZe Clan are looking for the recovery. They go a man down to open up this pistol, but they find their gaps, they find their timings. And Na'Vi just have to sit back in this 2v4. They've got to come to terms with it. It might have started strong, but it's FaZe Clan picking up the pistol.
Slow and steady does win the race for Rain, and what a double entry for him, getting behind enemy lines. The MVP of Antwerp, FaZe's major trophy. And all while he was in fear of being cut from this very roster. Rain walks so FaZe can run, and Na'Vi just try and save their guns.
Very well recovered, very well recovered. And I mean, if that's a sign of things to come out of Raid, you're excited of just how far this can go for FaZe. A big game player, all that experience. Rain in this roster since its inception.
The architect, he's built it from the ground up. And a gut punch for Ema. Back-to-back grand finals for this guy. No one expected that, not with the form he came through into this Na'Vi team. But yesterday against G2, he performed when it mattered most. And we're going to keep our eyes on him today as well in this final and see if he can bring that near MVP level performance he showed us in Paris. We know it's there, he's just got to dig deep. FaZe just trying to keep this clean. Mac-10s and methodical into the cave.
I mean, Na'Vi having stacked so many bodies over towards that other side of the map, I mean, FaZe have got them right where they want them in this round. There's not much to get excited about here for Na'Vi. FaZe, this is very measured.
Yeah. Their hearts are racing as much as everyone else, Harry.
I mean, you know, they've seen what Na'Vi can do on these pistols. They've seen what JL can bring to the table there.
The fear of the Force is always a factor, but they've heard a USP towards this B-bomb site, so FaZe shouldn't be too concerned. Sooner the better before these rotates come in. And Karrigan at the helm. Just going to brute force his way into the empty site.
They don't know it yet, but they've already stuck the landing on this conversion. So that plant comes in right now. There is one man in the site with them in the form of Alexi, and he isn't being accounted for, but surely he can't make this weird. One kill off of the USP. Is there anything else from Alexi B in this round?
They got him boxed in. If Na'Vi can play this late enough, they can force FaZe to die with a bomb. We know how large that radius is on this site, on this map. And so Na'Vi go into the final few seconds to keep FaZe on their toes. Brokey loses his face. This one's getting expensive.
There's that JL Deagle and Ema moving in alongside him. Frozen is trapped right now. Frozen might need a helping hand. And so this round, it's not a win for Na'Vi, but it's damn close. A Pyrrhic victory for FaZe as they lose nearly everyone in that anti-eco round. A round that was supposed to be crisp and clean. ends up being anything but.
Yeah, Alexi keeps his troops tight, and that was a lot of rifles for FaZe, so it's not going to be too good of a feeling after that. Na'Vi have them ripe for a reset, right to break their money in round number 3. The buy comes through. Na'Vi's aggressive B-ramp moves are something FaZe need to keep an eye on the CT side. As Ades said, plenty of data, recent data, plays that can't be changed since that semi-final. FaZe want to set the pace, though, into the A site.
All right, it's been pretty slow and measured up until now, but FaZe trying to deal an early knockout blow here, running straight through main. Na'Vi have got the rotates, they're bringing everyone over, but will that be enough to stop the pace out of FaZe? Carrigan dead first, Ema and Wonderful put on a show. JL on that rotate in, and Robs is cut down. Na'Vi aren't messing around, those guns come out and immediately FaZe feel the full burn of Na'Vi.
A confident call to arms for Na'Vi. You see those instant smokes, you don't know whether to doubt them or not. Is that a commitment off the execute? Do we really want to drag every single player over? It's the mind games that we'll be keeping our eyes on in this matchup between these two in-game leaders. But Alexi calls right, and Na'Vi have just enough inside of the site. Now it's FaZe's chance to dance with pistols.
Oh, Frozen. Not afraid of the big stage as it turns out. That's nearly the double. But he gets out with the first, and that is what really matters to FaZe right now in this low buy round. They open up on the Tech-9 once again. Carrigan battered out of it. Complains to the manager on that one. Alexi with the backstab. And a 3v3 now. Silence across over towards this A site. Alexi still pressuring through middle.
This is a dangerous reset. They could lose the bomb on this mid fight right now. Alexi has no idea, but the Deagle is coming through. Brokey lines up, but he can't connect the shot. He can reset. The help comes through. Frozen saves the day, and he might go for a little bit more. JL with a tap down mid, and suddenly FaZe are favorites no more.
Only Robs left up in this one. But we've seen many a clutch out of this guy, some on this very map at this very major.
This reset is beautiful. There's no way you're ready for it. He forgot the bomb.
JL's got it in the bag. And so JL showing up in full force. Beautiful taps down through middle.
What a shot. Where did this guy come from? We saw him in the playoffs of a major. We saw him with Apex making a bit of a run, falling to the champs. But he was not putting up rounds nor matches like he has been here in the Na'Vi jersey, playing up to the level, playing up to the stakes and the pressure. His rating exceeding that of ever before. No time like the present for JL to step up. And if you remember in that G2 game, it propelled Na'Vi forward on a 7-round streak. That one ace he found so early on the CT side. Can that explosive beginning for the Lithuanian do the same here? It certainly has to the money. FaZe have nothing to show for it.
A very well recovered round, considering how it starts as well, with Frozen getting the ball rolling out through mid. Those are very hard rounds to put away versus FaZe Clan. But with the just Glocks here on the FaZe side of things, you're not too worried. Wonderful is posted, right place for this AWP.
This is kind of a nice call for FaZe because it feels like a bomb plant is guaranteed. Unless Wonderful risks it all and re-swings with a USP, which he has been known to do, FaZe should be able to get a bomb plant here, certainly. And that's overall a win in this round. The info spotted on mid. Now Wonderful knows what's up, but can he put a stop to it?
Awkward miss. That's going to let the Glocks in. Ema will take up position in at CT.
Bomb stuck.
Right now that bomb is trapped out behind the box. It moves through with Ema backing him up, and so it's well contained. Plant denied. The one thing FaZe wanted to get out of this round will elude them.
Bit of an error for Brokey to cross all the way behind Big. If he took the close routing, he could have got back to the site. And with Carrigan and Donut, that's a perfect round to make yourself some money. Money he would love for that AWP. You want to talk Brokey, he has been an absolute monster in this major. Highest rated player for FaZe, slipping under the radar. So many players, so many question marks on the MVP of this tournament. And not just the winner of this final match, but who's he going to be? No op for now. Brokey has to sit on the sidelines.
Frozen's going to try stake his claim to mid again. Was able to do it with the Tech 9, so he's working that early. Wonderful here with the AWP, and he's got support as well. In the meantime, look at this from Carrigan, creeping through at the top of the B ramp.
Nico couldn't do that yesterday. Somehow Carrigan can.
And he's even got the read here, pushing up through the short smoke. Oh my God, Carrigan is making a play. Ema's got no idea. The captain carries the torch, and the rest of FaZe Clan follow him. This B site is now so tantalizing. They've spotted that AWP over in Donut. The one man they don't know about yet is Alexi.
Oh, they know. They've got a feeling in their bones. He's in a cage. If they don't clear this, he can make a slippery play, but FaZe seem more than aware of this possibility. The one part of the map they haven't cleared. And Alexi doesn't bite, he doesn't budge.
They wanted him to shoot off the flashbang. Brokey will clear it, and well checked there. Alexi now knowing about. And so getting out is not a certainty for Alexi B. He is pinned in, boxed in, Frozen. Should have this one dead to rights because Alexi eventually has to make a move. He's the one under the pressure to try and save this M4.
He's dead. Oh! 3! Alexi finds a way. The slippery Finn saves his AK, but FaZe saved the day, and it's all from the man on your screens. Amazing double entry, pushing through 2 smokes in that round, and catching Na'Vi by surprise.
Good return to form from Carrigan as well. He's had a bit of a rough start to this game, hasn't he? Always been that first man to fall for FaZe. But he makes his play in that round there. And it brings them right back into the fold. The pressure now on Na'Vi's shoulders. Frozen once more trying to dance with these 2 players in middle. And he finds a good timing here, slipping across right as Bit is up and moved away. Rain, I mean, this is basically his position. One of the most formidable cave players you've got. The caveman of FaZe Clan. Oh, and there's an opener. Will get swiftly traded and dealt with by Bit, but that's pressure over here towards B, and Alexi can still hear these footsteps right beside him. He knows they're coming his way. He knows they're looking for him. Rain makes it across. Do they want to challenge here onto Alexi? Bit seems to think so. He's there to back up his captain, and between the 2 of them, they will hold back FaZe Clan over at Cave. Frozen's going to throw his hat into the ring. Frozen arrives.
Oh, what?
Crazy way to do it! But he can't find the second man. And that leaves it all on Rops. Smart player, listening for the info, listening for the footsteps. He goes hunting for Ema back in the spawn. That's the first on his way to the clutch. A lot more to do for Robson, not a lot of time to get it done in 20 seconds. He might need both kills here. Smoking his way, but he plays through it. That's went wonderful. Stops Robson in his tracks.
Fantastic double cave setup there. We're already seeing a lot of fights going on in this side of the map, and Alexi plays it to perfection with Bit, trading off of him. You could feel Rob's cooking, but a smoke down at 30 seconds, too tall a task. And right now, trading rounds are these 2 teams. Swapping punches, and both coming out bloody and bruised. It's FaZe with an early timeout. Legendary players and coaches on both sides chipping in. Hey, even a former in-game leader for FaZe at one point, Brief, was Neo, but now back behind the boys. Right now, we're seeing Carrigan just completely counter JL. He's killed him at least twice on this B-site entry. Did not think he would be JL's kryptonite, but someone has to.
Yeah, I mean, really, there's been 2 standout players throughout this, and that's wonderful. And JL, Ema has had a recovery since he's gotten onto these playoff stages. Right now, the most interesting one to me is Bit leading the way at 8-3.
Yeah.
The last man standing of that old Na'Vi squad.
They saw FaZe in a final.
And he's got something to prove today.
Alexi is fearless on this cave side. We often see players go through this smoke with a bit of mid-pressure. But FaZe stoic indeed, holding back behind the doors. Rain setting up Rops for an entry now.
Alexi's going to get out of there, and at just the right time as well.
Couldn't have been better.
Alexi still floating around, wants to try and end this over in cave. Rain goes first, Rops the trade. Rops, can he do it? He can't measure up to Alexi. And so that AK is lost. And with it, the round, it all comes crumbling around FaZe Clan as Na'Vi go flawlessly into the lead here.
This is such a confident game from Na'Vi right now, despite the things that FaZe have thrown at them, right? That instant A-rush in the first gun round, Carrigan just going through smokes on entries and boxing Alexi in. Na'Vi looks so unperturbed by the rounds they've lost and just keeps stacking them up. Flawless. That's going to go a long way on this CT economy. FaZe may have bitten off more than they can chew with this cheeky map pick. Remains to be seen. A rebuy now. Got to bring your best move for the table. That's a nice grenade. Yima gets bruised early. Solo mid, supporting util from Bit, who will go back to reinforce. But right now, this B site's needed little assistance. Alexi's lights out.
FaZe want middle, and with that, they've got to respect these smokes. Yima might find himself in the firing line here, drops in that second smoke in mid. Eventually, FaZe are going to look to come through this. So how long does Yima hang around for? They're looking to come through right now. So Yima just got to spray and pray. One kill from the man. Brokey caught in the crossfire. Carrigan closing in, but won't get past the double donut setup. Hats off to Bit as he recovers this round. And FaZe Clan, it grinds to a really awkward halt here.
All the spots perfect. Rob's baited the other way. And this is a done deal. Surely Na'Vi absolutely rolling over FaZe with another clean round on the bye. Can you imagine what this Na'Vi team would look like if all of these players played at their peaks? It feels like we might get that today. Bit's hitting some fantastic headshots. JL has done the same. And Alexi, an in-game leader who has been known to hold his own individually.
And it's safe to say that's the case here. Right up top of the board alongside Bit.
We've not even seen Wonderful's AWP matter yet.
So there's still so much more to come for Na'Vi. And a worrying start for FaZe.
Just forcing a B execute here. They've got so little to play with. Just Tech9's running through smokes. Nothing to lose, everything to gain.
JL inside of the site. Alexi wins his fight over at the cave, but it's Bit run down first. JL and Yima trying to contain this. As FaZe move in, they've seen a lot of names.
Oh, no!
Starting to get out of control. Alexi wrestling with the AK. Support from Wonderful. Alexi can't deal with the last man. Wonderful misses the backstab. Brokey's now got time. Brokey's now got a chance. A long way to go for the bomb plant. But don't underestimate Brokey in these clutches.
He's so decisive. He's going to go straight for it, fearless, knowing he's got that great timing and that Wonderful is a long way away. The question is, where does he go in the post plant? Brokey clearing out positions and putting it together. Piecing this flank from Wonderful. There's only one place he can be, says Brokey. No health advantage, but the info, the position, the risky post plant, does it pay off?
FaZe desperately need this round. This is their best chance yet, and Brokey playing with his food and with the backstab! And that's what Brokey's all about!
That's the FaZe we were here for. That's a FaZe you paid to see. The clutch factor, the X factor, the star power. Brokey saves it. That was Tech9's on a B rush. Na'Vi melted them. But a clutch comes through, and FaZe are back to their winning ways. Okay, more decisive B control now. Rain wants to tackle with this cave. Comes at a cost. That cost is health, but he gains control in exchange.
Brokey's delivered them the lifeline, but now FaZe have got to capitalize on it. It can't just be the one and done. This is their chance to break through and tie up the half right here, right now. Carrigan waits.
Here it is.
Took him a little while to find his footing here and get on the board, but Carrigan. That kill tees up FaZe nicely. An early 5v4, JL caught pushing. So now Na'Vi scramble for answers. They scramble to try and make sense of this. There's that wonderful AWP.
Oh!
Wonderful! No! Third shot misses. Brokey gets revenge, claws his way back into the round.
FaZe are so good at resetting in these moments. They won't give you any more. They won't chase for another kill. They will go cold. They will go quiet. The seed of doubt in Na'Vi. Can they find anything?
Oh, Carrigan does it again! Every time FaZe have needed these little advantages squeaked out, Finn's been good for it. So now FaZe set their sights on the A play. Bit will move in and deal with the captain of FaZe. Even odds right now, they're not ready for Ema, they're not ready for this, and so Brokey clutching the last, he's got to do it again. This time, one step further, one step too far! As Na'Vi collect themselves, they dust off from that rough start they're gifted there. And they deny FaZe that even scoreline on the half.
Yeah, despite those explosive entries as well, Carrigan's still continuing to ruin JL's day, but it doesn't matter. He's got his team to rely on. Bit active mid-round, and Ema does not look scared on this stage. He's here to rewrite his story today. A start with an asterisk on him. And finally, in the final round of this T-side, Brokey funded for an AWP.
Been a long time coming. How's it look now that Brokey gets his weapon of choice down the lane, over towards long? He's got this line, looking for that first incision. Brokey nails it. Tech9's run down JL. And a quick dig from Robs, the pistols, backbone of that AWP. Looking to make amends here. Ema burning alive, and it's just wonderful. Left against it all. Needs the smoke open, but that shot sails past, and FaZe with one AWP and a collection of pistols. They've left an impression here, trading blow for blow down the stretch at the end of this half. Wonderful is just praying that anything connects, that he can get something to give him an edge. Brokey wants the knife. Brokey's getting ballsy. Wonderful flashed, and as he moves up, if he pulls this knife, Brokey will fall, but Frozen trades, and FaZe pull up with just that AWP and the pistols, and they get something to latch onto heading into this second half.
Just enough. 5 rounds. You're not celebrating if you're FaZe, but you're well and truly in the game. Some clutch rounds coming through, but Na'Vi playing to another level right now, a level we've never seen out of this team. A crew put together off of the performance of Paris, and you were ready to write them off, but they are in the major final.
Yeah, it would have been so easy to think that those were, one-hit wonder performances, the highest heights that a lot of these individuals had ever reached was there on the stages of Paris. But they look to prove the world wrong here and now. Na'Vi, a confident display to open up in that first half.
And I think it's Alexi leading as well with the kills. 13 and 6 on the Finnish captain. Certainly not cold here. His job's going to get a little bit harder leading this T side now against a very mobile, very active FaZe, making a gamble in this pistol. They roll wrong.
Rain with the dual Berettas, it's all him. Na'Vi move on in, they flood over the site. Carrigan will get here in time, but he's one man against the world right now. And run down. Locked off from spawn. Who from FaZe is going to make the first move here? It might have to be Rain. They reroute through middle. Ema offers something up. Ema offers up that 4v4 into the retake, and now they rejoin FaZe. They rejoin Rain over in cave.
Great control.
He's been spotted, dinked by the Glock. 2 in from ramp. FaZe is slowly but surely moving in, but not for long as Na'Vi swiftly deal with this retake before it even begins.
Denied at the door. No ID, no entry. And Na'Vi shut FaZe out of that B-bomb site. The gamble goes wrong, and this round gets worse. What are we witnessing?
This is getting real stressful for FaZe. This is getting real stressful for Carrigan. They've played blinders throughout the playoff stage so far. But he still is yet to lift a trophy here in the Royal Arena.
It's his third final in this very building, his fourth time on the stage. And still not enough. Will that be the question for Carrigan on home soil? Ema wants to make it so. Easy entries into the middle. And this force buy from FaZe dissipating in front of our eyes. They will have to dig deeper than ever before. This should be a 10-5 lead for Na'Vi when all is said and done. And once again, the Finnish tactician moves his pieces to the right place.
Ema is very wounded, very hurt, and so that kill is given over for free. Oh, hang on a second. Carrigan might be onto something here. He's just caught a whiff of Alexi going into the cave, but he can't best him in the head-to-head. And so that flank from the captain is nullified. That flank from the captain is knocked out of the round. Na'Vi with a bomb plant. And everything to play for here. FaZe can't justify going for this. And so Brokey and Rain have got to save, and look at what they're saving. Nova, MP9, as they concede a 9th round to Na'Vi. This is going to leave them with very little room down the stretch. It's got to start so strong for FaZe when those rifles come out, or else it might never get going here on Ancient.
They still have another round to catch their breath for Na'Vi to get more ferocious, more rabid, and one step closer to closing FaZe's map pick in this series. For crying out loud, Na'Vi, it's Mirage next. They've beaten this very team with Blade playing on that map. Na'Vi must be feeling unstoppable right now. And once again, the question is posed to FaZe.
Had a little chat with Carrigan about what Neo brings to the table. He likes to call into these low buy rounds. He likes to help with the CT sides. He is that kind of analytical coach. Hands-on, tries to get involved. And so desperate times calling for desperate measures. He's going to try and do that now. Let's see what Neo and Carrigan have cooked up between them in a round that FaZe have absolutely no business winning. They come into this with a shotgun and an MP9, a handful of nades. So the FaZe clan artillery is certainly getting ready, but will Na'Vi fall for the trap?
Looking like an instant dump. Na'Vi do not take their spawns nor their opportunity lightly. They go for a full A exec. It is empty with FaZe starting middle. They know they have the space. They hear those nades, and Na'Vi with a red carpet rolled out look to lock in 10 rounds.
And there's nothing that FaZe can do or say about this. They're smoked off at every choke point. The only angle open is here through Temple, and even that's being held. There's no way Brokey can save the day with a Nova. And so FaZe have a very tricky task rolled out ahead of them. The moment these rifles come out in the next round, they've got to find success and then keep finding it. And that's been the struggle for FaZe, chaining together anything more than just these one-and-done rounds. They've got to embark on a streak here, because Na'Vi have pulled up in title-winning form. Alexi leads the way in and out of the server.
And there is not a weak piece in sight right now for Na'Vi. You were at least ready to write off players like Ema, but he has only gotten better stage by stage, game by game in the major. Bits having his best performance yet right now, it feels. And Wonderful has not even been required, but he was the reason that G2 had problems yesterday, that they couldn't close that semi-final. He's the reason they're here. How deep does this pool run for Na'Vi? Will FaZe drown in it?
Brokey had to wait till the end of that first half to bring out the opener. What a crazy opener on a Frozen. It takes Rain with a wide swing, and Brokey Zorb getting involved to pull this back the other way. Rain waits with bated breath, fearing a reaction through the cave to try and catch him after that peek through middle. Goes through the motions, falls back into the site to go and help his captain.
Oh dear.
Molly forces him forward, but Rain is very much in the site now, getting involved. Him and Carrigan in tandem, send Na'Vi packing, and now it's just Alexi. Top in the chart, sure, but a 1v4. You would have never seen the day. Missed shot from Brokey to open, but there's so many players here ready to react, ready to punish, ready to trade. Alexi can't take this any further, surely. One more kill, but there's Rops. End of the line is found on that B site. Ema might have opened, but the victory is short-lived.
What a great play for Rain as well, right? We talk about how powerful he is in the cave. He plays behind the molly, not fearing Alexi's move. He plays ahead of the molly, and he still lets Carrigan get that first contact that sets him up perfectly to refrag. Even if Carrigan dies on that, that just shows how selfless he is on a leader. He's happy to set up his stars, set up his players. Keen to go in first T side and divvy up that entry roll, and keen to take the first contact on B as well. FaZe have to propel themselves. They have to springboard off of that gun round. And with the way that Na'Vi are playing, it's not going to come easy. Ema running through a mid-smoke with no support. That just speaks to how Na'Vi are feeling right now in this grand final.
There is something to be said, especially after, you know, a pretty dismal look in the elimination stage out of Ema. That confidence that he finds in himself on stage is that of a far more experienced player, been in this position once before, but you didn't imagine he would be the only man to be a repeat major grand finalist. Back to back, frozen up and over, but sandwiched down here in middle. Rain tries to respond.
Oh no!
Oh, Rain will respond. Alexi thought he had him right where he wanted him. Wonderful with the turnaround. And so this one's not done yet. This one is far from over. That kill should have been Carrigan's all day long. But Wonderful has found a way.
They know he's low. They're going to punish him. This round lives and dies on the play made by Rain, but he's hit the gap. They're walking through. They have no idea. Rain waits. Bated breath. Wonderful. About to fall, and that's the bomb in tow. Rain won't turn around.
They're out in sight. He's got to be aware of this. Rain waiting. Flash coming over, but Rain is ahead of it. Oh, I can't respond. Bit. Now has that bomb back under control. Rops, will he get there in time? He's low on health. But all this distraction down towards ramp has at least got this AWP set up in the right place at the right time. Will they go hunting for Rops? Will they go looking for the man in middle? Do they grab this bomb and move into B? Flashes over into the B site. Rops is about to confirm that the path forward is through mid. Dropping down. Rops gets out with the first. It's just Ema now. And in comes that AWP. Beautifully done from FaZe. They're able to withstand these blows from Na'Vi. And they are pulling themselves slowly but surely back into this game.
It doesn't matter how many times you knock down FaZe, they still find a way to get back up after. Never out cold. Always good for a comeback, and I hope they give us that today, at least make this game competitive. Starting to get loud now. And starting to get easier. FaZe have broken that brittle economy of Na'Vi. FaZe are able to win these rounds on their T side, but Na'Vi, that's not going to do them any favors. A missed Molotov for that B site. A smoke in the face, Na'Vi go through.
Straight through, straight into Carrigan. Straight into FaZe's mastermind, who's now going to make a stand all alone. He loses his teammate.
Wow!
Cave, and Carrigan keeps on giving. Plant found. Na'Vi, they can at least get this bomb planted, but can they do anything more? Frozen doesn't seem to think so. They had no chance when this one began, and hell is frozen over now. Puts them in boxes.
How has Carrigan been some of the most impactful fragger in this server, in this series? Both the captains have such an important double denial. You can tell me it's just pistols, but if they break through for free there, that's Na'Vi poised, armed, and in a post plant. Carrigan never lets it get to that. FaZe find a way. 2 rounds the difference now. Alexi's got to dig deeper, get that shovel out, but the ground might have frozen over.
Oh. This time FaZe are trying to fight for middle, and Na'Vi are willing to meet them there. 2 players out on an island here in mid. It's Frozen and Robs making this play through the front. Rain even in cave, ready to support, and over at ramp, Carrigan waiting with a smoke pulled, ready to block and deny that presence up towards B. But Alexi, oh hello, sneaks on through the cave smoke, bypasses the 2 players in there.
These wallbangs can be wicked though. He positions as safe as he physically can in this very dangerous position. And while Na'Vi take mid and blind FaZe while doing so, Brokey's passive enough that he doesn't seem to care. Double cave ramps open. We leave Carrigan to hold the window. With no kill offered up, Na'Vi must walk into the jaws of FaZe.
Crossfire set up. Alexi hasn't cleared deep enough. Alexi didn't clear it. And so Frozen gets out scot-free. Can he fire? Oh! Frozen is awake now! Quick double kill, but he's still got more to do. His job not done yet in this round. JL cancelled as Frozen finds him, and now it's just Bit to go into the moors of this B site to concede this lead that Na'Vi once boasted, and Bit's gonna walk out with his tail between his legs. It's a 1-round game.
Na'Vi cannot get ahead of themselves here. FaZe have been in these positions before, and they are making the absolute most of it. Frozen looks so good in that FaZe jersey. Look at this, reuniting core, that old Mouse squad. Carrigan moved to greener pastures. He pulled Rops up, and Frozen waited. Frozen waited 2 years in Mouse to get his chance, and he is not going to waste that opportunity. Back-to-back backbreakers from Frozen. And Na'Vi needs something right here, right now, something to celebrate.
They need a hero. We mentioned how this performance from Bit has been uncharacteristic. Well, he's the one with the AK. He's the one with the big gun here. The guy who would have to kickstart it all again for Na'Vi, and that's what he does. First kill found out of Bit's AK. Looking a little better now in Na'Vi as they rush up through the cave. Carrigan and Frozen will try and contain this. Frozen, they smoke him off. They're putting a lot of pressure on Carrigan's shoulders, and that weight might be too much to bear. Carrigan goes searching forward, but overran, overwhelmed. B-site getting dicey. Frozen with the reply. Surely no more, surely not another round, and JL will draw him to a close.
Can they cool off? Can they reset right now? They have time, and the question is, does Rops' brain read this? Does he go 1 step ahead? 1 step too far, perhaps? He makes that rotation. A guessing game right now, but Na'Vi, well, they must be fearful. The Rops lurks in the darkness. They go right back into the battleground. Ema attempting to find that player, but soon the plant presents itself. And Rops is a long way away. He's got to give this a go.
Might have dodged that first contact. You can dodge Rops, but can you dodge death? Na'Vi over at long. Rops is opened, and now it's 1 man left to beat JL. Oh! Playing with confidence. Jay Lionheart, in the face of adversity, he takes it on head on, and that's what brings Na'Vi back into the game.
Yeah, the face of this team, the courage that JL brings. And he shows that in the clutch, just going for a straight-up swing against one of the world's best mechanical aimers. Rops has been silenced. And to be fair, this is Rops' lowest-rated major in that FaZe jersey. Those are the rounds you need him to win, and without it, Na'Vi now sit on the precipice, 2 rounds away. A break in the action for the black and yellow.
Throughout this whole thing, you've seen FaZe Clan getting tested, slowly warming up in this second half, but this is the toughest moment yet. This one decides whether or not there is still hope for FaZe on Ancient.
They're all in. Live or die by the AWP.
Brokey mollied out. He has to concede. He has to give the site over. Na'Vi is slowly pulling that bomb around. Rops down in middle needs this kill, and he will get it. Meanwhile, Rain found pushing the extremities over at B, but the bomb's already out through main. JL's just a red herring. FaZe take the bait.
Still fishing for that kill. They can't close it. Carrigan's here putting up resistance in the site, but that molly might force his decision. He has to smoke it. Brokey misses his shot. That was a chance. They're slipping by now. Wonderful closing in for the kill. And Carrigan gives him a wiggle, gives him a jiggle, gives him maybe yet another round. Can Brokey save the day?
This is it, live or die by the AWP, and Brokey is cut down. Na'Vi, soldier on. They didn't let that streak, that hot streak of rounds that FaZe were on, shake them. And with Bit and JL breaking them through, the rest of the team now stand tall.
And there is nothing left for FaZe. Maybe the end of Ancient here in front of our very eyes. $2,000 a player. They went all in, and now they may be out. About time. We waited for Wonderful. He shows up in the most important round of this map so far. The turning point. And now it's the home stretch for Na'Vi. Cruise control on.
FaZe have got next to nothing. So much is weighted on this first fight, and Ema mid has been his territory, his domain. But this time the nades will get the better of him.
It's a huge upgrade. They need that gun more than ever.
That's how FaZe have been looking to counter Ema's plays out through mid all game long, and so finally they get that reward. They go a man up on the back of the util down in middle.
Very risky play to make.
Is that the olive branch? Is that the lifeline for FaZe Clan that they so desperately needed? Can they convert a low econ round, but a man up?
The mid retake is nice because FaZe shouldn't have double or triple players here, but it does mean the rifle is in position to win the round for FaZe in the middle if Na'Vi go for it. JL's got a lot on his plate. A 1-2 punch ready to swing. Carrigan again taking that contact, but it's all frozen. It's all that solved AK.
And in this moment, all alone in middle, the round is on frozen shoulders. They creep out. It is David v Goliath, and he is removed. Bit deals with him. Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just a pistol of Brokey, and it stands the test of time. JL, can he save the day? Can he cook something up here?
1v2, not a lot of time to do it. FaZe know that. That bomb is right there for the taking. Can he get it and get out? 20 seconds for JL to make his decision, to make his move. But Brokey again, a step ahead. He doubts it. JL's got an open runway.
Oh my God, calling off that rotate. That might cost FaZe everything. JL's gonna get in here. He's gonna have the plant for free. Now FaZe are left chasing. Low on both players. This fight on a silver platter. And that move, that could be the move that cost FaZe $500,000. Just JL left in this one. And it's Rain. Over 8 years on this roster. This is the time to deliver. But the lion heart, the mad lion of JL, lies in wait. And he is not giving them anything. All the pressure is on Rain's shoulders. No kit means he needs the kill. And JL has arrived in the Royal Arena!
Alexi B usurps the king on Ancient. A risky map to rumble in the jungle, and Carrigan may pay that price. Na'Vi 1-0 in the grand final.
Welcome. I can see Heaven, coming heaven one. I can see Jet stage. Guys elbow. Yes. Guys, they think it's B, I think. They think it's B.
He's elbow left side, baby ball.
I have. One temple, one cross temple, guys.
I have temple.
That.
Elbow and temple.
I'm all him.
I have temple.
He's alone, he's alone. Guys, temple. Two, if he should. He could be doing it. No, if he should. But он прийти может. I have temple.
GG close.
Nice,
last AVP, use temple. No?
Yes. Oh, planting. Can
Yes,
you
planting. Crazy guys.
Get him.
Nice! Bro, how I killed Frozen middle.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displates. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel with its faster native response time can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Yeah, what's popular, it's loud. And this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. We got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back to the desk. Na'Vi draw first blood. And guys, I'm going to throw it over to you. I think sometimes there is a very fine line between genius and insanity. We have praised Carrigan for being the veto master. He said we play all of the maps now. You never know what we're going to do. And we were surprised to see that ancient pick come in, especially having seen Na'Vi on it just the other day. We got to criticize him.
Sometimes when you're cooking, you can overcook it a little bit. I feel that's literally what happened. We preface it saying, and we had the same criticism of G2 yesterday. Why didn't you play Nuke? It's your best map. It's a map you're feeling comfortable on. Same thing can be said here for the side of FaZe. I think they're the best Nuke team right now in the world, and that is a map they should 100% be comfortable beating Na'Vi on, despite the fact that Na'Vi have a pretty decent Nuke as well. The fact is they go into Ancient, they have an okay game plan here and there, but then some of the individuals don't show up. But I want to take nothing away from Na'Vi. The individuals that we're pointing at, people like Imma, people like Jail. Guess who's at the bottom of the server, Rich? It was wonderful, and they still won it convincingly.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned Na'Vi, because this is my angle on the video. This is my surprise. Not just really how FaZe plays on different maps, but just what Na'Vi showed us on Ancient against G2. From one day to the other, you're going to give them a map on which they already have certainties. They figured out a couple of protocols, and look, the B defense was once again stacked. But I think we have to start by talking about what didn't happen for FaZe Clan. You're going to be on your T side, and there's two things that you really profoundly need. You need entries from Rain, and you need closes from Rops. You had neither. None of these pieces came together. It was only about a couple of execute, change of paces that worked out. But in the depth of the game, they were behind. Na'Vi was better.
Yeah, 100%. I'm a little bit disappointed in the performance from FaZe Clan on Ancient on their T side to begin with. Karrigan had a round where he ran up B ramp, got a double entry. That's a round win. You have 2 rounds where you win with the Tech 9s and the pistols. Apart from that, there was no default. There was no controlling the pace, controlling the game. We spoke about coming into it. One of the biggest strengths of Na'Vi is how they default on pretty much every single map on their T side. How they're able to take map control, control the game, and then have a finish and an end product somewhere on the map. You said it yourself, Matthew, if Alexi B is thinking FaZe is playing picture-perfect Counter-Strike, he's wrong, and they weren't here on Ancient. And that's my issue, right? You know what they can deliver on Nuke. I'm a little bit more hesitant to say what they can deliver on Ancient, and we saw it right here. The T-side was lacking.
I mean, again, the mid-round is not up to par for the FaZe standards. I think if they lose the gamble early on in the half or the round, then they just lose the rounds. A couple times they wanted to test mid, something we wanted to see. Boom, you face Ime, you face Bit. That's a connection that we have to touch on as well. 2 names that we put a whole lot of scrutiny ahead of this grand final. But the tandem towards mid was working really well. And I don't know if it's a communication or if it's just the hype, but they were meshing together. Bit sometimes left his position to come help Ime just to make sure FaZe couldn't play mid. So Karrigan kind of got himself boxed in. And there were supposed to be solutions. That's the perfect example right here. A minute 33, so it's pretty early in the round, and you'll see FaZe trying to put their teeth into mid. A little bit of success here, he gets flashed, but look at the cover that's coming in right here. That movement from the second CT. You have the sound check, bait here, Bit strikes it with a double kill, and that's what synchrony is for a defense. It's the ability to leave your position, come be that second line of defense, and FaZe is completely checkmate. Mentally speaking, huge round for Na'Vi.
And it's so impressive even more if you think about it, the fact that we're talking about the communication for this team with a couple of players having never really played in the international lineup. So it really goes to show how much they've grown as a team. I want to highlight the rounds that FaZe have won over here, right? Fine, you win the pistol rounds right there. Apart from that, a lot of the rounds are predicated on Karrigan just walking up a ramp through the smoke, catching Jail off guard a couple of times. We saw that Brokey clutch in a 1v1 just running towards A bomb set. The scrappy rounds they were struggling to find to get on the T side. So considering you picked this, looking to punish Na'Vi CT side, which you saw yesterday against G2, I didn't really see much of a game.
I also just want to contextualize that. As you said, you win pistol, you convert, you win a couple of force buys, you win Karrigan 1 round where he walks up B ramp. T-side Ancient, we label it as a T-sided map, right? It's a map where you get to control the pace, where you can make it super difficult for the CT side. Obviously, we have a lot of new viewers, watching right now. And normally back in the days when it first came out, it was a CT-sided map. No more. A T-side where you only get 5 rounds after winning and converting pistol, and you even win a couple of force buys as well. It was a lackluster and a horrible T-side for Karrigan. We praised him so much throughout the tournament for playing good T-sides, for calling great. This was not one of them.
No, it wasn't. And also concerns about Rops. I mean, I think you said it perfectly. What you need is Rain to go and do the entry kills. And if that isn't happening, then okay, we've got Rops as the closer. And honestly, Rops is another one of those big names. Hasn't been really in this major, not to the high standards that you associate with this guy.
I agree with you. I think he's been living on the remnants of the first few months of CS2, where he was such a trendsetter and he was at the top of everybody's list. But since then, it's been very moderate when it comes to Robs. And in this game, I will agree once again. There are moments in his role where you are supposed to offer solutions. You have 1v1s to take that reopen a round that maybe does not look like it's in the best of a shape. That's what a lurker is supposed to do. You're supposed to identify the moment to strike, and you're supposed to offer a solution to Carrigan. That never happened. We almost never saw a mid-round rotation based off of his info, based off of his move, and that in itself is a failure to accomplish. It's a bad map from Robs.
And it's kind of shocking. I 100% agree with you. Just watching that game, you're looking at maybe Rain having, you know, a kill over the Carrigan, getting a couple of kills, Brokey with a clutch here and there, Frozen getting multi-kills. Robs just, you didn't barely saw him on that map right there. And I feel like this tapering off of Robs seems to have coincided with Frozen joining the team, right? Once he joined on in. Initially, the first couple of months, first 3 months of CS2, Robs was the brainiac of the game, the best rifler right there. Carrigan was praising him. But ever since Frozen came in, maybe he's taking a step back. Maybe he's trying to, you know, work around Frozen to set him up, because Frozen has been fantastic, absolutely. But at some point, they need to find a solution to get Robs back to what he was, or rather he needs to, because we know what a beast he can be.
I think using Frozen as a cop-out is just easy. I think Rob still has the roles he's got to perform. I don't think that's the main reason. And if you want to make a contrast, talk about Ime for a second. He was the one finding a few of these 1v1s. Right? It's very important. When you play these roles, it's not just about having 25 frags at the end. It's about finding the moments where you 1v1 is yours and you take that risk. Ime did it. He didn't have incredible numbers. But whenever Na'Vi was applying pressure on the B side or cave, Ime was sliding in towards middle and he was sort of isolating the 1v1 either in cubby or in window, making sure that there is a little bit of space being taken, and that is something LXB works with. So that is a contrast in and of itself. The player that was the most disappointing of the entire event so far actually did what Robs was supposed to do, and he did it better.
And especially considering we talk about Imma and his struggles on the CT side and whatnot, but on the T side, what we've noticed here is Imma's T side so far at the playoffs has been substantially better than Robs has been.
Which we said, I mean, remember
when
he was in Paris, you know, all his best games were coming in the high-pressure situations on the stage. So it's like, I don't know what happened prior to that to make the Ime coming in be so poor and then so poor again in the group stage. But look, if he can get things done here, then that's amazing. And this is the attitude you have to have when times are hard.
But here's
we win the major and I'm last on the scoreboard, no one cares.
But he's right. Here's the thing, though. No, I disagree. You know why I disagree?
Why do you disagree?
If he wins a major, it's because he's not at the bottom of the scoreboard. He's actually delivering in the server. You look at his roles he has on his teams. If he continues to taper up and play at the bottom of the barrel with a 0.8 rating, I doubt Na'Vi would even be here.
And maybe
the fact is he stepped up. That's why they're one step away.
And maybe that's part of the reason. Matthew just had a great round where we showed the synergy between Bit and Imma. Is not a player that is being set up to frag. Yes, I know that he, on paper, is playing in some of the positions where you'd like him to be the top fragger. And we can easily agree that him being the third worst rated player coming into the playoff is not good enough from Imma. But it's not like Na'Vi are spending a lot of time making him feel comfortable. They're spending a lot of time making everyone feel comfortable. They're spending a lot of time making the defense a good synergy in between each other. This is not a team that caters to the star players. This is not a team that is utilizing every single flash, every piece of utility to set Wonderful up or to set Imma up. This is a team with a big T. So as much as I want to put critique on towards Imma, which is definitely justified, he's not delivering as he's supposed to. He's not going to be the Imma from Gamer Legion, not within this iteration of Na'Vi.
I mean, we're not going to criticize him now. We're going to hype him up. That's what we're doing, right? That's what we're doing in this grand final. I think what's crazy is that some of the things that we thought was going to happen to FaZe happened to Na'Vi. Hey, look at your entry fragger, Bit, incredible performance. He delivers massively. Your leader, we spent so long explaining how Carrigan steps up in big games and he's going to deliver above his own expectations. It's Alexivi who's actual multi-kill machine in cave. He stops, he shuts the door in their faces a couple of times. So some of these win conditions just materialized for Na'Vi. And on top of that, we know that they have the playbook, we know they have the structure. Man, look at the ADR that Bit just dropped.
I know.
So what I said, he's a shadow of himself. 98 ADR, first map of the grand final.
It is especially so impressive that, we're talking about the pressure. We preface this entire matchup saying when the pressure's really on, that's when the newbies, as I like to call it, they're going to struggle a little bit. They've been on the major stage in the past.
Talk about this major winner right there.
But that's a major winner right there. I'm looking at Alexi B, bottom-rated player in the entire tournament, heading into the playoffs, top fragging in the server, leading like a captain. It's like the impossible is materializing in front of us.
And let's just quantify that outlier, because Alexi B has been the worst rated player throughout the entire tournament. We praised him for his T-side calling, for the way he set up Na'Vi. Individually, he has had some rounds and some games where he hasn't shown up at all. Now coming into the final, map number 1, faces surprise pick on Ancient. He's the top fragger. We praised Carrigan from the bottom of the roof, inside the entire arena for when he had a good map. We should definitely do the same for Alexi B. That was a wonderful performance. It was a wonderful calling coming out of Alexi B. And individually, he was also a big factor on the server as to why they won. You have that duel between Carrigan and Alexi B inside this arena right now. 1-0 for Alexi B with a big fat one.
Absolutely, and in key positions, right? Cave, and now we can make the transition to Mirage as well. It's going to be a different horizon for Alexi B, because you're playing that B side, and I tell you, you're not getting a lot of love here. It's about testing how strong mentally you are, are. You can have very dry sequences as well, where the game is very, very not pacey for you. So this first map is exactly what LXCB needed in order to be completely in flow state. Knowing exactly what's happening is in Carrigan's head. He's individually fine, but he's going to rely on a good net of communication. The relay of information from his teammates on Mirage is going to be key because he's a little bit isolated. That's just, that comes with the territory.
The issue we've got here is, you know, Mirage, obviously, Na'Vi's pick. There's a world where they can just blow FaZe out of the water on this map, particularly as we know AWPers can go big here. Wonderful, quiet on Ancient.
You ready with that thought? You ready with that thought? Na'Vi winning 2-0?
Yeah,
are we getting there?
Nobody would have called it, but we're on the precipice. I really think Mirage is such a good map for these guys.
It is such a good map for these guys, and if you're looking at some logic in that veto, this is the one that made sense, right? Na'Vi, just go with the Mirage pick. We're good on this map. We're going to play it, but you would be wrong to assume FaZe is just going to capitulate and just disappear from this map. They have looked stellar recently on this map. They dispatched Spirit, one of the best teams on this very map in a very convincing fashion. You're talking about ops. There were 3 operas in a team at that point in time. It was Carrigan was opping towards the B apartments. We had Rob opping, with everyone sharing the opping duties, and they were playing disruptive, aggressive CT side Counter-Strike. That is the antithesis of what Na'Vi like to do on their T side. This is a different map altogether. We were complaining, we were bitching about FaZe's T side on the side of Ancient, justifiably so. CT side, whole different ballgame.
Carrigan and FaZe Clan, they know what's coming for you. We've seen Na'Vi play Mirage a lot throughout this tournament, especially on that T side. One thing LXB loves to do is throw in a couple of A executes from out of spawn, and he does it with a high quality. The utility is fantastic, so you're looking at your players who's playing static on that defense within FaZe Clan. Can you stop that? Then I don't think Na'Vi's T side or Mirage is that fearful. They like to go for A executes, they like to go for mid control, they like to default, as I said as well. If you're Carrigan, you know what's coming for you. Question is the quality of the way Na'Vi is playing so good that even though you know what's coming for you, it's still gonna surround, it's still gonna be too much for FaZe to handle, or is it gonna be one of those scenarios where you're looking towards your big stage player in Rain to shut that
Two players you got to watch for on this T side coming in from Na'Vi, JL and Palace. He's going to ever-present be there, and he's an architect.
Oh, we're going to be talking about him.
Imma's T side on Mirage might be his best map, in all honesty, and he could be the difference maker.
Yeah, quick final thoughts from you?
Yeah, listen, the same realization that I'm having right now, I wonder how the players are going to deal with it. Because if you are in the Na'Vi jersey, all of the efforts you have to put in is to be able to deal with the idea that you are one map away from winning the major here in Copenhagen. And this thought comes at a heavy price sometimes. Do you think they're equipped to deal with it?
Yeah, listen, I'm going to say this. Sometimes destiny, it isn't all it's cracked up to be. And Carrigan, if he's been thinking it was going to happen just because it looked like it was, there's an old saying where I'm from, if you want to make God laugh, you tell him your plans. We're going to get over to Harry and Hugo now. For map 2, it's going to be Mirage. Can't wait to watch this one.
It's bound to be a banger, Richard. Na'Vi are 13 rounds away from engraving their name in a new game with a ragtag international roster. And here, as we sit this evening in the kingdom of Counter-Strike, I ask for one thing, Royal Arena: raise it! Give me your energy!
Carrigan had to know that this one was coming. He had to know that Mirage was going to be coming through the pipeline here. And sometimes this FaZe squad do their best work from behind. A map down in this series, they've got a nigh on impossible task. The one that they will take to Na'Vi, T-side opener, and a chance for them to set the pace in what could be the defining map of this first CS2 major.
Fearless start for FaZe. Straight up top mid with a vengeance. Donk-esque, but denied. Robs gets pushed all the way back to the safety of the A site. How safe is it really? Smokes go over. It's a farce. The bomb is a long way out. If Na'Vi are going to commit, they have to bring it all the way back through spawn. These smokes will be long gone by that point. Bit double fake back to B. Can he draw them out of position? Wonderful needs this entry right now. It's not getting given. The back shot comes in from Frozen, finding Bit. Now the bomb's out ramp, and now the kills come through for Na'Vi.
Oh, Robs. Awkward misses to open. Now they know about him and trapped in at the stairs, and JL will secure that. Plant found for Na'Vi. They're trying to pull this one back. 2v4 when it opens. Can JL and Alexi cook something up for Na'Vi? Plant found. FaZe are grouping. A long rotate out of Frozen, who's been the kind of standout player for FaZe so far, the one that you could have justified crumbling in this grand final. Furthest he's ever gone. But kills to the good already. They're going to need him here and now as JL drops another man. Alexi never even giving them the fight from ramp. Smoke on the bomb. Spark connects. Carrigan dead and Frozen's going to fly solo. Knives are out. Knives are pulled and Frozen.
It matters not. Explosive beginning for Na'Vi, and already Alexi B up to his tricks. A hit into B fake, back to the former site. They're going to keep FaZe guessing in this game. And as the Des feared, there is a world, there is a way that Na'Vi could just roll over FaZe in this final map. A FaZe that had seemingly done everything, seemingly set themselves up for another major. Slaying the Dragon in the quarterfinal, removing the reigning champs of Vitality in that semi. But the final boss, underestimated, unexpected, but up for the task. It's Na'Vi.
I'll put everything into this round. Finally, a nice long stretch for FaZe to play with. Don't have Na'Vi breathing down their necks just yet, so this is their chance to get involved early. M4 put in the capable hands of Robs. Aggression through the Palace gives FaZe Clan a lot of information to work with. For Na'Vi, instead they've honed in on middle. Smoke in their way, that's going to waste precious time. Over at ramp, JL getting pressured.
Oh, gotta go quick. The smoke won't last forever. And how deep is Rain pushed in, and he's still being given absolutely nothing. Na'Vi know that FaZe are playing to the extremities right now, and JL just doesn't want to risk it. Reset. Leave this lurk. They're going to come find it, come fight it. Ema won't last long, and now FaZe are arming themselves. They're finding more and more space. Another kill off the pistol. And Na'Vi just back to this B site, desperate times. They won't get in.
Brokey even in with the backstab, and it's a flawless pistol round. Flawlessly done. With that 1 M4, they break through, and it's not even needed.
Ferocious for FaZe.
That's going to get the blood flowing for FaZe Clan nice and early. You didn't want to start off at a big deficit on the back foot straight away as they're put down to this force fire round, but they reap the reward. They find success. And that means a lot to FaZe right now. They need to keep themselves in this more than ever, and that's what the captain is trying to do right there. Get this crowd back on his side.
He needs it. He needs all the help he can get right now. These stars of Na'Vi shining at the same time in the most important game of their careers. There's never going to be a better opportunity for Na'Vi to take a 2-0 over FaZe. We go to Inferno. Questions again are raised. Can Na'Vi put it to bed early? Finding a force back here feels inevitable, or impossible rather. FaZe armed and ready. Nice swing for Robs. Frozen dealing with top mid, but he won't last.
Lovely dig to open, but they don't take it any further than that. Window locked down by Brokey. And so this return to the force for Na'Vi does not net them the results. It's just Alexi B.
He wants to give them nothing. No grenades, you kill me. All you get is the score. Have your headshot. Na'Vi will be back. Oh.
He shouldn't be ready for Robson with the backstab. Shouldn't be ready for this man coming in to take it all away. Brokey even poking from top mid, trying to challenge him, and Brokey just chases the kill down.
I mean, this is a FaZe that beat Spirit on this map. We thought that no one was going to do that. We thought that was impossible. They did it on a stage. They did it with all the pressure of that Katowice final going the other way. FaZe had a great CT side on that second half. Never let Spirit get started. So can they stop Na'Vi before it even begins? That force buy may have made it so. Pistols again for the T side as we wait rifles.
See Alexi taking a bit of time to start talking over that next round. That's the important one. Goal here for Na'Vi. Anything resembling a bomb plant would be fantastic if they can somehow break through, but not going to be easy, not with Rain in position and ready to shut this down. Rob's even, right place, right time over the stairs as they both get involved. This A site is locked down, and so the Glocks don't get in for Na'Vi.
And this has been one of the problems with Na'Vi on this map, even on these mid-lurks, not necessarily been finding the best timings in this tournament, having trouble finding impact. Of course, it doesn't matter in a round like this, but he is integral. He is a requirement in this map if Na'Vi are going to get a good T-side rolling. Nothing there and then, but now Na'Vi get to bite the bullet.
Yeah, the question around Na'Vi is, can they keep it together across this second map? Don't have to look much further than their opposition on the other side. They know what it means to be close to achieving greatness. And they also know the heartbreak of falling short when you're in the lead. So Na'Vi, the pressure never goes away. It never stops.
They have their fans in the arena right now. It feels entirely against them. The FaZe cheers. Carrigan waits. He lets them in.
Full blind as he gets his first kill. Might need more out of Carrigan, but he keeps on giving. Oh, even the dink. Carrigan's on a tear. And even though they flush him out, the leader of FaZe has done his part. He has done enough. And this first attempt at the B play, an up-tempo round for Na'Vi, scaled back immediately. Alexi and Wonderful don't even have time to come to grips with their failures here as Rain looks to come in on the backstab. And Rain should have this one locked in, dead to rights. Looking for a clean. And Rain cleans all.
Oh, no vision needed. These are very clean rounds for FaZe. Confidence building on the CT side of Mirage, money getting made. Na'Vi yet to show us their map pick, the reason why they've had a streak. They've got some legit wins here. But this is still up against a FaZe who refuse to go down without a fight. Alexi buys a scout into the eco.
All right then. Let's see what Alexi B's got up his sleeve, shall we? Scout in mid, but that shot sails on past them. So that was the chance to get involved early. Bit of a classic here from Carrigan, as he's pulled out the AUG.
One of his more comfortable guns and perfect position to use it in that new van boost. It's got a nice angle. Na'Vi should know this is coming. They just clear middle instead, letting the Deagles lead.
Alexi's going to take first contact, but another shot misses from that scout. Nade even finding more damage. Rob's just toying with him in middle, trying to bait him into the pistols is Alexi. But Robs will not take that bait. He knows better. Gets out of the danger zone, but that does leave the catwalk open, and Na'Vi sights set on this B split. The pressure is going to be on Frozen and on Carrigan. Frozen open, spots them over it short, a kill from Carrigan, but that's the end of the line. It's Frozen and Rain who hold on. And as Alexi moves in over the bodies of his teammates, this 1v4 is not happening. FaZe Clan will not give Na'Vi an inch of ground on this second map.
Orbs out as well. About time. Wonderful slow to start in that previous map, but wasn't really a requirement for Na'Vi. Now they need him. They need these opening kills. FaZe have shown a couple of aggressive mid takes. Frozen and Rops at the front of it. Gonna go back for more. Boost up. Nice movement from Frozen. Gets him straight into the ladder room. Loki post as well. But JL highlighted on the desk is the guy to watch out for in this Palace position. Brokey knows, he awaits. JL just misshoots, I think. Yeah, bullet missing, but he's gonna peek him close. Can Brokey hit this in time?
It's a very strong reaction out of JL, trying to play the close angle to throw off the AWP. Meanwhile, his teammates are taking middle. Brokey waits all round.
Oh, no!
Chance, and comes up short. JL deals with him over in Palace, and so now the gaps start to show. Bit with a kill through the window. Frozen at least brings it back. Rain prepares himself for the lengthy defense of this A site. Tucked into a corner with Frozen dead over on the short side. It's got to be Rain. It has to be Rain. Carrigan moves in to help him. Rain puts up the first, but they're deeper than he's ready for. The backstab's right here.
Oh no!
Carrigan's bailed him out. And this one still has legs on it. As FaZe respond. It's just JL. Starts his round over in Palace. Looking for the crown. But the Kings of the Royal Arena are right here.
And they rule with an iron fist. A stellar defense for FaZe to start this game. And that's what the people want right now. FaZe wake up just in time. And they don't roll over. Not in a grand final.
That's your veterans not crumbling under the pressure. Rain over 8 years in this very roster. And Carrigan with more time spent playing professionally than players like Donk have been alive.
They're out mid, the timing's awkward, they're double under. Frozen provides immaculate cover. Both kills off the spray. Very well recovered. And Na'Vi, nothing to show for yet another eco that will go by the wayside. Couple of pistols that could, but probably won't.
And if you're Na'Vi, you're wondering, how has it started like this? Moments ago, you were riding the high of stealing away FaZe's map pick in the series. You felt like this grand final was as good as yours. But you've got nothing to show for these first 8 rounds played on Mirage.
It's going to get worse before it gets better. Rops awaits inside of the connector, impatient, bloodthirsty. Brokey brings his laser, missed shot. Gonna have another chance, but they're getting closer and closer by the second. Support needs to be called in. Rob swaps positions. Rain might pay the price.
Oh.
A backstab comes in. The Deagle connects. Somehow it's a 3-on-3.
I don't know where Rob's got to in all this. He's playing the long game right now. He's got to make the play that wins the round. It was him who got bypassed in this smoke.
Oh no!
And falling off.
Oh!
All together. You can dodge him for a moment, but you can't cheat death. It's just bit. 1v2, and Rob runs him down.
Not even close. It may have cost that clean advantage, but Rob saves the day when FaZe need him, and they need him now. My, oh my. Na'Vi need a breather. You want to talk tacticians, Blade joins that conversation, standing right behind, ready to bring wealth of experience. He may not soothe your mental, but he will fix your game plan. And right now, Na'Vi need exactly that.
That extra pair of eyes on Na'Vi trying to bring them back into the fold. I mean, that round was the closest they've come in a little while to truly breaking through. So a time to talk this one over, a time to try and recover the beating that FaZe are dealing them.
It's this round or the T side will disappear in front of your very eyes. And FaZe have more plays to make. They have more ideas, a new setup. Goes the same way for Na'Vi and execute into this bomb site. We won't see necessarily a commitment off of this util volley. JL makes his presence known in Palace as well. But FaZe block it immediately. Molly, smoke, double ramp. There's no getting in here. Sure, Na'Vi have burnt the util of FaZe. They can recommit with a second attempt. But it's costing them time. It's allowing FaZe to sit and wait. 3 in the sight.
Rain and Frozen top to bottom here. As the play's looking to come through, Rain seeks refuge under the palace. Frozen has to watch out for him from up above. Frozen answers the call. Rain is dead, but Frozen's still a threat. And more players flood the defensive lines for FaZe. They repel the A play. Ema late lurk out through middle, but what can he hope to achieve?
Oh,
from
they
this?
saw him.
This is that timing on the man running under.
And that just cuts off the bomb.
That Wonderful know to prep for a fight, but Wonderful needs speed, he needs pace, and Carrigan knows that that one smoke grenade could have just won the round.
It's perfect.
Forces a reroute out of Wonderful with the bomb. This one is down to the final few seconds, down to the buzzer. Na'Vi moving quickly, they need to. Time is not on their side. Ema with the double, suddenly there's a chance. Na'Vi chase that bomb plant and they're gonna get it down. Wonderful, charge that, and that gets him off the bomb. Brokey takes it away.
What? What? He lives just long enough. Brokey. That's one way to do it. It almost cost them, well, it did cost them last map, playing ahead of the bomb in a 2v1. Right there, it saves FaZe's bacon. And that was a beautiful move. We had a big flank coming in all the way through T-spawn. We had Carrigan being loud in the apartments, allowing his team to fight with him. Still Na'Vi make that look winnable. But one not. And they are just desperate, trying to cling on in this map. Another buy comes around this orb.
The trek through middle begins for Na'Vi. Brokey tries to give himself an angle. This time they lose that early man. They go a man down. So FaZe are fighting from the back foot. Na'Vi, they've been so close to breaking through, but they've not yet been able to do it. And this is why Frozen, any more from him, will get silenced. JL secures that kill. Brokey on the rotate over. Rain about to meet his fate through the murder hole. It's Alexi B to lock it in. Brokey maintains control of the B site, and this one falls apart. Once again, Na'Vi feel like they're close, but they just can't break through.
They just can't find the gap. They can't find a player sleeping. Even when they're going for full XX on one side, those lurks are getting hounded down. Backstabs on backstabs. FaZe holds strong. They won't group in this 2v1. This gives Ema a chance. He woke up, found his first kill of the game last round. And he now needs both in this B bomb site. Bomb plant allowed. He won't be certain of that.
He never expects that they would give him this much room. They would give him the chance to play around this bomb, and so he'll go hunting first, checking out every sight line that's available. Ema will lock in a bomb plant here, but as Brokey moves in, sliding through the market, Ema has got to do this all alone. Oh, Brokey! Not missing a beat!
There's that Latvian laser we were promised. We were waiting for. And in a grand final, no less. Brokey is saving the day for FaZe in these last couple of rounds. Just as Na'Vi get close, it's not close enough.
This is brutal from FaZe.
This is a statement.
It's the mentality of a championship winning team. It's not over till it's over.
I mean, they've been in a fair few finals, Harry. We've seen them. We've seen FaZe in every single Tier 1 LAN grand final since the inception of this game. From Shanghai to this arena, Katowice, they've had it all except the wins. Only 2 out of the 5. This would be their 3rd out of 6. If FaZe can bring this back in a reverse sweep, right now they're making the case for it. They can't just be that 2nd place team.
Carrigan right now, 6 kills, 6 deaths, 6 assists. He's bearing the mark of the devil. Done a deal with him to pull them in this position. FaZe are looking to embarrass Na'Vi on their map pick. They want to send a message. And it feels like that message has been keenly received by the Na'Vi squad. They are terrified as they embark out through middle, an area they've had for free. In so many of these rounds, everything is uncertain. The game has slowed to a crawl. But now Na'Vi look to make their move.
A mid-take with the bomb. The smokes are down, but FaZe don't look to hide behind them. They look to go through, in front, up, top, everywhere. You'll find FaZe in your face, in your dreams, in your nightmares. 5-on-2 in the blink of an eye. Oh! Is that entry enough?
Well, it has got them control of the site. It has got them some serious room. And right now, FaZe are embarking on a double flank that won't find anything because that bomb is already here. Plant comes in and FaZe know they've got to get moving. Frozen and Rops a little faster on the backstab now. Looks like they want to try play into this one first.
Surrounded.
Na'Vi are boxed in, Wonderful desperately looking for a route out, but he can't find it. And so now it's got to be Bit on for an ace clutch. The legacy member of Na'Vi, the longest standing, spammed out, finished off. The hells are empty because its demons are right here. And they are in the ranks of FaZe Clan. They are lighting Na'Vi up. A whole map of Mirage and nothing to show for it for Na'Vi.
This is the FaZe we were promised. And Na'Vi, the deal is off the table. The half falls in tow. Not a weak player in sight, not a gap, not a way back. Frozen is 15-3. He wants to join this squad. He wants to take a trophy with his team. Rops is burning alive, doesn't even realize, down to 6 before he escapes, but still FaZe somehow infallible. They don't fall.
But that's a collateral from Carrigan's AWP. A wild statement in and of itself. You've seen him done it before, but Carrigan is really taking some liberties here.
This is a nice beast player. FaZe don't have the resources. They need to pull Brokey over ASAP.
That's the double lob defense over towards B then if Brokey joins the party. Brokey's not moving a muscle right now. It is just Carrigan and Frozen who have got to make this stand. They've got to hold on. Frozen overran. Carrigan trying to roll back the years but can't find any more off that AWP. It's Brokey or it's bust. 1 kill back. And that levels the playing field. Brokey, you've seen that tendency to get aggressive, betray him before. And Ema will deal with that point man out through the market. Rops is so low from the start of the round as Na'Vi scramble for anything at the last of the half. They're eyeing up 2. And it's only Rain who can stop them. Rops is too low, too wounded since the start of this round, and so Rain's got to be the guy. With Rops dead, Rain follows, and Ema salvages something there for Na'Vi. But 2 might be all they get if they can't come into this second half swinging on their map pick.
Hold your horses, because we may have one more map in this grand final. A 3-map affair, unseen since Boston 18. We have been waiting. We deserve it here in the Royal Arena. 16,000 people here to watch the greatest game to ever grace our screens. That's Counter-Strike for you. Royal Arena, are you ready to rumble?
Right now, FaZe could make a statement. They could have Na'Vi believing Ancient was all a fluke. And it would all start with this pistol round. Slow in the beginning, but the moment that ball gets rolling, Will you be able to stop it? Bit thinks so. Him and Ema combine for a kill, but run down at ramp. Ema falls. Wonderful tapping away, can't find a thing. FaZe move in, and they're going for the throat. Dead to the man back in con. Carrigan whittles down, and now it's Rops. Rops being...
Oh!
Delivers!
He always does! Lowest rated major in the FaZe jersey. He wants to change that tune right now. And with that third map waiting, Inferno feels inevitable for FaZe to Na'Vi to battle on. Even Carrigan's dad knows it.
It's the thing, as many a team have learned, when you beat FaZe, one man more than any other takes it very personally, and that man is Carrigan. They opened up to an L at Na'Vi this year at Sydney. And so since that point, the cogs have been whirring, knowing it would come up today. But the solution has been a long time in the making, and FaZe have solved this problem.
The final boss of these grand finals. And Na'Vi cowering back, 4-on-5, make it worse. Carrigan puts him in a hearse. And FaZe go berserk in this 5-on-2. There's not an inch for Na'Vi to take.
They win the first and the last round of that first half, but everything in between belongs to FaZe. They will make you work. And if you're not ready to do that, then this one will get away from you. What a recovery from FaZe. No one was stepping up on Ancient. The only bright light was Frozen. But as this grand final is lurched on, as Na'Vi have tried to play catch up, everyone is having their moment for FaZe Clan.
There has been no saving grace. JL's courage, Wonderful's flicks, Bits headshots, all denied by the inevitable FaZe Clan. A trade out in middle, JL makes a move, Carrigan gets that jump spot, but his head cut off. It's opened up a path back to safety for JL, he'll take it. Barely standing. A heavy gust will knock his head off, but FaZe want nothing to do with this shot. Gonna be round the world and back again into Bit.
Na'Vi are left with the thought that this round is so far from over. They've been in better spots than this, and so it's still plenty of time to go wrong. Bit dead first, that opens up the A play. That opens up the ending of Mirage. One that Na'Vi hope is just a facade, one that they hope disappears. This can't be real, that's what they're thinking. Oh, but it is. FaZe Clan teed up to take it. A man down as they embarked on this final round, this final journey. They want this one to go all three. They want this final to deliver, and they'll look at it! FaZe Clan recover!
They flip the script, they land on their feet, and now the job is just beginning.
Let's set up it.
I'm happy. He's not up B. Let's smoke that.
Guys, one under, guys, one's falling under.
Up B now.
They're gonna beat him. This guy was mid.
Only one. One is dead.
Yeah, we just go double lock. One should be late BS, boys. I saw him mid. 15 seconds ago.
Now short, please. Kitchen, heavy.
Landing. There's second garden.
Yeah.
Both sides.
I confused steps, sir.
Now short push for now.
I'm peeking in some.
Yeah. Move up, guys. Move up. You can
Flashing
move up for car.
short one. Short.
I stopped it.
Short dead.
He was stopping. I didn't get.
Molly's backside.
Rocket bench. Rocket bench.
You hit him.
Nice.
Nice.
Fucking perfect execution, but they got fucked.
Yes, sir. Good fucking call, boys.
Fucking good shit.
The world is changing quickly. Shoot it.
The world is changing, but one thing remains the same. Victories with 1xBet.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displays. Hang your displays in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at displate.com.
It's popular, it's loud, and this is ASON's commercial. But ASON spent all the money to make the headphones good, and they got no money left for the commercial. So I'm gonna need you to head to ASON.io, ACEZONE, yo. Code PGL, 50 euros off. Got some headphones. It's now or never.
Welcome back to the desk, and Na'Vi have just learned why they say, beware the wounded beast. FaZe biting back. We've got Maniac, we've got Blair, we've got Pimp, of course. They're all here. Well then, guys.
Yeah, that happened.
It's like the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. It's there, it's fingertips. But then no, son, just let it go.
I mean, listen, at this point in time, if you didn't realize that FaZe can bounce back from any situation, then really you haven't learned anything. It's happened within games, it's happened between games. No matter how hard a loss looks like for FaZe, and that was the case on map 1, they showed up on Mirage like nothing had happened. They kept the same mentality, the same proactivity. They dominated in terms of duels. They made the right calls. They played like they were 1-0 up. And this in itself is magical. It's a brilliant performance from FaZe, and that's what you call an absolute sucker punch in the guts of Na'Vi, because that one hurts.
I mean, the fact that this is even more dominant that the beating they gave in the direction of Spirit, it just goes to show that when it comes to mentality and just tenacity when it comes to this team, they seem to just thrive under pressure. Yeah? Like you said so eloquently earlier, man. Yeah, when it comes to pressure, they drink it, they consume it, and it seemed like it awoken the beast in them. We were talking about Robs, where the hell was he? Here he was just kicking ass, taking no names, and just absolutely demolishing Na'Vi. So yeah, if FaZe are back, they're definitely back.
They are definitely back. It also goes into the conversation about FaZe and momentum. You know,
yes.
It is a team that once they get rolling, once they feel that I would say, you know, proactiveness unfolding on the server, then there's no way of stopping them. We called out Robs for having a rough tournament.
He heard us talking shit, mate.
He heard us talking shit, and he said, hell nah. Karrigan had a great showing as well. Only 9 kills in the scoreboard, but 97 ADR up there. Every single player from FaZe Clan showed up. And that's what we talked about coming into the game, that from top to bottom, everyone wanted
The lowest ADR there was, I think, about 84 or 85. That's actually nuts. Everyone just sharing the load when it comes to, you know, just getting the kill, getting kills, and just shutting him down. And it goes into what we touched upon, the CT side from FaZe. They're very disruptive. They're very in your face. You can't do a tried and tested, slow, methodical approach because they're going to throw in a wrench or sometimes even a kitchen chair.
I mean, listen, they put Na'Vi in their place. This was a very uninspired, timid, shy Na'Vi, not daring at all. And there is a reason for that. And that reason is called round 2. This is where the nightmare, the unfolding happens for Na'Vi.
FaZe round.
You win the gun round, you put yourself in absolute success position, and now you're about to get absolutely curb stomped on your force buy. We see here M4 force, good timing from Karrigan as well. And what it tells you if you're Na'Vi is that you cannot take individual risks. You are going to be punished. And this has put such a stop to the momentum of Na'Vi. They all got, again, very shy. And I will tell you this, from this moment on, they got 4 kills in the next 4 rounds. There was 1 kill per round. People have to realize the weight mentally of what it is to lose a round like this. It completely reset them, and I think it set them 3 steps below in terms of the Counter-Strike they wanted to play, and that's why they didn't show up.
Yeah, jump in, boys. I mean,
are you Na'Vi after this round?
Yeah. Like, listen.
Is that what's happening?
No, I got to say, I mean, look, we've talked at various points about capitulations, and it's like, look, you're in a major final. You have to dig deep. You have to know what to say with the timeouts and try and find some motivation. Remember, you're ahead. You're in the lead. No need for stress.
No, it's hard to quantify what happened right here. As much as I want to say there was a bad calling from LXCB, it was a bad performance from Na'Vi as well, I just want to give it up to FaZe Clan for having a player everywhere on the map being good for 2 kills. Whenever they tried an A execute, they would be shut down. Whenever they tried a late round into an A split, they would be shut down. Whenever they tried to apply pressure on towards Karrigan, which they did the first 4 or 5 rounds, Karrigan shut them down. So there was no weak link within this lineup whatsoever.
And this is where it really hurts. This is why when the score is 1-5 and you're presented with a good option, you actually fumble it. Na'Vi in a 4 versus 2 here, completely unable to convert that advantage. And you can see how people are not playing together, how they're not daring to take the duel, they're undecisive. And that is what Counter-Strike looks like when you lose track of what is supposed to be the simplest call. I don't really care that FaZe had the right setup here. I don't care that Karrigan was here to help Rain. The matter of the fact is, when Rain is known and located, there is no speed in finding him. If the scoreline is 5-1 at that moment, I guarantee you, Na'Vi swarm him like alligators, bees, hornets, whatever animal that goes fast, an eagle maybe. But here they were more like a slug. They were kind of slushing their way to the side. This is what happens when you're cell-shocked the way they were. This was such a telling round.
And so spread out, which indicative of a breakdown in communication.
You're waiting for your next teammate.
It comes down to the...
Sorry, bro.
Do that again. Do that again. Do that again. I want to say... No, but here's the thing. I completely agree. We talk about body language outside of the server. Let's talk about body language in the server. Like, they were, like you said, some players, they were creeping, not making a sound, and FaZe is just thunderfooting around. Being like, we don't care, we're still going to outduel you. Round number 8 is more indicative of a more normal round, so to speak. And now we're going to be going for an A setup here, right? And it is going to be FaZe, just going to be, sorry, round number 9 rather. They're just going to be in your face. They're not able to take them down here. This is like just a very defaultish setup, beg your pardon, coming out from FaZe. And the fact they're not able to get any kills there, it is so confusing, but look at the way FaZe moves around. It's a 4 versus 2. They continue to push. They continue to prod. A lot of other teams in a situation like this, when you're 7-1 up, you're a 4v2 scenario, you're just going to play it safe from the bomb sites, play 2 versus 2, but no, they're going to make you feel very uncomfortable. We could see the last two Na'Vi players just running around like Tom and Jerry, just running around the map trying to find some egress into a bomb site, and in the end, they still couldn't get it done. That is FaZe never allowing you to kind of gather your resources and maybe try and inch that round away from FaZe.
And it's something Na'Vi haven't experienced so far on Mirage. Whenever Na'Vi have played their T side, they've been successful at getting into A executes, winning out the trade duels. Worst case scenarios, you get into a 3v3. Every single time they tried for an execute, whether it was towards Karrigan on the B bomb side, whether it was towards Rain on the A bomb side, FaZe would win out the duels. They would always find themselves up 5v3, 4v3, 3v2, so they always had to play from behind, something that throughout the entire tournament, Na'Vi have not tried on the T-side Mirage.
Yeah, and look, we talked about it, standout player. It is important, I think, that, you know, Rops gets in the mix. He was absolutely missing on Ancient, hasn't really showed up this tournament to the standards we know he can. If he can deliver the major final to them, I think everyone can forgive him.
I mean, obviously we will. That grand final is going to dictate how we look at Robs here in Copenhagen. This was an absolute brilliant map. You don't need me to tell you this. The numbers tell all the story you need to find. I think he had a perfect balance of when to be aggressive, and here we have a couple of good examples as well, and also when to be a bit more safe. He played it beautifully. I think he's a very composed player, even in the hard time, so good for him. I mean, this was a clinical from Robs here. And again, the amount of kills that he finds in Flux, that just tells you all you need to know. He was definitely a step ahead.
And this is just classic vintage Robs coming out right there, right? And it's not just about, look, we know how cerebral he can be, but it's when he takes his fights and how he's able to make his micro decisions in the instance as it's happening while taking headshots. And we missed that, Robs. That's what missed. It's not like he's, you know, he's playing absolutely terrible Counter-Strike. It's just that when it comes to taking duels which he would have won with his eyes closed a few months ago, he had kind of disappeared when it comes to this tournament. But to see him perform at that level, if it takes us talking shit about him, I want to talk more shit about him.
No, I don't think we have that kind of power. I think we're being egomaniac at that point. No, I don't think we do.
I think
we
real.
do.
I think the power's real, dude.
You think we got it?
I've done so many segments now where you're like dunking on a player and he's like looking over the desk going like, what? Who are you? Like, but anyway, look, we've got Inferno coming up, the decider.
Yes.
It's always a classic as a decider, even though I think the map right now has this weird kind of meta to it where no one even fires a bullet for the first minute every round, and it kind of sucks. But
well, I mean, you watch the FaZe Vitality game. That wasn't like that.
Yeah.
They were ready to go at each other.
Banana and set each other on fire.
Exactly. That was pretty much the case.
Some flambe going on.
I mean, for Inferno, you got to remember when it came to the early CS2 meta on Inferno, it was FaZe who were the trendsetters, so to speak.
Sure.
And if you look at the Infernos that played so far this year with Frozen, they haven't lost a single one. They destroyed Vitality on it. It was a messy affair, but they got it done. They took down G2 on it as well. This is a team who haven't had too many maps played thus far in Inferno, but they are undefeated. That is a number you can't mess with. For the side of Na'Vi, yes, they've had a couple of close losses, close wins of Eternal Fire, but there are weaknesses, man. That A bomb site.
If you're Lexi B, if you're Blade, you saw that game against Vitality yesterday, and yeah, maybe on the scoreboard it looked like FaZe were dominating. They weren't whatsoever. There was a lot of loopholes. There were a lot of mistakes being not utilized by Vitality, and I think if you're Blade and if you're Lexi B, you're looking at that as a great opportunity to go in here and be a trendsetter on the map. There's one player I want to bring the spotlight to, because we had the conversation in the beginning about Wonderful. He's had a fantastic tournament so far, and he's
a superstar, mate.
Shitting the bed right now. He's having a terrible series. He has 17 kills so far over the course of more than 36 rounds of Counter-Strike, and he's supposed to be the superstar. I said it coming into the game, there's absolutely no way that the man on the screen right here can win a major with Na'Vi if he's not playing well. He's had two awful maps, one given they won, he wasn't that needed. Now Inferno, he has to step it up. He has to find some sort of impact, otherwise Na'Vi is not going.
And you're going to touch upon the fact that the Eternal Fire win they had, which was a very kind of a close affair till at the end when they kind of ran away with it. It was wonderful on that A bomb side with that AWP, who was getting multi-kills after multi-kills while Bit were crapping the pants.
I'm right there with you, and I know that he wasn't exactly stellar on map 1, and if anything, that's the bigger indictment, because honestly, when you get slapped around like it happened on Mirage, I don't really think it matters.
Have to.
Whether you have 3 kills or you have 6, it's cosmetic. All it fuels is HLTV forums threads of whoever's got 3 is going to get the hate. So I don't really hold a whole lot on that Mirage game. That's how it works. That's how it works. But Inferno is a great moment for him to strike back. The worry that I have is that I feel like the beginning of the map is going to dictate whether we take path A or path B. Path A is a competitive game where Na'Vi finds a couple very early on and they get the blood going, and you can see decisions happening, you can see a little bit of assertiveness, and path B is FaZe absolutely knocking them out. And we've just had a proof of concept right here. It's the writing is on the wall. If FaZe is up 5-1, the way they are capable of pushing the momentum and bullying their opponent, I fear is going to happen again. I think Na'Vi need to come alive very quickly in order for us to witness a game, which I would love to see. This Mirage was not entertaining. It did not do the honor that a major final is supposed to have. It was too one-sided.
Yeah, definitely not. The first map definitely delivered. The second, not so much. But, you know, just by the nature of Inferno, I think this one's going to go long. I don't think we're going to see a one-sided affair. I think the map doesn't really lend itself to that anymore. A team that can dominate on Inferno are like you know, and knock somebody out like 13-5. I think they're like the very best teams on Inferno. I don't know if FaZe are that, but you can tell me, you're the expert.
Yeah, I think FaZe is great on it. One of the biggest difference, I think, in this game on Inferno compared to what they faced against Vitality yesterday was the fact that Vitality would love to fight in middle. We often talk about banana, you know, banana control back and forth. Of course, we're going to see that. Vitality were very prone to fight in middle. So whenever Rain and the boys would walk up towards middle, they would find a fight early on. That's not going to be the case against Na'Vi. They like to play back on that bomb site. They like to play defensive. So the game and I guess the spacing that FaZe will receive on a map like Inferno on the T side would be much larger. How is Karrigan going to use that? Is he going to use middle to throw off fakes, to throw off rotations? He's going to enable Robs to do some of the lurks that we love to see him do on Inferno? Or is that space going to be an issue? Is that going to give them room to overthink? Is that going to give Na'Vi room to shut it down? Because one thing that is very different from the way Na'Vi is playing compared to Vitality is that they're way more defensive.
This man we're seeing right here, he's looking, he's peering into Imma's mind right now. He's looking into Imma's mind because Imma, we've been praising him so far in the playoffs. He's like, he's getting his job done. He's had a rough tournament, but he's getting the job done. He has the most critical position on that CT side in Inferno for Na'Vi. He is that A rotator. He's that A star rifler while Bit's playing towards the pit position. And he sometimes is a bit of an island by himself towards Arch, towards a cubby position, towards brackets. And I feel like that could potentially be a liability. If FaZe are able to target him, take him down. Bro, they're so screwed. Wonderful with the op towards A, Bit in pit. The other two players are towards a B bomb site. They have so many avenues to work with.
Sure, and I'll tell you who isn't a liability. That man on your screen right there. We got to take just a few minutes to talk about JL and the extra levels, the extra gears he's found, because it is so bold to try and put yourself out there as, I'll be the lightning rod, I'll be the face, I'll be the voice, I'll do it all. I'll do all the media work, and I will declare myself a legend before I've even played in a major final. And I was thinking, mate, well, that's a good one. You like that? Talking about JL, but yeah, it's great.
No, here's the thing, though.
But like, you know, he's calling himself a legend, and I'm like, listen, you know, not yet, mate, but if he can get his team over the line, then yeah, you've earned it.
Right here, right now, if he does it, he will be called legend. The J is silent, and he absolutely will deserve his spot amongst the Pantheons of one of the greatest performances ever. And he did it earlier in Inferno. He was the guy running from B to A, getting 1v2 clutches, clutching out time and time again. But I don't want to rely only on that to be the winning condition.
I mean, you're going to have a couple of individuals having these moments, right? I take you back to the ace against G2. That changes the whole course of the game. That was JL. And I like to see him. I like to imagine him here in Banana with that XCP as well, because there's going to be a moment where the best Counter-Strike is not going to be an option. It's going to get messy. It's going to get about crossing flash, crossing smokes and all. And I think he's very indicated to be that. You talk about Ime and his rotations. I agree with you. I don't think LXCB is in a position where on this map, he can coordinate everything. I think you rely heavily on some of the individuals making plays. This was one of the map where Apex was so adamant about it in Vitality, saying they're not doing anything. They're not helping me. They're not moving. I don't know how the map is going to look like. This is where Ime has to do a couple of moves. This Wonderful has to reclaim space with the AWP. You don't want to be aggressive in the beginning, as Jacob was talking about. That's fine. You don't want to fight up in bracket. That's fine. But when the round prolongs, you have to go and look for information. You have to have that distance, that motivation, and that movement, which they haven't had on the first map. So you got to materialize it.
If you play safe against FaZe right now, they're screwed.
Yeah, they are screwed, you know, but there's one reliability, and I will, you know, put focus on towards JL again. I think one of the main qualities he's had throughout the entire tournament is that he's making the right plays regardless of the pressure of the situation.
That's right.
Every single time he's in a clutch, he's been winning it out, you know, he's had a lot of game-winning clutches for Na'Vi. And one of the things I absolutely love the most is it doesn't matter if the scoreline is 2-2, 7-1, or 13-13 in overtime, JL will always go for the play that he thinks is right in the situation. The vista for the game, the way he reads the game, the way he's able to win game-winning clutches by keeping himself calm in those pressure situations, it's been outstanding to watch. As you said, Richard, you love Inferno, you think it's going to be a close game back and forth, well, then you put focus on JL, because he's had a game-winning clutch pretty much every single game he's played during the major.
Yeah, and look, I think also, you know, had some stellar performances on this map. They need it now, though. So, guys, we're getting close. There's like 1 minute before we're going to take it back to the casters. So, I don't do predictions. I think I've learned over my long and illustrious esports career, they're worthless because we can't see the future.
That's
and ultimately, you can only lose because if you get them wrong, you know, that's that. But I'm going to ask you, are we seeing Karrigan's history, or are we seeing the makings, the beginnings, the origin story of the real Alexi B? Which is it?
Man, listen, if there was any moment to tame the beasts of FaZe Clan and beat them with your mind, that would be the moment for Na'Vi. The system of play prevailing. I'm going to take a risk. I'm going to say we see an upset.
Okay.
King Karrigan gets crowned tonight.
less than an hour, Kerrigan would have won this major.
Yeah, okay, I love it. We're setting them up like Professor X and Magneto, guys. I love this stuff. We're going back to Harry and Hugo for the deciding map of the Copenhagen CS2 major.
The last time we got all 3 maps in a major final was Boston 2018. That was where Kerrigan at the helm of FaZe experienced the greatest anguish of his career. For history to be made tonight, maybe history has to be broken. The final map is Inferno, just like it was all those years ago. Is it heartbreak again? Or do FaZe rewrite that story right now?
Pressure makes legends, and only one team can be that. Na'Vi writing a new chapter, a new book. FaZe trying to right wrongs. And Kerrigan, the king of Copenhagen, at the helm of it all, versus an Alexi B, who has finally led an international team, not just to major playoffs, but to the grand final. Inferno is bound to be epic.
Always used to make for a great decider. And so let's see if that holds true here and now. Rops starting things off over in the boiler. And it looks like the rest of FaZe Clan want to come around and join him. Na'Vi lie in wait with only 2 players to defend this side of the map. Ema and Bit, they've got their work cut out for them. Pressure in towards the powers. They'll deal with Rops early. They flush him out from balcony. The apartments are clear, but rent is due. FaZe are moving in. Tap on a Bit. And that stems the bleeding. That stops the aggression. That allows a bomb plant here for FaZe Clan. They know how important this early game is. And so they want to try and take space away. They're going to pressure Ema, but he will not go down without a fight. Bit takes up his position. FaZe Clan still searching, still hunting, but that might hurt them in the long run. Bit has the chance right there, and with Brokey dead, it's just the captain, it's just Kerrigan, alone in the pit, no one by his side. And so Na'Vi, they're the ones to get off to a good start now.
That is not an easy round for Na'Vi, even with a 5v4. They may have FaZe surrounded, but we talk about how hard these retakes are, how easy these post plants can feel. FaZe feel uncomfortable. They're shaking in their skin, just trying to hunt down Na'Vi, who hold off for the right amount of time. A huge pistol. FaZe come through. There was never a doubt. Galil's on 4, but Na'Vi want to keep them honest in middle. Deep smoke, deep Molotov, denial of space, and a denial of vision for Ema. He gets flashed out. Frozen comes hounding down.
Frozen in the smoke, but spammed out by Alexi. He'll go no further. They waited over in middle, waited for this smoke to fade, and now they try to play their hand through it, and it's fast up in the top mid. Explosive, but into the crossfire. Wonderful. Will hold the fort down, and he buys enough time for JL to come in and finish what he started.
Oh, motor mouth for Alexi. Rapid calls as well, making sure his team are lit up and awake for this final map. They were gone. Disappeared in Mirage, but an opportunity presented for Na'Vi to start strong on the final map of play. Months in preparation. And this major's culmination in the next hour or so.
It's the exact start Na'Vi wanted. Now, while we give FaZe all that respect for how convincingly they showed up on Mirage, it felt like Na'Vi had just flown too close to the sun. They thought they had this one in the bag. But a little time in between games, a chance to talk to one another and really talk. And then you come in here, you win the pistol, you convert that second round this time. A feat you weren't able to accomplish back on Mirage.
It can be forgotten. Write it off. This is a BO1 right now, with the world on their shoulders, with everything to play for. Legacy. Are Na'Vi truly born to win? Alexi spraying, they come gunning through. The pistols are making this round tense.
JL, all that stands between them in this site. JL He'll lock them out of it, buying time. Na'Vi have got everyone here now. And just like that, FaZe Clan have to look for other options, other avenues. Greener pastures here as they run it back through mid. Fast on the rotate.
Oh dear.
Here's Imma.
He can't stop this, surely.
Can't catch him on the cross, but he will find Rain, and now it's just Brokey. A Deagle and a bomb plant, that's all he's got to work with. Na'Vi are the ones on the clock, but it's Brokey feeling all the pressure, swinging it with the Deag, and with these shots missing, that window is closing, that gap is closing. Brokey can't find a thing, 7 bullets, and he won't convert the kill. It's all JL to keep this round in check.
Thin margins right now, but Na'Vi are ticking all the boxes. One more bullet in that MP9, that would be the way in. Denied at the door again. A strong start for Na'Vi, but we haven't seen FaZe come through with a full buy. This will be it. Wonderful early on the AWP. We've been waiting for him to have his moment in this series. It certainly wasn't Mirage. This isn't his first rodeo. Well, you've got a team of Na'Vi players who have barely played 10 big tier 1 LANs, with the exception of Alexi and Bit. Wonderful, no stranger to a major stage. Saw him in Spirit, 1.2 rating, getting into those playoffs. We know what he can do, and now Na'Vi need him to show it.
Oh, nades downrange, and Frozen is found. Dealt with early. A star from both maps for FaZe Clan fizzles out of existence here in their first rifle round. And Imma, quick as he arrives over towards B, he's ready over at long. Carrigan sent and Bit in alongside him. The A site is closed, and FaZe, they will get that memo. So here they go into just one man, JL. And a 1v2 that decides to FaZe have anything to play for in this round. Alexi
Molotov
beginning that rotate, and the Molly's going to be there in time. Time is the one resource that FaZe Clan do not have. He doesn't elect to throw it. It comes in too late. They're already past this. Bomb dropped. JL into the back of the site. This Bastion that just refuses to give up ground will get run down. So now it's Rops. Has to go where no one's gone before. 1v5 at the B site and tap on the bomb, but not given the fights. Wonderful. Will walk that one home. The composure from Na'Vi. This is a different team to the one we saw on Mirage.
Absolutely. Got to give it to this roster for resetting in that way. Sure, first map looked fantastic. We didn't doubt FaZe to show up in the second. But the fashion that they did, the threat posed to Na'Vi, and still they do not shrink under the lights on the stage. In the highest pressure game of their careers, they rise to the occasion. 4-0 now on CT side. Do those doubts come creeping in? Na'Vi going where some of these individuals have never gone before, all the way.
I think it comes off of an incredibly one-sided map as well. The resilience to believe you've still got this one and to come back into the third in outstanding form. JL is the one leading the charge. Almost 170 ADR. So FaZe slow it right down. They haven't liked the pace of these last few rounds. Na'Vi anxiously await them. Roki's flash starts to tee up the aggression up through Banana, but another smoke down. Thus far, FaZe have respected every single one of them. So that won't change anytime soon. But look at this mid-round re-aggro out of Na'Vi. Grouping in top mid, they're trying to take real estate back, and they spot the top middle is clear. They've given Alexi all he needs to work with in this round to piece it together.
It would have to be a Carrigan classic with the late rotate, because right now it looks destined to be this B-bomb site. Alexi wants to force this. He wants to catch them sleeping at the wheel. Flash blinds him. Do they see? No! They find out the hard way. A TK comes through. JL atop the boxes, and FaZe fall. They crumble. 20 seconds, nothing to show for it. Carrigan may find the gap, but there's no bomb, there's no chance. It's all Na'Vi. This is monumental. FaZe cannot get a grip. 2 timeouts after 5 rounds.
They're feeling the pressure, they're feeling the burn. Alexi's got them right where he wants them. And we're finally getting that form out of JL again, that terrifying form. The best form he's ever displayed, shining through in the Na'Vi jersey. 9-1 to start this game. This could be a career-defining performance if JL can keep this up.
This could be an MVP locked in for JL. He has been the outlier for Na'Vi. He has been a rock in this competition. Going from a middling man in Apex back at Paris, sure, they make a run, but he wasn't the star. He wasn't the outlier. Right now, he's writing a new chapter. FaZe. Back to basics. This banana position so difficult to break through. But FaZe have not lost this map in this year. They've played it 4 times. They have the depth, they have the belief. Do they have a chance? Na'Vi are giving them no way in. Alexi retreats to grab more utility back in the spawn. FaZe finally flashed through that smoke at the minute mark. But Na'Vi don't let them in for free.
They're already ahead of the Molotov. They played right through it, and so Alexi's got to be gun on. Straight shooter, first kill found. It's Carrigan as the IGLs clash. Alexi's got to have even more, getting run at by the pistols. He won't stand the test of time.
This is huge.
Bomb plant found. Hell of a spam at a bit. What a great time for it. That tips the scales back in Na'Vi's favor, even though they're the ones playing catch up. Another smoke spam. Bit, what is this form? He doesn't even see them. And now they run in. Rops is shut down. It's all Bit, baby.
He bites back. And once again, he looks for vengeance against FaZe in a final.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he is that legacy Na'Vi player. He is the one still standing from when Na'Vi last lifted a major trophy, and he's the one with a score to settle versus FaZe Clan.
And it was a close game last time. They lost Inferno to FaZe, but they lost it in OT. Right now, FaZe have barely broken through. A couple of chances, a bomb plant here and there. But Na'Vi are not giving them peace of mind that they can be competitive in this grand final. Was Mirage just a smudge for Na'Vi? Because they're seeing far more clearly now.
Oh,
the cracks are showing.
That pressure is certainly building for FaZe.
Great setup as well. Wonderful, not been needed on this A site. Now's the time. Got Ima with a lot to do as well. Bit will be that first point man. The Rops goes in, it's a 50-50, he rolls wrong.
Now Bit posted, they try to run him down through the molly, but there's no getting past the brick wall of Bit. Nades do so much damage, and Bit is not content with just the double. Oh! He wants everything! Only Brokey.
Full bracket info. That should free up Alexi. He will be required eventually. Re-smoke, good time. JL bides at the back of the coffins, looking to put him in boxes.
They're going to come through this smoke. They're going to try and play with some confidence here, a phase. And that will get them control over the site, but JL spamming away is still a threat here. And Rain learns that the hard way. Anymore?
Oh dear.
JL on the spam.
So low.
Everyone is injured. Everyone is wounded. Rop's the only man with HP. RV poised for a retake. They want to keep this scoreline flawless. And the timeout is immediate. That felt like a bit of a misstep. They knew about that last player over towards Banana, and yet the first man in was not checking for it. So this is that one chance now to keep your boot firmly pressed against FaZe, and don't let them build back into this.
I mean, they win, but at what cost, right? They get out with Galils. FaZe have no money to show after this streak of rounds for Na'Vi. They cannot get comfortable, not yet. Again, blistering pace, back up Banana. Wanting vengeance once more, but there are 3 players in this bomb site right now.
Oh, awkward for JL, but he will get flashed in, and as they fall away, it's Imma to spam Carrigan out of the round. 0-9.
How many smoke spams have we seen in this game? I mean, we see Inferno played at the highest level, and it is so punishing. FaZe cannot get anything for free. It comes at a cost of health or time. They're gonna explode again.
Through the molly, through the smokes. FaZe always playing through the util. They deal with Alexi. JL back of the site. Had a great start to the game, but he's got to do a lot here, does JL. They're pressuring him onto the USP. Got to try and do it with the side on. What? They just can't deal with him, but eventually Rain will. 2v3 in the retake.
Oh! Oh dear!
The threat comes from within.
Who can be trusted? Take a deep breath now. That may be FaZe's fate set up in this third map.
Still a ways to go, but it's certainly not a bad way to start. I think it's clear that they've got Na'Vi feeling a little bit of pressure, considering this was a 7-0 start. You wouldn't imagine that pressure build-up is so soon, but it was wonderful. First man in to that 1v3 that gets given over to Frozen.
The hardest round is the last round, closing the game. That's the difficult part. It's one thing to start 7-0, but stopping a comeback, a very different reality. Hey, FaZe know exactly how hard that final round can be. If I say 15-9, you know what I mean. Oh. 15-11.
And that was a 2v3 that Na'Vi looked interested in as well. Yeah. They wanted to try and keep punishing FaZe. They wanted to do anything to stop them chaining rounds together. If you catch FaZe sleeping, you're in the golden spot, but it's a team that can build back very, very quickly. You don't want a 1v3 and a TK to be the defining outcome, the turning point for FaZe. And so this round, JL throws himself into the fight, straight down Banana. He's opened this up for Na'Vi.
Make good with what you got, right? Limited weapons, limited util to buy this time for Na'Vi on CT. So JL just throws himself in. It forces FaZe reaction on the other side of the map. Concessions made, but options opened on A. For how long is the question? That fourth rotate is here. JL committed. And FaZe's solution, an apt one in these last 2 rounds, has been to play ahead of the util, explode through the smoke, catch Na'Vi on different timings. And while it's been effective back-to-back, now they've got to beat back the AWP.
Let's see if Wonderful is feeling that pressure. Holding the line, he opens with the first. Carrigan churned up at the first light of that AWP. They try to find it over towards Long, and in doing so, they run up into Alexi. Na'Vi look to put those last 2 rounds behind them here and now, and it's just Brokey, now Rops, that stands between them and that goal. Straight away, Na'Vi are back into it. A lost clutch, an awkward retake, and they leave that behind them. Back to their winning ways now.
And FaZe have dealt with a lot of difficult games, difficult playoff matches, grand finals, but this would be a comeback unlike any other. Na'Vi in full control of the CT side, even with blunders being made. Almost nothing comes for free. Carrigan killless still. Rops his quietest major yet. And Rain not feeling like an MVP anymore. It's only been Frozen saving this one for FaZe. The new boy on the block. But they need to go deeper than that.
Carrigan over towards Long, first man in, first man to fall. Rain will reply. That's a foothold taken over on the long side. Wonderful tries to react with this AWP. Hasn't had to do much yet on this CT side, but he's been good for the kills whenever they're available, and that's another example of this. Rops offered up. Wonderful's not content with just the first. Brokey waits around this corner. Wonderful. Oh! And so finally he has his round. JL mopping up Banana. And Na'Vi are building all over again. Wonderful. Spots that final player, and even then doesn't take the risk. Rain is a dead man walking as Na'Vi surge through this third and final map.
And how long did we wait to see if Wonderful is the real deal, a title taker, a Titan toppler? He was left to wither in Sprout, but now up on the big stages, unfazed by the pressure. In this final bout for glory, for legacy, only one death in this entire map. A monstrous appearance against G2. Wonderful is the real deal right now. Can FaZe break through yet again? A glimmer at the end of their T side. Another smoke to appear through. Na'Vi's util has been near perfect this entire game.
I mean, their read over what FaZe are doing here has been stellar. For that, you've got to credit Alexi, but even the kind of individual moments, those micro moments, they've all come through for Na'Vi. And so a desperate play up through A. Wonderful will get traded, but Bit still stands. And Bit doesn't want to let them in for free. He's now the only hope up in the apartments. But at 16-4. Having his best game in the major right now. In the grand final, in the third map. Bit still has more to give, still has more to say. Frozen quakes in his boots as the end is nigh, and Bit is the one looking to deliver it. Rain in the pit, and a lot of time ticked off this bomb. Rain can't secure, but Brokey will. Just about 3. Heading into the second half, the last half to be played up on this stage. It's not a lot of ground to cover. A huge challenge, an insurmountable challenge stands before FaZe, and for Na'Vi, they are in top form right now.
Every single player playing at their peak, it feels. We have Parasema, we have JL a step above, and we have the behemoth Bit, making life difficult for FaZe. 3 rounds, it's enough. It's just enough. But FaZe need to muster everything they've got. They're captain killless at halftime.
And even that is terrifying, right? You want Carrigan in top form to feel comfortable, to make the calls to recover this game. And for him, this is like deja vu.
He's got to trust
on
on
a nightmare.
He's got to trust on his team now. He's got to rely on the firepower, the star power of FaZe. Exactly what this roster is and always has been. Some of the best shooters in the game. And they can't make a mistake. Na'Vi frothing at the mouth, but Alexi holds them back. Make sure you just win this pistol, and that trophy might be yours.
Na'Vi are flowing. The read over the game has been stellar. Even in this round, they were about to walk into the three-man B-stack in the pistol, and they decide last minute to up and leave, moving back over to an under-defended A site. It's Rain and it's Rops to try hold back the coming tide of Na'Vi. Rops pressured, Rops dealt with, and Rain finished off as well. The site cracked wide open.
There is no respite for FaZe. No pistol to give them a freebie to elevate this number. No, it gets worse. Na'Vi, you have to throw yourself through here. 10 rounds is right around the corner. Can Na'Vi squeeze those shots out? Glock's on a crossfire, some whiff bullets, but JL recovers, and he looks to close. 2 more kills, and Wonderful is there. As Na'Vi know, this is inevitable. It has to be. Alexi tried for so long, so many international rosters. It was 5 years ago we saw him in a major grand final with a full Finnish team, but ever since unsuccessful. And not only did he take down his former roster in G2 in that semi-final, now he's taking down the big dog of Counter-Strike to secure a major victory.
And there's so little standing in their way. And Alexi can feel that, Na'Vi can feel that. They know that they've got FaZe quaking in their boots. And with each round, each kill, they're moving closer to Counter-Strike's holy grail. Once more, the A site crumbles. Na'Vi are up to the task after getting destroyed on their map pick and Mirage. Better teams, more experienced squads would have crumbled here. But Na'Vi have doubled down. They earned their spot in this grand final. They weren't about to let it slide away from them. They doubled down heading into a third map. And everyone comes alive. FaZe are left with one shot, one stab in the dark to try and stop being swallowed up whole by...
Na'Vi in no hurry. A full spread default. Apps take. Banana theirs. And at so little cost. FaZe have to hold on to what they got. It is not a lot. Molly ready at the B bomb site. Smoke must go. Na'Vi chomping at the bit. The guillotine is out. They on for his head. Carrigan blocks him for a moment.
Small sigh of relief for FaZe as they do stop what was looking to be a B explode from Na'Vi, but Alexi left options open here, even in his absence. The backup plan still looks to come through for Na'Vi as they work their way up long. Bit has been unstoppable, and so there's no slowing him down now. He wants that second major trophy in his cabinet, and he's looking to take Na'Vi there to the promised land. Bit chains together another, and as Carrigan moves in, no kill yet, will finally deal with Bit, but
their final foe
is a brutalization of a world-class roster before your very eyes.
to recover from Mirage in the way they did, the way they died, that felt like the series had started for FaZe. But the reality is so much grimmer. And Na'Vi tiptoe their way to a trophy at the first Counter-Strike 2 major.
Alexi couldn't do it with his Finnish brethren, but entrusted with Na'Vi's first ever international venture. He looks to take home the gold. And he wants FaZe to feel that. He knows they're under all the pressure. A slow round with a big ending. Victory is right there for Na'Vi, and all that's left to do is reach out and grab it. Ema opens, Bit responds, and Na'Vi with each kill, with each second, they can feel that they are on their way to the crowning achievement of Counter-Strike. In the city of Spires, a new kingdom looks to arise. Na'Vi, one kill away! And they know it now. They all know it now. The best moment of the rest of their lives is about to come through. And there's the killing blow! Na'Vi's highest height in years, and the gamble of taking breakout players from Paris and molding them in their image pays off.
Vindication for one of Counter-Strike's brightest minds. Alexi B securing his major trophy, taking down his former roster in the semis, and besting one of the greatest in-game leaders Counter-Strike has ever seen when it matters. Bit, the only remaining Stockholm champion in the black and yellow, he held on when others had enough. Revenge for the Antwerp final against FaZe finds him glory once again, and Ema proves that Paris was no fluke. He ascends once more and one step further, engraving his name on a major trophy. JL enters the pantheon of legend. He called it, and an MVP level performance to propel this roster to new heights. He is just getting started. And finally, Wonderful, following in the footsteps of his idol, showing that greatness can be obtained no matter how big the boots. He is born to win.
In their first outing as an international squad at the major, they etch their names into the history books here and now. That vindication for Alexi B. Besting Carrigan, one of the brightest minds that Counter-Strike has to offer, and driving home that he is the real deal. Na'Vi, the first team to lift a major trophy in CS2. Your champions of the PGL Copenhagen Major, it's Na'Vi!
The PGL Copenhagen Major Champions, Na'Vi. Let me start with the mastermind behind it all, Blade. When we first spoke, You said top 4 would be nice. Well, how nice is this?
Top 4 was minimum goal, bro. So, of course, like, you always can win. You will not disbelieve, just believe.
And what was going through your mind during this game, and how did you guys come back, especially after that second map?
We knew that new map will be, third map will be different. That's for sure. Like, Inferno is completely different map in terms of map control, in terms of decision making. We did a lot of mistakes on Mirage. We fully reset. It was no-brainer. We knew that we can start city side and smash them.
And you certainly did. Congratulations once again. Bit, your second major trophy, 21 years old, and you had to change language, learn to speak English, play in an international team. What do you want to say?
I can say thanks everyone for support. It was amazing. You're amazing, guys. Thank you.
And you, in this final, we saw the same bit that we've looked to see. We saw your individual level raise back up. What changed? You just felt it?
I don't know, we just play our game and try to play good.
Okay, but let me ask you this then. Is the headshot machine bit back? They think so.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Trophy in hand. You come into Na'Vi, you're replacing Simple, the greatest in CSGO, but you kept saying, I want to make my own name, I want to have my own path, I don't want to be compared to Simple. Do you feel like the performance you had here now shows the future and the dominance you can have?
I don't know what to say, actually. It was a really hard game for me, and I think I played really bad, but my teammates are beast. And I want to say thank you everyone, guys, for supporting. Thank you my family, thank you my girlfriend for supporting. I love you guys, thank you.
I need Mr. Where did Alexis gone back in there? This has been one hell of a performance. There's a lot of emotions. Royal Arena, were you entertained? Alexis coming back onto the stage. We must get the leader in here. JL, Ema. Mate, you did it.
I fucking did it!
JL, we look at the game versus G2, that incredible moment you created, the opportunity you created. We look at your performance here right now. We look at where you came from. When you look at the Paris Major to what you did here, what can you say to everyone out there?
It's crazy. 2 weeks ago, I was reading comments how I'm a tier 2 bot, and I'll never reach anything in life, and now I'm the major champion. So who's talking now, bitch?
I think that's very well said, Joe. Ema, second place last major. You come onto Na'Vi and you've had your struggles. It's not been easy at times. You said it doesn't matter if you're bottom of the scoreboard, if we win the whole thing. What do you want to say to all the people that didn't believe in you, didn't believe you could do it again?
I mean, I can start with saying that if I have to choose between last major when I was like top fragging every time and then losing, and this one whenever I'm most of the time bottom or I'm doing everything for my team and winning the major, there's no brainer, trust me, like it's crazy. And I don't know, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable, but you have done it. When you get through this though, right, when you have all this criticism online, did you ever start to let it get to you? Did it ever hurt your mentality?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Did it ever get into your mind, the criticism, the thoughts from people?
I mean, like, sometimes, I mean, I don't mind at all. Like, I got a lot of hate in my career before, but now it was like a lot of hate. Not like it was a lot of hate, but sometimes you cannot, maybe it affects you a bit, but what you can do, you need to move on, and then now I prove them I want a major no matter what, like what they can say now.
Exactly, they can say nothing because you are a major champion.
I need to say one more thing. Jack se pregătește PC-ul.
Thank you very much, Ima. Alexei. I think we call this a late birthday present.
You could say so. It just feels unreal.
You've been in many finals, but you've sat in second place so many times. You sat in second place in 2019 for the major as well. What was going through your mind after that second map, though, where you sadly got destroyed by FaZe?
To be completely honest, I didn't feel good. I think a part of the loss was for sure on me, and I was thinking about it heavily. Even Blade told me to wake up because there was a couple rounds I did not my best. But I feel like all the reflections I've made throughout my career, I don't take it to heart. I'm trying to learn, and I went into the decider constantly trying to make moves and trying to make them uncomfortable. And I felt like I had a good read on the game the whole match, and that was the most important match of my career, so I'm super happy.
And what's it like for you to do it where you go through each game and people did not believe in you? People still thought that this team didn't have what it takes to lift a trophy. And then you sit here in this Royal Arena, completely packed out, and you lift the major trophy. You kept telling me you were manifesting it. Is this what you manifested?
Honestly, I don't know. I have no clue. We just got into the championship stage. I'm saying let's go one match at a time. And we ended up beating FaZe 2-1 on the final. All I have to say is, Torilla Tabatan!
Royal Arena. Oh, he's got one more. Well, we will give the champion one more.
Nothing of this could have been possible with the teammates I've had. So selfless. Everybody doing tons of work. The past 6 months we've been having up and downs. Everybody has worked their ass off, and Blade deserves his respect as well. He made me a better IGL, and he's the best coach in the world. And this guy is the fucking MVP of the major.
This is one very hyped up, one very excited Na'Vi. And they are your PGL Major Copenhagen champions. Royal Arena, let me hear you make some noise!
Yeah, this was meant to be the coronation of King Karrigan, usurped from his throne by a Finnish prince here in Denmark. And we just saw the arrival of Alexei B, the real deal, finally winning a major, winning a big one, maligned for so long. What a story.
If anyone had to take down Karrigan, it better be someone who truthfully deserved it. And I think Alexei B and the Na'Vi boys did that. Of course, everyone inside the arena, or most people, would have loved to see Karrigan win. I think out there in the world, for everyone watching, internationally speaking, everyone can stand behind the fact that Na'Vi played one hell of a game tonight against FaZe Clan. They were the better team, they had the better individuals, and they fully deserved this victory. Again, for Karrigan, it does suck to lose another final in here, but they did it to a team who on the day were better.
What an incredible path for Na'Vi in this playoff, Richard. You have to realize first, pit against Eternal Fire, people thought there's no way they can tame these beasts. They made it. You move on to G2, you're thinking, wow, that's one step too high. There's no way they're going to take them down. They're big stage players. And then finally, when you pit against FaZe, we're standing here saying in an hour, this is going to be done, and Karrigan had won. They defied odds at every single turn. And this is how you create a legendary run, by taking it, all the changes against you, and what a group of people. I called it. I didn't think it would be that easy, but goddamn, they deserve it.
I go back back to about 14 years ago, 15 years ago, Richard, seeing this small Ukrainian organization called Na'Vi come in and play 1.6, an unknown bunch of players, and they evoked a dream in their country, in their region. 15 years later, completely different players altogether, but what a story. Similar shades of just surprise, just completely throwing away all expectations, all reasoning, all logic, so to speak. We're looking at Ima, we were questioning him. He stood up. We're talking wonderful and how he might be starting to maybe crumble under the nerves. He showed up. JL stepped up. We said maybe if they pull off this miracle, he's going to be the MVP. All the necessary elements for this team to pull off this miracle run. It just happened. It is a miracle.
And here's the scariest thing. This is a really young team. You know?
Yeah.
Some of these guys could be playing at Na'Vi for a long, long time. We've seen the emergence of Wonderful, you know, couldn't even speak in the interviews. And this is why it's an amazing story. We talked about the shadow was simple.
Of course.
You know, there were people out there, you know, certain friends of ours that may or may not be here, who said, put Simple in for Ima and they win the major straight away. But what about now? What about now, right?
That is a beautiful response. It is the most beautiful response you could have. And I agree with you. It's absolutely beautiful to see and to feel the emotions. And when Alexi B is talking about the work they put in, I think it has to be the motto, right? It's about reaping the rewards of all of the work you've put in. And you were in the shadow, and you were never really in the conversations for title contenders. We said, you have a high floor, but that's it. There's not really superstar quality. JL, worthy of an MVP. Bit. What a romance. A player that we got to know on Inferno. We got to know him on Inferno, and then he steps up again. But we have an MVP. I mean, I'm calling it ahead. It's not my MVP.
Listen,
but for my money, he's right there.
He's the MVP of the major. You have to understand. This is JL. Who is JL? When he joins this team, everyone's underwhelmed.
Yeah.
You know, and he didn't make a great start. But he said, I'm going to put in the work. I'm going to earn that legend status that I have conferred upon myself. And to do it here, to be the best player on the day, the last one left out of all the great players we've seen, the highest ranked that was in the tournament, and then to just close it out like this, he is a legend.
I mean, he had to show, he had to walk the walk after speaking, after talking the talk, right? I'm looking at the playoffs bracket. You're talking about Zaiwu, you're looking at this phenom called Donk, you're looking at Robs, you're looking at Frozen in the server, you're looking at Raid in the server, and he steps up to the plate. Like you said, Richard, he called himself a legend. Today, he earned himself that title.
He's a playmaker. He is a guy that made it happen for Na'Vi. Again, we speak about the foundation, we speak about the team play, the cohesion, the synergy between the players, but you need certain players to elevate yourself at certain moments in the tournament. If you go back and watch every single JL moment in this game or in this tournament, you would realize that he was clutch when he needed to be.
Absolutely.
He was making the play when he needed to be. Not only does he have the stats to back it up as an MVP of this tournament, but the impact he found at crucial moments. We're talking overtime games. We're talking scoreline 11-11. He comes out with a 1v2, a 1v3. JL had a fantastic tournament, in more so than just the stats, but also in the impact he had throughout the tournament.
And he will definitely be the MVP, but I would hate myself if I didn't take a minute to talk about Bit and what he's done in this grand final.
We have to. I mean,
this is beyond reasonable, the step up that he's gotten, because prior to the grand final, he was in category of players that are yet to show us what they can do. Where is Bit? What is happening? Is it a communicational issue? Is he having any kind of pressure? And he had an absolutely masterful performance in the entire grand final. But that number, 137, 131 ATR on Inferno, rolling back the years. I mean, listen, he's got 2 major titles already under his belt. He's been playing majors for 3 years. He's got more than Simple already.
Yes, he has more majors than Simple now. So I guess you know, Twitch chat will be calling him what, B2T?
Simple 1 major, Bit 2 majors. No, listen, I was critical of him when I'm talking about the A-bomb side. It was like Ima and Bit. I'm not feeling good about his brother. I'm not really feeling what they're doing here. He took the fight to FaZe, dude. He shut them up. What the hell is this? He is just absolutely mauling them alive, chewing them up. Look at this Sprout especially.
Yeah, look at this.
He doesn't fall back. He's taking it to them, not allowing FaZe to feel comfortable. Dude, this is literally what he's doing to FaZe here on this map is what FaZe did to them on Mirage. He's answering back, and he wanted that major title. He absolutely wanted that major title.
As you said, Matthew, it's been a couple of years since we've seen this Bit, right? And what a time to come alive on Inferno. For people who remember, first time he came into Na'Vi, I think back in 2020 or something along the lines, he was a stand-in player on Inferno only.
Yes.
It was a 6-man roster change. They would only switch him in on Inferno. The first 2 games he played, I remember being very underwhelming. He didn't get the call-up once more. There was a roster change, Flamey went out of the lineup, and the rest is history for Bit. 2 majors to his name now. He started off by just being the Inferno man within Na'Vi, and he finished off this major by being the MVP on Inferno.
I will say, you know, they have to build on this now because we have an unbelievably competitive scene. I mean, all the people who were banging on me when I was saying the last year of CSGO was one of the worst years in the game's history in terms of competition. This is the scene that we deserve. This is the scene the fans deserve. All of these teams in this bracket, to get to the stage of crowning Na'Vi, look at those teams. Think about how good they are.
This particular bracket, this is not the end of anything. This is the beginning of something truly beautiful. I'm looking at Mouse, yet to prove themselves. I'm looking at a G2, yet to get that win for Nico. I'm looking at Eternal Fire, who have finally caught on fire, have looked so great, even though they fell over here, right now. FaZe Clan, we'll get to them a little bit later on. Team Spirit, we know what sort of a trajectory they've been on. This is such an exciting time for Counter-Strike altogether, and it makes it even more impressive than Na'Vi, looking at all those teams that they're the one at top here, Maniac.
It really is crazy. I'm just reminiscing of the mindset that we had at the beginning of this glorious Sunday, where it was promised for FaZe. It was promised for FaZe. This title was right there. We could already start writing the books about how Kerrigan would do it here in the World Arena. It'd be his second major. What they had shown against Vitality had put us all to position. And yet, you know, Counter-Strike finds a way to surprise you.
And I'll say a few words about FaZe, but we're not going to analyze anything they did here. We want to talk about the victors. I'll just say this, and that is that to Kerrigan, you know, I hope you can come back from this. You've given us so many great memories and great moments, and you did it this tournament. No shame in being second after a game like that from Na'Vi. But I'll just ask you guys, I mean, you know, this one's going to be the most painful, I think it's the most painful moment in his career.
I mean, Inferno once again is the theater of nightmare for Kerrigan.
I think this hurts more than Boston.
I mean,
in a different way, especially when you consider the context. Kerrigan has won everything throughout his career. He's won the major, he's won the Colognes, he's won the Katowice. The one thing he hasn't been able to do is win inside the Royal Arena, win on home turf, win on home soil. Of course, a second major to his name would be fantastic. Doing it on Danish home soil, the first ever major in CS2 would be fantastic. It's also one of his declared goals. He want to win trophies in CS 1.6, in CSGO, and in CS2 as well.
As a player.
Major trophy as a player. He can still do that, but it'll be a long time before he gets another chance.
There are these little rumblings, these little voices, you know, around the air saying, you know, doesn't have too much time remaining as a player. I still feel he does. I still feel he's got a couple more years easily. I mean, it's not the end of the road.
No, but it's a fair topic to be discussed, a fair assessment, right? The man might not have many years at the very top level, and on top, a team that can win titles. And this is where it hurts if you're Kerrigan. You know you have the players around you. You've had the wins. You have the momentum. You have all you need. And this one is not going to be on the cabinet. So you're right. It's going to be a very hurtful night. There's no way around it.
Final thoughts. I guess we'll end on Na'Vi. Are we seeing the beginning of a new dynasty in Counter-Strike, or is this an anomaly?
I don't think it's an anomaly, and neither do I think it is necessarily the beginning of a dynasty. I think it's just the beginning of a new challenger coming in. This is a fantastic win all through and through. You cannot deny that. But I want to see how this progresses. For a team this young to get a win like this instills belief inside of you. This instills belief that we can be champions. We are champions. That is something a lot of teams never get to achieve, and they flitter away, they disappear, they dissipate into the air, so to speak. And this is what we might be seeing, the beginning of something beautiful for this Na'Vi team.
No one can take away what happened tonight for Na'Vi. No one can take away this feeling of them crowning themselves as a major champion. Alexi B standing on the desk celebrating. But if you answer me, or sorry, if you ask me and you want my truth answer, no, I don't think it's going to be a dynasty of Na'Vi. And no, I don't think it's going to be a team that right now have everything they need in order to win trophies back to back to back to back. It's a team that definitely are in the conversation for the playoff. It's also a team where I think there are certain things within it that I don't necessarily like. In this tournament, I can't put a finger on it. It's fair enough, they win it. We're not going to downplay that by saying it on the desk, but I would be highly surprised if Na'Vi is a top 5 team within the next 6 months.
Ooh,
oh, that's
spicy.
No, I would have had them probably in top 3 or 4 conversation from now on. The question is, the individual brilliance that we've seen from the likes of JL, the maps, the series we've seen from Bit, is that something we can rely on? Is JL actually a sleeper agent superstar? He acted as a support. Turns out he was an MVP candidate all along. And if that becomes consistent, then there's a new ceiling for Na'Vi.
And also, can Imma play good in any other event apart from a major? That'd be nice, right? Just play good in other, random events, maybe a pro league, maybe some other events out there. where if that happens, then suddenly we're talking about this.
Maybe it's the start of something beautiful. Guys, it's been beautiful working with all of you again.
Likewise, Richard.
Thanks a lot for your input in the final. And that's it, guys. It's time to wrap up the show. I just want to say thanks to all of the crew, PGL for bringing me back from the dead. All of the fans that made this atmosphere electric. We're still here.
Still here.
Thank you for staying. And that is that. That was the inaugural CS2 Major. Na'Vi, worthy champions. From everyone here, we'll see you next time.
Welcome to the dawn of a new Counter-Strike era. Brace yourself for an unprecedented level of dynamism and competition in CS2.